Very good morning wherever you are in the world, and welcome back to the Oval for possibly the final day. Day 4 of the 5th and final test match between England and India. Players are making their way onto the field to the strains of Jerusalem being played in the background. And it's all to play for. A series to be squared, levelled for India, and that, believe me, will feel just about as good as a victory. Whereas England will have to create history to win the game and to clinch a 3-1 series win, which some might say would be a flattering scoreline, but they have got an awful lot of work to do. They need another 324 runs to win the game. They'll resume on 50 for 1, effectively 50 for 2, because Chris Woakes is incapacitated. We haven't had official confirmation, but you kind of get a pretty accurate sense of the situation, and we understand that in the unlikely event that there were just a handful of runs required and England were 9 wickets down, he could potentially come out and bat one-handed, but it would literally be one-handed. His left shoulder was dislocated, and it's heavily strapped. It's immobilized, so he couldn't put it on the bat even lightly. So anyway, that's a long way in the future. That'd be something like 6 o'clock this evening if that situation eventuated. He could, we understand informally, come out and bat one-handed, but for now it's the top order batsmen. They've got the job to do. It's captain Ollie Pope on strike. 1 ball left in this over from Mohammad Siraj. Here he is, bowls. Pope drives. Good looking shot first up, nicely fielded by Jadeja at mid-off, and there's a rousing round of applause for Mohammad Siraj for that 1 ball. I think it was applause, it was a hangover from the over yesterday in which he bowled Zach Crawley with the penultimate delivery of the day. Good morning, Jeremy Coney.
Morning, Manners, and morning, everybody. Lovely morning here. We were supposed to get rain. The clouds look to me to be slightly higher than perhaps the forecast suggested. Whether that's going to change, we'll just wait and see. Key people today for me, obviously Ducket, Root, Brook and Smith. You would think for the England batting order, 3 of them aggressive: Ducket, Brook and Smith. Root, just a quality player, can score off you at will if he gets in. For the Indian side, obviously the Indian seamers, and I'd like to see a spinner, Washington Sundar. It'd be nice to see a spinner used as an attacking weapon rather than someone who is giving seamers a rest today. That would be a pleasant change.
Akashdeep is not giving anyone a rest. He's in from the Vauxhall end, tucked away by Ducket, out towards mid-wicket, fielded by Jaiswal. I noticed you didn't mention Ollie Pope as being
no
home ground.
No, yeah, I know that. But I just think, well, he's got the 100, of course, up at Leeds, we remember, in the first innings. But I just feel that there are a number of aspects of his game, either to spin or to seam, that there's a looseness about it and a frenetic kind of, particularly, the good thing about it, we've seen a nice drive for a start. Sometimes it starts.
Akashdeep in again to Ducket, opens the face to the back, runs it down to a wide backward point on the boundary. Washington Sundar fields 1 run.
Just a little bit loose, really, and so you have an opportunity there. Look, if he gets runs, I see that as a bonus for England, to be honest with you. And the other aspect, the other thing about it, of course, rather than people, is the weather. If this is a sunny day today and the ball doesn't move so much, in the air particularly, you remember the second, where that middle session of day 2 where India came back with Siraj picking up wickets and LBWs and so on, where they almost got the entire England side dismissed, didn't they, in that second session? It was with movement.
Here's Akashdeep again, bowls. Ollie Pope flicks it off his pads down towards long leg, and the stand-in England captain is off the mark and underway. Yeah, it was funny, isn't it? There was no suggestion, there was no hint that the ball would be swinging. It hadn't done before.
No, but it did, and all the bowlers really for India, not perhaps so much Krishna, who tends to hit the pitch a little bit more. He's more like an Overton style, isn't he, bowler, but he was able to pitch the ball up a bit more, got some LBWs.
Akashdeep once again around the wicket to Ducket. Forward he comes, playing defensively, nudging it out to cover. I think that's Iswaran, the substitute. Is he on the field again? Yes, I think he is. Iswaran. So who hasn't taken the field?
Well, it would be Nair again, would it?
Obviously, I mean,
Nair hit on the hand when he batted.
Yeah. Well, he's a good catcher, Nair. He's been a fixture at first slip when he's been in the team, but Iswaran is a real live wire in the covers, so it could be seen as a bonus for India. Ducket tucks this one again off his pads down to Jadeja, who's once more being, strangely I think, being hid in the field. He's way down at long leg, but it's another single. Ducket 36, Ollie Pope has 1, England 53 for 1, resuming on 50 for 1. Lost or had Zach Crawley dismissed the penultimate delivery of the scheduled day's play, at which point the players all left the field. Bowled by Mohammad Siraj for 14 off 36 balls, very un-Crawley-like innings. Akashdeep in again, bowls to Pope, steers it away into the offside, and there's no run as Sidharth does the fielding. It's been 3 years of Bazball now, and we've seen 4 fourth innings run chases in excess of 300, 3 over 350. But I still find it bizarre that the number of people who are genuinely optimistic, you know, who think that, well, England are favourites, red hot favourites, aren't they? Surely. No.
No, I wouldn't describe it as that. I think it's balanced. It's a game that's balanced at the moment. India, because they have the runs, I think you have to put them ahead at this stage. There's certainly challenges, and I've mentioned those batsmen that come in, depending on how aggressively they play and what level of risk they are comfortable of using as batsmen. It's been interesting how the wickets have fallen too. I mean, 10 LBWs in this match so far, 7 of them to top order 6, you know, the top 6 batsmen.
Siraj in for another over, and it's chopped away by Ducket behind square on the offside. Sweeper out there on the deep backward point boundary,
and that indicates to me the length that you have to bowl. You bowl shorter on this pitch, you're going to go over the top of the stumps, and so you've got to be a fuller length. That underlines that this is an English pitch. And so movement matters as well. The other thing that's noticeable to be 9 caught behind from in the game so far. 7 of those 9 are top 6 order batsmen as well, which indicates again a fuller length, drawing the batsman forward, and then movement from the surface where the batsman hasn't time.
Siraj once again. Ollie Pope defends, just drops it down into the covers, and Iswaran comes in to do the fielding.
The batsman hasn't got time to remove the bat out of the line of the ball, and the same thing is they go searching for the line when it moves for an LBW, and they can't get the bat to the ball in time, and it crashes into the pad. So it's a length that's underlining, I think, the main dismissals. There have been a few caught in the outfield, yes, with the short pitch bowling, mainly the Indians. I'm thinking of Sundar was caught, wasn't he, hooking in the first innings?
He was Siraj in. Driven in the air and just short of Iswaran at cover. It didn't carry. It was on the half volley. He should have fielded it, but I think he was caught in 2 minds. Didn't know whether it was going to carry, whether it was going to be a catch, and in the end he didn't commit himself to fielding. It's 4 runs to Ollie Pope, but it was in the air. Abhimanyu Iswaran played 103 first-class games for Bengal, averages 48.7 with the bat, 2700s, so he's 29 years old, a very experienced cricketer, and he's obviously is also a very fine fielder, but made a bit of a hash of that, didn't he?
Well, it was one of those ones, as you say, you're half tempted. You see the catch coming towards you. It was just wasn't quite there to drive, and so Pope had to open the blade slightly, and it went a little bit square of cover where Iswaran was positioned. And he thought to himself, I agree with you, was that a catch? I've got to go for that. And it's pitched and bounced over his hands.
Hold up in play as Ollie Pope is having a problem. He's just explaining what the problem is to the umpire. The umpire's now walked a good way back to the boundary at the bowler's end to ask somebody to move. Shortened cut by Pope, not timed at all. It's come for the splice of the bat, I think. It's a far from satisfactory arrangement, the sight screen at the pavilion end. It only provides relief for the point of delivery, and so you know, the idea being that, you know, you can see the ball clearly, but all the people sit underneath the sight screen. They're also behind the bowler's arm, and I mean, just yesterday we had a gentleman in a bright red shirt that was causing a problem for Jadeja, and now Ollie Pope's having his vision distracted. Oh, that one keeps low. That was kept very low. Pope clipped it away out towards mid-wicket to the fielder and Jaiswal. But it's not great, is it? But then I wonder how many seats there'd be in front of that sight screen. So you can 60?
Yeah, maximum. Yeah, that's
50?
right. No, yeah, I think you're right. That's a good guess. 60. You're right. They really.
How much did that cost in lost ticket sales?
I don't know. I don't know what it's worth. It is kind of under the pavilion there.
Here's Siraj again. Pope defends. There's no run. I don't want to be too cynical, but you know, I mean, the pavilion tickets are upwards of £150 each, so it's all well and good to say, well, they should just extend the sight screen. At what cost?
Yeah, but you've got to give all the batsmen, and I think, you know, everyone's going to bat. It's so you've got to give them the best chance to see the ball, I think, and it's a critical area, and we've had hold-ups, not just, you know, we always get someone walking across at the wrong time and so on. It's got to be managed pretty carefully with ropes to stop people during an over and quickly move from there once the fielders are changing their positions. It's not a great solution, is it, that?
No, it's a compromise. Here's Akashdeep, and Ben Ducket plays it defensively up towards mid-on. It's fielded by Jadeja.
And some batsmen are more particular than others, let's be fair. I mean, I can remember playing against batsmen who could see flies, you know, on a passing pedestrian.
At mid-wicket.
Yes, it's you know, it can be a bit ridiculous. But they're quite within their rights to say, no, I'm not going to face up until I'm not going to be distracted at all.
Ben Ducket has just walked down the pitch to do a little bit of gardening. He may have spotted a bit of the pitch that has become loose, and he's just pushed and prodded it. Deep is in again, steered to cover, no run.
Yes, Akashdeep is not happy with bowling around the wicket so much, or is he going to change again now? Don't know. But he certainly started round the wicket, and Ducket was able to get him into the leg side when he was a little bit straight, and it looks like he's not happy coming over the wicket to him, so round he goes again.
Past the umpire now, Hassan Raza, and Ducket is on the back foot playing defensively, pushing it out to cover again. Abhimanyu Iswaran as the fielding. England 58 for 1, 8 runs to the good today. Ollie Pope faced his first delivery, didn't come to the crease yesterday evening. fifth ball of the final over of the day produced the wicket of Zach Crawley. So Pope now has 5. Ben Ducket is 34 not out overnight. He's moved on to 37. I wanted to ask you, Jeremy, about the effect that the long history of Test cricket has had on players over the years. Pushed away by Ducket, squared the wicket on the offside. Because you know, I grew up at a time when, for decades, you know, whenever a fourth innings target went over 200, you know, you'd immediately start sucking breath in through clenched teeth, thinking, ooh, 200, ooh, and you know, and so I mean that's been going on since 1900. Here is Akashdeep again. Ducket chops it away behind square on the offside, and then, you know, the weight of history mounts up, and you. I just wonder in the, I don't know what era, 80s, 90s, whatever, 70s, when teams walk out there in the fourth innings and sort of think, well, it's going to be difficult, you know, it's never been done before, or it's only been done once before, 250 in the fourth innings, and does it create a negative mindset, I suppose? And is that what Bazball is trying to counter? You know, history's nothing, every day is a fresh day. Of course, anything's possible. Pushed away by Ducket for a single out towards mid-wicket. Does any of that make any sense at all?
Yes, I mean, I can understand what you're saying. I can't think of any time while I played that it necessarily affected, particularly in a fourth innings, if we were chasing some runs, unless it was a very big total, unless it was 400 plus, which you just recognised, yeah, that would be hard to get in the first innings, you know, so while the pitch is still fresh. So, but the pitch comes obviously into your equation, I think, and I just wonder, having watched here quite a lot, the pitch doesn't seem to deteriorate a great deal once it gets to a certain point. It seems to hang on rather than getting worse and worse as each day goes in the match.
Oh, that beats the edge. First one of the day that has gone past the edge. Ducket pushing at that one and fizzes through to Dhruv Jurel. That's livened the crowd up. Gee, did you hear that ooh from the crowd next to us?
Well, and look at all the Indian fielders going in to tell him about it. Sundar's come in from just on square, covers come in, Gully's walked up, so is Gillard from first slip. They're all up letting him know about it. So they're up for this. They need to be as well.
Here is Mohammad Siraj again, bowls. Ducket chopping at this one and plays and misses. Again, that's more of a batting error than a good delivery from Mohammad Siraj. And boy, oh boy, if this is a close finish, I'm not sure that the crowd are going to be able to. God, my word! Look at the Indian fielders. Wow-wee, they are in Ben Duckett's ear. Like a
yeah, that's 1, 2,
pack
3, 4, 5. 5 of them. 5 of them coming in from square leg, from cover. All the cordon walking up, cheering through Ducket. You don't nowadays. Maybe you talk directly to the players. I found you could work through a batsman to your bowler.
Siraj in again. Ducket defends, pushes it. He needs to weather the storm. Ben Ducket pushed up towards mid-off. It'll be a little moral victory if he can see off Siraj's first spell. I think he's probably going to have to bowl 3 or 4 today.
Yeah, I quite like the fact that there's no third man there at the moment. He's very, very wide. He's more backward point than third man. So Ducket feels he can get something outside the off stump down to that vacant area to give himself a boundary early on. But I talked about the number of caught behinds, 9 of them. 7 of them are top order batsmen. 9 in this game from top 6 batsmen have nicked the ball and been dismissed.
Siraj up to the crease again, goes past the outside edge. third time in the over. Good delivery. Was it the angle, or was there some movement? He swung that ball that bowled Zach Crawley last night, in-swinging Yorker. I can't see. Oh, did it seem?
Seemed away. And that's the thing about this surface, isn't it? That there is a little bit of movement in the air for Siraj. He swung it in when he got those wickets in that middle session of day 2. Now it's also receptive to some seam. So finding the ball with your bat can be quite tricky. That's why there have been all those 10 LBWs and the 9 caught behinds.
2 slips in a gully. Siraj in again. Short, wide, cut, miss. Ducket played and missed at 4. 2 attempting to score runs, 2 defending, 4 times past the outside edge. Oh, the over's not finished. Was there a no ball in there?
That one's squatted. I don't think so. I don't think a no ball. That one just stayed a little bit lower. That one's just shorter of all the ones that he's missed, and he's played over the top of that last one. So again, just a little bit of variable bounce from certain parts of the pitch.
Gill at first slip, KL Rahul at second. Sidharth in the gully. Cover mid-off, mid-on. 2 men back on the leg side as Siraj in again, beats him for the 5th time in the over. 5 times he's played and missed, Ben Ducket. That was defensive again. Seam movement away from the left-hander. It may be that he's doing a bit too much with it. Well, obviously he is doing a bit too much with it, but he tried to run one down to third man, missed it, played a cut shot and missed that. 3 times defended and missed. 5 out of 6 past the outside edge.
Yeah, lovely over. Lovely over, good pace too, between 85 and 89 miles an hour. So that's enough to beat the bat, obviously. And he's roundabout in that right area, isn't he? He's forcing a shot. They were 4 of the 5 were defensive shots, coming onto the front foot, looking to play a forward defensive shot, maybe hoping it'd run through the cordon. Important you keep that cordon there too, because of those caught behinds that I was talking about.
Here's Akashdeep again to Ollie Pope, who watched the drama unfolding from the non-strikers end previous over, and he plays it away defensively up towards the mid-on. The atmosphere, I'm fortunate enough to be staying in a very small but exceptionally convenient room.
We saw you last night in the window. Was that the kitchen? Were you in the kitchen?
That doesn't have a kitchen, it's a room.
Oh, okay.
It's a room with a shower. Very small. It's about it's like a small hotel room, the size of a small hotel room, Jeremy. But here's Akashdeep in, and Ollie Pope drives towards mid-on, straight to the field of Siraj, and there's no run. But there's a small microwave, a kettle and a toaster, a place to put your laptop, a very comfortable bed, and attached to the one side is the toilet and the shower. But it's about maybe 12 square to 15 square meters, £320,000. Yours.
No, you can have it.
I can't.
12, no kitchen.
No kitchen.
No.
It's a room. Here's Akashdeep, and that's driven out on the onside by Ollie Pope. The point being, I mean, it's fascinating. It is that it's exceptionally convenient, and it's close, obviously to the oval, to the river, and it's nicely placed. £325,000. It means that when I went for my run this morning, I saw fans milling about, gathering, clearly support, who were coming to the test match at 8 o'clock this morning, 3 hours before the start of play, in their replica shirts. And here is Akashdeep, back and across, pushed away out on the offside, and they scurry through for a single. Ollie Pope, and there's a Tesco's. I think a lot of people didn't realise it didn't open until 10 o'clock. There was several hundred people outside Tesco's waiting to buy their sandwiches and cheese and pickle rolls and the like, in order to stock up for the test match. I mean, this,
yeah.
So
the preparation is part of it, isn't it? Really, for those people. They're thinking about it. What train will I get, and how will I? What's the best way to the ground? Where do I go?
Of people at 8 o'clock. It's 8 o'clock.
It's a big day.
I mean, the palpable tension for me has been alive and well before I arrived at the ground. This time Ducket pushes. I think Ben Ducket is so naturally confident and effervescent, and whatever. I'm sure he's not feeling too bruised by the last over, but he'd like to feel a few in the middle of the bat, having played and missed 5 times.
Yeah, that one was quite away from his body, wasn't it, that stroke? And even for the rest of the over, I mean, Pope is off strike, but he got a smeared drive that he was looking to hit on the offside. It went to mid-on. Then he got a real inside edge where went to square leg. Then he got an outside edge where he got a single.
Still just the 2 slips. Akash deep, 2 slips in a gully as Ducket opens the face of the bat, runs it wide of gully, and they just a moment there looked like Ducket was hesitating in taking the single, but it was Pope's call, and Pope called and said, "Come one," and I think Ducket was just strolling because the throw was going to come in at the striker's end rather than the non-striker's end. Pope 6, Ducket 39. I think that the look on many faces wasn't one of celebration and looking forward to anticipation. It was more tension. It was sort of gaunt, slightly. Come on, I wanted to say to everybody, come on, it's going to be a great day. Smile.
Oh well, you have your team, don't you? And it's a finely balanced kind of equation at the moment, really. No wicket fallen yet. 61 for 1. The ball beating the bat a little bit this morning, and there are enough catches there, I think, behind the wicket. See if Siraj can repeat some of those deliveries just a little tad fuller.
Siraj in, Ducket drives through extra cover for 4. That is a glorious shot, and I don't know whether ironic is the right word to use, but it does feel slightly ironic after the last over.
Not a bad riposte, is it really? Looking to go a little fuller this time, Siraj, maybe hoping for the edge, and there he's straight into a very big drive. That was a bit more of a long half volley, wasn't it? But he got it, and he got it well, and he's now totally forgotten all that last over.
What a beautiful shot from Ben Ducket. Takes him into the 40s. 43. Ollie Pope has 6, 65 to 1. It just occurred to me, Jeremy, that you and I might be amongst the few people who can genuinely enjoy the day, whatever happens.
Yes, we're jaunty, not gaunty.
Yes, that's right. Pushed behind square on the offside by Ducket for a single. We have no emotional investment in either team, just the desire for a fantastic day's cricket and a fitting climax to what's been an exceptionally hard fought and evenly contested series. Whereas 2-2 would feel like a fair result, but I can't help thinking that 3-1 would be a bit flattering to England.
Oh, I think you're right. I think you've only got to look at the way the games have gone. They've been reduced over long periods of time to just key moments, haven't they? Just little moment here, little moment there, an LBW there, a not out here, just missing the stumps, just those margins.
Siraj in, down the leg side, flicked away for 4 by Ollie Pope. He plays a very good leg glance when he's calm, when he's balanced. He does tend to fall over. His head tends to drag him over to the offside, and he loses balance when he's not playing that well. But he's a good leg glancer when he's balanced, and I think not in one of his frenetic moods.
No, that's perhaps the value of having a left-hander back with you. And he's bowled, the last 6 or 7 deliveries to the left-handed Ducket, and then he's just found that line again. Of course, Pope, the right-hander, has just helped himself to 4. Good stroke. Fine legs, too wide for that.
Yeah, he's stayed wide. He's more of it's a wide long leg rather than a fine leg. As Siraj is in again to Ollie Pope, left alone outside the off stump. I must say that an early wicket, a wicket in the first, well, probably hour, I think would really set India on track. But if that the first half hour we're coming towards the end of now, and England have added 20, haven't lost a wicket, and I'm sure that the doubts won't start creeping into India's minds. I mean, they might at lunch if they haven't taken a wicket, and begin to start having a few doubts. It's clipped away very nicely off his pads by Ollie Pope. That's why the long leg is so square, Prasid Krishna. I guess it's for that shot rather than the fine leg glance.
Yes, I agree, Manners. That's a straighter delivery, though, isn't it? That's sort of leg stumpish, and so he's got more bat on that, and that's why it goes squarer than rather than fine to the fine leg area, and so that brings the LBW into play, and that's what you might be. You can live with that in a way. So you're covering that stroke because you're bowling at the leg stump. You want to be bowling at the stumps, I think, very much. If there is going to be some variable bounce, you're in with a chance for an LBW.
Here's Siraj in again, and back and across goes Ollie Pope, defending straight back to the bowler, and there's no run. 72 for 1, Ollie Pope 12, Ben Ducket 44. There is, Jeremy, a shared washing machine and dryer.
I was going to
downstairs.
ask you, that means you're getting food to take home or something like that. You're getting
Tesco's.
Yes.
Tesco's
nearby?
microwave meal for 1.
Nearby?
Yeah.
That's
it's on the way.
too.
It's on between the room and the Oval is Tesco's.
Right.
That's why there were so many people there looking to buy their sandwiches and food for the day. But so that makes the £325,000 for the room a bit more digestible, does it?
No microwave?
Yeah. No, the microwave toaster kettle
reheat.
in the room.
Okay.
And my room
in the bedroom.
In the bedroom, yeah.
Right.
2 windows which open.
Yes, well, we were passing you going to a little hostelry that was close by too. That's quite handy.
The Prince of Wales.
Yes, it was, with that place where you can play petanque or bulls out in the middle.
Akashdeep continues to Ben Ducket again. He's playing defensively quite a long way from his body. Do you know what?
Quite a community place too, wasn't it? Where everyone was having just a quiet drink around. They were outside of the pub. The pub itself was quite small. But everybody, there must have been 100 people, I would say, out around, that area.
What was it called? Something Square. Grosvenor Square, was it? It's very lovely area.
Yeah.
And lots of these little studio apartments, I'm told, in that area. Lots of them. Large Victorian houses, or Edwardian houses, which have been converted into smaller apartments, and in some cases very small apartments. Pushed away defensively by Ducket. Square of the wicket on the offside again, and there's no run.
But you've done this throughout your life, haven't you? Really, you've had to beg and scrape and find your one-roomed place.
You left out borrow and steal.
Oh, no, well, no, that's a bit more vicious.
Akashdeep up to the crease again, and forward comes Ducket, pushing that straight back to the bowler.
But just the life you've lived has been finding these places, hasn't it? I mean, it becomes part of your preparation for a tour. To come to England and find something that's closest to the and for the running that you do every morning. You want a place that you can run in nice. You don't want to be running through the centre of town all the time.
No. It's close to the river, so I've been running on the river, which I find very spiritually nourishing.
Yeah.
I love it, especially on a Sunday morning. There's nobody there. It's lovely. Short and cut by Ducket. They've got a man well placed out there at deep backward point, so it'll be 2 rather than 4. But Duckett's just found a couple in the middle of the bat now after that torrid over in which he played and missed 5 times at Mohammad Siraj, and he's up to 46. Ollie Pope 12. Well, they've survived the first hour.
Yes, they have. Both of the bowlers have kept the ball pretty well up to the batsman. Nothing really short. No testing with a short pitch delivery or anything like that. There are 2-man back on the leg side to Ducket.
Here's a short bouncer from Akashdeep, and Ducket wanted to hook, and it just bounced a bit high on him, I think, really, and he did he pull out of it, or did he go through with the shot? There's a half an appeal for a catch behind. I don't think he's got a touch on anything.
I think he was looking. I think he was looking for it. And there, once again, the Indian fielders. That's Gully coming up and having a bit of a chat as well. And then you could see straight away Damasina, the umpire at square leg, going in to make sure that nothing was going on.
And finally, for those wondering, there is a caravan fridge, small, some milk and a couple of beers. Pushed away through square leg, and they go through for a single as the fielding is done by Yashasvi Jaiswal. It's the end of the over, so I hope I've done a good job in selling this room. £325,000.
Offers to Neil Manners. That's good.
Jon Norman, we're coming in.
Well, I guess you would describe the first hour's probing seam bowling, particularly from Siraj. Created one particular over where he beat Ducket 5 times out of 6. The ball has seamed a little. It doesn't seem to have swung too much. If the clouds come over, then we might find some swing occurring. We're only 20 odd overs, just over 21 overs into this innings. So it's a finely balanced thing. I mean, if there's no wicket falling in the next hour, maybe India might start feeling a little uncomfortable. England haven't got away. John.
Good morning to you, Jeremy, and thanks for the last half an hour. Outside edge from the bat of Ducket, and Sidharth stretching to his right at Ghali, can't prevent the ball from travelling down for 4. And that's 50 for Ben Ducket. Raises the bat up, and a lot of the crowd get to their feet to applaud. Indian leads at 50s, and maybe a century in there as well, if they're going to win this match. And certainly Duckett's form has been one of the high points for England in this series. He has been troubled though by Mohammad Siraj. An exemplary over about 5 or 10 minutes ago, where Ducket played and missed at 5 deliveries. This time it's more of a comfortable steer down to third, and Ducket comes back for another couple of runs that takes him to 53. Good morning to you, Jarrod.
Morning.
How are you doing?
I know, very, very good. Ben Ducket has not looked as set as Pope has so far this morning.
Yeah, there was one airy drive from Pope, wasn't there, that just fell short of the fielder at cover point.
He whipped across his stumps a couple of times. There was one where he sort of looked a little bit sheepish after picking up a boundary, but
that was off Siraj again. He's looked the most threatening of the bowlers.
I think the most interesting time might be when the ball starts to swing. It hasn't actually swung yet, so when it starts to swing, we might see slightly different competition than we're seeing at the moment. But they've done well to not lose a wicket in half an hour with some very good bowling, especially from Siraj.
Yeah, and England will know that they, like India, when they were batting, both sides have only got 3 seamers now, as Siraj continuing round the wicket, and he's cutting at this, is Ducket, and Siraj has his head resting on his hand. We've seen that from Siraj many times this series. He's kind of got a reputation as being an unlucky bowler, and certainly he'll feel that way when it comes to bowling to Ducket, who's now played and missed at another.
Yeah, he's beaten him from over the wicket, so he's decided to now beat him from around the wicket, which I think is better. I think that brings in bowled a little bit more from that angle, although that's a little bit wider. I think coming over the wicket, you basically have to get an edge, and they've only got 2 slips and a 5th slip in, so I worry a little bit about that.
Here is Siraj again, and this time on the front foot, cutting is Ducket. Along the ground to deep point for another run. 82 for 1. Ducket moves to 54. Ollie Pope is 12 from 16, so he hasn't reached that magical 20 ball stage where his average seems to escalate up to just under 50. England 292 runs to win. We are expecting Chris Woakes to bat today if they are close. So if they're 8 or 9 down, needing 10 or 20, I mean, I'm guessing a touch, but if the win is there for them, Woakes will come out.
Yeah, which makes sense.
It does make sense. It'd be incredible, wouldn't it, if that was to occur?
Yeah, especially after Rishabh Pant in the last test.
Yeah. Nathan Lyon at Lords. Is it happening more these days? I don't know. Here is Siraj again over the wicket, and Pope comes forward and defends. Krishna, of course, still to come in, but this is the end that you want to be bowling from, the pavilion end, and Siraj has started well this morning. Good pace, 86, 87 miles an hour, but England will be relieved to have got through the first 40 minutes or so. In some ways it probably helps Ollie Pope knowing he was going to come out to bat. This would be unusual for him, because obviously you come out with some excitement from the fielding side when a wicket has just gone. Short delivery, Pope shapes to pull and then ducks. And Siraj just steps down the track and just has another little word. And we've got a couple of yellow high-vis running on, racing on.
What are they? Is this gloves?
Well, Ducket did take that blow on the hand yesterday, didn't he? Which did seem to cause him a few problems. So maybe he's just having a pill or something, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think this is just running on and off. This isn't a real delay.
No,
Although
he hasn't done anything. It's not.
Although to be fair, like, they're not exactly ready to be facing the ball in the next couple of seconds either.
No, they're not ready at all.
Harmison is now saying, hurry up, this isn't a break.
And Duckett's still got his gloves off.
Yeah.
Seems to be like rubbing some
I really
cream or something on his hands.
It really does amaze me that we still blame the fielding team for not bowling their overs. There's so many delays now from the batting team. Prashant Krishna coming on at this end. I did think that Akash looked a little bit, he was fine, there was nothing wrong with the way he bowled, but I did think he looked a little bit beige this morning, maybe just in comparison to Siraj.
You don't yet get the consistency from Akash, do you? Saw that at Lords as well. I thought he really was quite underwhelming throughout that test match, yet fantastic at Edgbaston in first innings, was it? And I thought he bowled really well on day 2. Anyway, here is Krishna. He's running away from this as a shortish delivery, which Ducket pushes out to cover point where it's fielded. No run. 82 for 1 then. If you're joining us here on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, welcome. Hit that subscribe button. It's been fantastic to have you with us for 24 days. This is day 24. I don't think we're going to get day 25, but saying that, well, no, England are still going at just around 4 and over. So with the overs remaining today, 89 of them, at 292, they can go at 3 and over, and it'll still be done today. Krishna again. Oh, he's almost edged behind. Oh, Ducket has just prodded at a short delivery from Krishna, well outside off stump, and essentially looking almost to guide it through second slip and gully. Oh, that's the shot we've seen him play a couple of times today. Siraj has nearly got the outside edge, and Krishna there coming very, very close to the breakthrough. And that, I suppose, is how you've got to bowl if you're Prashant Krishna. Just get it in there and let the bounce do the work, because he does bang it in a touch. Doesn't look like a big man, not like a Josh Tongue, Jamie Overton type. This is defended back to the bowler this time, but he does extract movement from the pitch, and he can bowl fast as well. I didn't see how fast that one was. Or we'll have a look at the speed gun. Cloudy here at the Oval. Floodlights aren't on, but I wouldn't be surprised if they come on shortly. It's just got to get a little gloomier. Pitched up, excellent quarter-second slip. Prashant Krishna with the breakthrough. Beautiful bowling. Ben Ducket, who's played and missed a couple of times in his innings so far. Short delivery to start, back of a length, and then pitched up. Ducket drawn forward, expansive drive, thick outside edge, smart catch taken by KL Rahul, safe hands himself at second, and Duckett's got to go. England 82 for 2.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of the extra bounce for Prashi Krishna. It was full, he thought it was there, it was loose, his bat was right in front of him, wasn't it? He was a long way ahead. He just, let's be honest, Ben Ducket has not looked on at all today. He's not looked comfortable, he's not looked fluid. I don't know if it's being hit on the thumb or just starting again or whatever it was, but the Ben Ducket of last night did not turn up, and the Ben Ducket today has struggled all the way through. But well done to Prashi Krishna. He's only bowled a handful of balls, and he's already looked like more of a challenge than Akash has. That could be a big one, because you can control the game a little bit better with Ducket out. When Ducket's in the middle, it's hard, and just like that, John, let there be lights for Indian fans and also actual lights at the ground.
The floodlights are on, and suddenly this place, you can feel it, has just come alive. There is a big contingent of Indian fans here. They made a lot of noise, and that wicket has just breathed a little bit of a light. There's a bit of relief there as well. I think after England got through the first 45 minutes or so, just shy, and that wicket, that's a fill-up. Not saying that India in any way looked like they were starting to search or looking a little bit frustrated, desperate. That wasn't evident at all. But certainly you can feel the buzz that has been here in this ground for the last 2 days has returned. It was a bit of a damp start with the rain that robbed the session out of the day one. But here we are, it's Joe Root at the crease, and he's off the mark first ball. Pushed up to mid-on, and he is the key wicket. You can hear the retorts from the England supporters. If England are going to get up to that score, you just feel Joe Root has got to get a score himself. He is the wicket. They talked about him last night after day 3, and they also talked about him after play on day 2. There was a plan in place to try and get under his skin, and the man that tried to do it was Prashi Krishna, and he's got the ball in hand. Last ball of the over, bowling to Ollie Pope, who drives up to mid-off. No run. So that's the end of the over. England have lost a wicket, their first of the morning. Duckett's series has come to an end. Caught for 54 by KL Rahul at second slip from the bowling of Prashi Krishna, and now another examination awaits. It is murky.
It is. There's a lot of talk about cloud cover and making the ball move more and everything. Do you know what clouds also do, John? They make it harder to see the ball.
Yeah.
And I think that's as important as anything else. It's not like the clouds came in, you know, we had sun out for about 25 minutes and the clouds came in. It's not like it suddenly started swinging or seaming more, but now we've seen our first wicket, so it'll be interesting to see how long this happens. I think if I'm England, I want to be batting in the sun for as much as possible today.
It does just feel like there's a little bit of rain in the air.
I was going to say, it is supposed to rain a little bit. Is that what you told me yesterday?
I had a look this morning, and you know me, Jarrod, never believe the weather forecast and all that. There's like a 20% chance between 1 o'clock and 3 o'clock, but I think we'll be okay. I think we'll be okay, but it will be gloomy today. Siraj is in, and he's bowling to Joe Root, who pushes it towards, is that Iswaran? At cover point, who runs in and hurls the ball at the stumps, but I think that was a single there. 84 for 2. There's that still a bit of chatter going on out there. Yeah, I think it was Iswaran. He was on the field for Naya. So Naya was hit on the glove. Can you remember first ball?
Yeah.
And he looked really uncomfortable throughout his innings. He was dropped
like
on 12.
His finger back in.
And then he was eventually caught in the slips. I wouldn't be surprised if he's done something. Oh, he's edged! Oh, I thought that was heading towards the gully fielder, Sidharth, but actually,
Where did that hit? Because that just died. It looked like it was just going straight towards the slips, and it didn't go. It didn't really. Went to backward point. Where does that hit on the bat?
Oof.
Oh, right off the top of the bat. Well, that's probably why it went off in that weird direction. Not sure if it hits the shoulder. Yeah, it might even hit the shoulder. That was a bizarre shot by Ollie Pope. It wasn't a half shot. It was like a quarter shot. It was like, I think I'll... No. I have played it.
I think I will know. Oh, I have. And where's that gone? Oh, single. Brook now at the crease. And Mohammad Siraj steaming in. And this is a drive length ball which Jarrod just lets through to the keeper. Really feel the atmosphere. Another good crowd. I mean, we've had fantastic crowds throughout the summer. Tomorrow is a sellout as well, but I think we'll all be back at the office. This game will be done today. India needs 7 or 8 wickets. We're going to be saying that all day. If England go close, Wokes will probably bat. Siraj again, and this is comfortable from Root, who eases the ball through backward point, where it's fielded by Ravindra Jadeja. Always seems like a waste to have Jadeja out on the boundary. If I was India, I'd rather have him at gully.
No, he can't field in gully.
Really?
With his fingers. That's why we've never really seen him at slip or gully all that much in modern cricket. If you remember, I think, what was it, 2014, he was a slip fielder. Dropped Alistair Cook when Alistair Cook went on to make a big 100. Pankaj Singh, I think, was the bowler. Really hasn't done it a lot because of his fingers ever since. So, yeah, a bit like Ben Stokes eventually.
I was wondering how long it would take before Pankaj got a mention. Pushed out to cover point. No run. 80s.
The Pankaj Singh diaries.
Soon to be replaced by the...
Cambodge?
Yeah, I couldn't remember Anshul. I was struggling to remember his first name.
I think Cambodge is probably more of Vinay Kumar than Pankaj Singh.
Yeah.
There's some deep cuts in this.
Yeah.
if you're not really following Indian fast bowlers over the last 15 years, people are they making up names?
Has Cameron possibly got a dummy in his mouth?
He does, yes.
Does know that's supposed to go in his ear, doesn't he? Oh, there's a play and a miss again. This time from Ollie Pope. That's the kind of shot we associate with him at the start of an innings. Nowhere near the pitch of the ball. Throwing his arms at one, or hands at one. And there's Siraj again. Let's find out from Gary Morgan how many times he's beaten the outside back today.
I wonder, John, if that's the first actual swing we've seen. I'm just waiting to see a replay, of which we're not going to see. But that to me didn't look like it seamed away, it looked like it swung away. And if that's the case, this just got a lot more difficult for England. And I think that's what we talked about when we first came on air, wasn't it? It hadn't done a great amount, it had done little bits, but to suddenly swing, yeah, that is a big deal.
I know on Sky they were saying how the swing is all coming from the overheads rather than the pitch. Certainly England's task has just got... Oh, he's been trapped on the pads! Prashi Krishna goes up for a leg before, and Jarrod calls Ollie Pope through for a leg by. Now, I don't think there's any bat on this. It's Jarrod.
I just thought he was going to give that out. They've stolen a leg by because every Indian player was appealing.
They're not going to review it.
Oh, well, I think Washington Sundar came in and said he hit it.
What umpire
is
given as leg buys.
Looks straight, doesn't it?
It was height. The only thing from my mind was height.
That might have been what Washington said. It wasn't that high, though.
No, it wasn't. I'm really surprised they haven't reviewed because I think umpires call. Yeah, I'm gobsmacked actually. Unless he. Well, we'll find out. Find out if that was a good decision or not. They did waste a couple of reviews yesterday, and that cost them a wicket. But it was of Mohammad Siraj. This is a touch shorter, and Ollie Pope is suddenly starting to look uncomfortable at the crease again. He's hit high up on the thigh pad. 87 for 2. We haven't seen a replay yet.
It's umpire's call. I'm just hearing from Mr. Ponsonby beside us.
There we go. It was umpire's call.
I thought it was probably
on
more
height,
likely, but I would have given it live.
Is it on height, Cameron? Here's Krishna again. This is a front foot drive from Pope, and a throw at the stumps. Or he shapes to throw at the stumps, and he's kept hold of the ball. And not only did he trick me, he also tricked the fielder at mid-wicket, who started to run towards the boundary. Should Asia, it is. 87 for 2, so, well, it wouldn't have been given, wouldn't have been overturned, is what we're hearing. Krishna again pitched up, and this is flicked through mid-wicket. Good tumbling stop at mid-on, and that just keeps the pressure on England and keeps Ollie Pope at the crease.
This weird half light out here at the moment as well, isn't it? The lights haven't fully kicked in, but it is a little bit grimy, but there's like some sun poking through as well.
Clipping leg stump, ESPN cricket info saying.
So it wasn't high.
No, I mean, unless it was height,
Yeah.
clipping top like leg stump bail. Here is Krishna again, short delivery, and Ollie Pope tries to ramp this ball over the cordon, and Jarrod takes a good tumbling catch to his left, and now Jarrod's putting his cap on because the sun's come out. Cameron Ponsonby's got his sunnies on. He's booking flights and looking at hotels, no doubt. Floodlights are still on. Dark cloud on the horizon. The sun has just peeked out to have a look at the cricket because it's compelling. It's a good take from Jarrod. He actually dropped the ball. I don't think there was any bat on it. This is pitched up and driven by Pope. But not from the meat of the bat, and that's the end of another entertaining over here at the Oval. 1 run coming from it, a huge shout for leg before, a play and a miss, and England are 87 for 2, having lost Ben Ducket in Prashid Krishna's first over of the day for 54.
Wow. He's looking
That's
good.
Jarrod Kimber there.
He's looking good, isn't he? It's just, there seems to be a lot going on. And also, we've got the lights on. A minute ago, it was brighter than now the clouds come back in again. It's really, I think it's hard. It's just hard to readjust your eyes. Only assume it's the same out in the middle at the moment. I think there's a little bit of swing. We've seen a little bit of bounce from Prashid Krishna. He's bowling fuller than I thought he would, but he's also beat the bat with a short one. And at the other end, Mohammad Siraj is bowling better.
Siraj, this is a 9-over spell, but over 2 days. Ooh, it kept a bit low and left alone by Joe Root. 2 slips, Ghali backward point. There's a cover fielder mid-off, no, extra cover mid-on, and there's a square leg, fine leg as well. And there's runs there, there's boundaries, but singles and rotation currently more difficult to come by. But nobody scored more runs than Joe Root in Test cricket in games between these two countries. Oh, he goes fishing, does Root. It's an Ollie Pope style shot there, and it's another play and a miss to Mohammad Siraj, who is genuinely laughing now.
He has certainly deserved a wicket so far this morning, and that ball is now just curving away nicely for him, sort of angling it in, so he's still seaming the odd one back, and yeah, that one's gone a long way away. Good luck playing this at the moment. If England get past the next 20 minutes without another wicket, it's a huge victory. Doesn't look likely right at the moment.
No, it doesn't. India all over England at the moment, but how long can Siraj go on for? As this is dabbed into the ground by Root. Again, does seem to stay a touch low there. We haven't seen that lift that Akashdeep got yesterday, the alarming lift. That,
It's more from this end, isn't it? This
Yeah.
end has the extra bounces and the other end has the lower bounce. Certainly, I think Gary's been putting the stats up. Most of the wickets have come from the pavilion end in this game.
yeah.
So that's the end that Siraj is on. Still only 2 slips and, well, let's say 3 slips because the other, I think Siraj is at 5th.
Siraj again, and he's beaten Root. He's gone up for caught behind, and Jadeja's come in from backward point, and
So Jadeja
Siraj absolutely thinks there's been an outside edge. Joe Root looks...
Judral's saying no. Shubman Gill has said no. So behind the wicket they didn't hear anything. Jadeja and Shubman Gill are still talking.
And
They did not go for
they're
that.
not going for a review.
It didn't look like he hit it from here, John.
No, I didn't feel it had either. And you know what? I was just about to say, Joe Root's looking uncomfortable, a little bit guilty, and I think he was putting it on.
I just think that was one of those moments where you end up reviewing a ball because it's a great ball and it's really exciting and you're not sure what's happened. So I think Shubman Gill's done the right thing here, unless Jadeja and Siraj have better ears than everyone else on the field. I didn't really hear anything, did you?
I didn't hear anything, but the reaction of Jadeja was very interesting. The bowler didn't look quite as excited until Jadeja really went for it. This is on the pads and pushed out to mid-on.
He did run down the wicket saying it was out. So
yeah, but it kind of was like after he saw Jadeja coming in. He went up for it and started to kind of pull it back until Jadeja went hurtling in. I should just say as well, Joe Root wasn't beaten outside past the outside edge on a 4th stump line. I think that ball bounced over off stump. He was trying to play. We haven't seen a replay of it, have we? Well, we've seen one replay. But
no, you're right. Definitely went over off stump.
Siraj again. This is driven up to mid-off, and Siraj with a little words back to the batter, who survives the over, and that's drinks. An eventful hour which saw England start the day 50 for 1. They've added 37 runs to their score, but they've lost Ben Ducket shortly after reaching 50. He was caught well by KR Rahul. Another sharp chance taken by India's second slip. Since then, both Joe Root and Ollie Pope have looked uncomfortable and haven't really added to the score. Just 5 runs coming since Ben Ducket was dismissed in the 3.2 overs that have been bowled to them. I think England need a drink. India will be happy with how the first hour's gone, but we've got plenty of cricket still to come here on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Neil Manthorp's about to come in, and it's a good morning to, or good afternoon to Sid Monga from ESPN Cricket Info.
Good afternoon, John.
How you doing? You couldn't join us for drinks last night. It was a bit of a shame.
Yeah. I had already made plans before that.
I know. And you're not a plan breaker.
No.
You're an honourable guy. If you say you're going to be somewhere at a certain time...
I am there 5 minutes before that.
No, you're a 5 minute before it.
I was there, here, at 5 to noon.
Oh, yeah, you are. Yeah, very good. Commentary etiquette is just another of your many, many strengths. Your reflections on the opening hours play today before Manners comes in?
My wife says turning up before time is my weakness.
Is she...
she is...
You've got to be there at 6 and they're still getting
she's
ready
like
at 5
quarter
to 6.
Yeah. But...
Sounds very familiar to the situation I have. I imagine in Jarrod's house it's the other way around, but anyway, he's not listening, so...
Yeah, Jarrod's always late.
Jarrod late, Miriam on time, I'm reckoning. Oh no. So yeah,
India
first
have turned
out,
up.
sun's out again.
India have turned up on time.
Yeah.
That was an intense hour of bowling. Siraj bowling through the session, through the hour from one end and creating, I don't know, I forgot, lost count of the chances he's created. He went past Duckett's bat, I think 7 or 8 times in 2 overs. then he went for the dip with one full in-swinging delivery, which is how he got Bethel and Crawley out earlier in the test. But that was not quite a Yorker, not quite an undrivable ball, and Ducket actually found a release through it and then got himself going before Prasidh Krishna actually bowled the perfect length, which was about 5 meters, I guess. It looked like about 5 meters, which was inviting you to drive, but not quite a half volley, and that got the edge. And good, smart field placements. They have runs to defend, so they have one deep cover or deep point, denying Ducket the boundaries and making him play straighter than he likes to.
Yes. I think it's been a fascinating hour. I really do. And as I make my way, my overriding feeling is that maybe England possibly have baseballed it a little bit more.
Yeah, there was a lot of sledging going on, asking him to go for... Yeah, Jaiswal was in his ear. Why don't you play your shots? This is not your natural game.
Yeah.
And I think that discouraged him a little bit, because if you do that and you go out, you look very silly, and it becomes a viral reel, and everybody's talking about how somebody got into your head. And
I think the pressure of the situation is getting to England. Manners is about to come in. Prasidh Krishna about to bowl from the Vauxhall end, and it's Ollie Pope.
And it's not an easy pitch to bat on. Krishna over the wicket, really full, almost a Yorker, dug out to cover point. Who is Abhimanyu Ishwaran, who is substituting for Karun Nair, who was hit on the hand, if you remember, in the first ball of his innings yesterday. I see Akashdeep getting loose again. He's bowled a spell already. If there were 4 fast bowlers, he would have only come for a burst just before lunch. But now that Siraj has bowled through an hour at the other end, at the pavilion end, they will need a new bowler there. And I see Akashdeep is getting ready to put in a long shift. Krishna runs in again. Another full ball. It was a lovely long half volley, driven straight down the ground for 4. Just about a foot wide off the stumps at the non-striker's end. Welcome, Neil.
Thank you very much indeed, Sid Monga. That was beautifully described. It's a lovely shot, wasn't it, from Ollie Pope. Jeremy Coney was saying in the first half an hour that he was going through the list of key players, key performers who may decide the outcome of this game, and he said Root very important, Ben Ducket very important, Jamie Smith very important. He didn't mention Ollie Pope at all, and I picked him up on that. Krishna in again, tucked away defensively out on the onside, and there's no run. He said, I think if he scores runs, that'll be a bonus for England. His record in the second innings and fourth innings is shocking. Really, really poor.
But once it gets in, I was just reminded of this line by Steve James about a couple of years ago.
Here is Krishna again, bowls, and that was driven square at the wicket on the offside. Gee, that's hit very well. And there's a slip out in the deep from by Yashasvi Jaiswal as he hauls it in before the rope, but they've gone through for 2, 93 for 2.
The line said Ollie Pope is the worst starter since prawn cocktail. Are you a prawn cocktail?
Do you know, it's one of those things that can be truly dreadful when it's sort of mass produced. You know, when they're sort of frozen shrimps with Thousand Island dressing. I'm not that kind of person, but a couple of actual proper prawns with some garlic butter and a slice of French bread. No, that's a whole different thing. Yes.
An hour into the innings, he might just be getting there, Ollie Pope.
And that's whipped away through mid-wicket. That's a lovely shot. It's another 2 full delivery from Prasidh Krishna. 4 more through mid-wicket. That's 2 half volleys he's bowled in this over. I think that was a half volley, pretty sure it was, and it was 2 straight as well, and just whipped through mid-wicket for 4.
2 half volleys, and I'm pretty sure he was lucky that the third one went fuller than he aimed for, and it ended up yorking Pope. He's getting greedy, isn't he? He's got a wicket in his first over. That too of a slightly fuller ball. I think he's got greedy here, Prasidh Krishna. He needs to go back to hitting that 6 to 8 meter length, which is what Siraj has done all hour long.
Here is Prasidh Krishna again, bowls, and it's too short, and it's pulled through mid-wicket. It's 4 more. He's overcompensated. Now, it wasn't a long hop. I mean, it wasn't desperately short, but it was too short by maybe a couple of metres, and Ollie Pope very quickly into position to play the pull shot. And, well, he's faced 33 balls. 20 is the usual benchmark for when a batsman is in, and Ollie Pope's picked up 3 boundaries in that over, and he's up to 27. England have 100 on the board, 101 for 2.
Lovely short arm jab. He didn't have any backlift, which gave him the time to go at it without it having to be too short, and the timing was perfect. Prasidh Krishna, see, you don't get too many tests to play for India when everyone is fit. He's got 3 this series, and he's not even being asked to bowl bouncers now. He has to start hitting that good length. Otherwise, when everyone's fit, who knows when you get the next test for India?
Yeah, well, he's got a very, very big, possibly career-defining day ahead of him. Here's Mohammad Siraj, and that's driven through the offside for 4 by Joe Root. Glorious, glorious shot. My word, Siraj can't bowl all day, and he is human. He's played every one of these 5 tests, but it's just a bit of width, and that's a fine, fine cricket shot from Joe Root.
I can totally understand Siraj wanting to bowl one more over, because he's bowled beautifully throughout the hour and still doesn't have a wicket, and as a bowler you believe that one is around the corner, your luck is about to turn, but one whole hour and then another over, I'm not sure.
Yeah, well, you have enough doubt that you won't be quite clear, and it just looked a bit tired, didn't it? And he should be tired. Really, and he's not superhuman, although you might think he is. It's steered away by Root. There's a man at deep backward point who was unable to cut off the previous boundary. It's Jadeja. This time Root just takes a single. It's one of the hallmarks of greatness. You know, boundary followed by a single. Get down the other end. Take a breath. Root up to 8, 106 for 2. Long, long, long day ahead of us. Hopefully there won't be any rain. Hopefully we reach a fitting climax to what has been a magnificent, utterly memorable series.
Did he flip the bails on the way back? Just to turn his luck around.
And Kumar Dharmasena, it seemed a little protective, didn't he?
He's been quite officious this test match.
Did you see him talking to Washington Sundar at the beginning of the over? He walked over to Sundar, who's fielding at mid-off, and had quite a long conversation. Here's Siraj again. Big appeal for leg before wicket. Oh, that's got to be close. Out goes the finger. Ollie Pope's gone. Don't think you need to review that, Captain. That has kept low. It's very straight. Mohammad Siraj carrying on this wonderful spell. He's been hit for a boundary, but that one kept low. It's right in front. Ollie Pope's talking to Joe Root, and Root saying maybe it was going down, maybe it was going down, but he's been given out. They have reviewed.
The way Ollie Pope threw his head back clearly suggested he was desperate for an on-field not out, because he knows that there's at least an umpire's call on here.
Looked very out to me, didn't it?
Scramble seam, the wobble seam. Oh, that looks plumb.
Absolutely, absolutely plumb. I would say hitting the top of middle.
The best result Pope gets from here is to retain a review.
Yeah, I must say that Ollie Pope knew it was out, didn't he? He knew it was out. Hitting the top of middle. Mohammad Siraj.
What do we know?
Beauty.
What do we know? We were saying, let's not be greedy, let's not finish our bowler for a day, but Shubman Gill listened to Mohammad Siraj, gave him another over. He bowled a perfectly pitched wobble seam ball, which came back in after pitching. You can't do, it's physically impossible, humanly impossible to react to seam movement at this pace. You can only hope that it takes the inside edge. It did not. hit him flush in front of middle stump, hitting top of middle. Ollie Pope is gone for 27 of 34. He was just getting into his work, wasn't he, Neil?
That's right. He's a poor starter, but you would have thought that he was in and he got over his poor start. But I must say that it's extremely difficult, as you said, to play that. It's kept it's hitting the top of middle, so it's not like, when I say it kept low, it kept a little bit low, but it was the movement that made Pope exaggerate the effect that it kept low.
And at that pace, you need just a little bit of unusualness, and you need to be accurate, which Siraj is more often than not. Just rewards for him for having toiled through that hour, beating Ducket's bat again and again and again and again, and now he's got his wicket.
Very unusual to see a top order batsman play and miss 5 times in an over, which is what happened to Ben Ducket. He was looking to score from 2 of them, but 3, he was 3 defensive shots. Siraj went past the outside edge, and now England have 2 men brand new at the crease. Well, brand new is Harry Brook. Joe Root has only faced 13 balls for his 8 runs, and they're 106 for 3. And a frustrating first half hour for India is now a thing of the past. What's up with Karen Nair, by the way?
He was hit on the ball first. He was hit in the glove first ball yesterday, but he's still doing 12th-man duties. Probably not. The hand is not. He just wants to protect his hand, especially when he stands at slip.
Here's Siraj, bowls to Harry Brook, bouncer first up. I think Brook was expecting it and just ducks underneath it. I think he was certainly he certainly was not taken by surprise. I think he was probably expecting a short ball. So Iswaran is the substitute fielder, 29-year-old. He's quite a live wire. Hasn't played a test match, and I don't think has even sniffed a test cap on this tour. But he averages 48 in first-class cricket, I see, for Bengal, and he's played a lot of India A, hasn't he?
Yeah, and he's near the side, averaging 48 only because he's an opener in that middle order that is so jam-packed. You will average 60 in first-class cricket to get in.
Yes, right. Siraj in again. Brook back and across, plays defensively. Siraj does his own fielding and then tries to kick it up to himself, playing a little bit of keepy-uppy, but it goes astray, and Jaiswal comes in to pick up and field. 2 wickets today. England resuming on 50 for 1. They've lost. Ben Ducket caught good sharp catch at second slip by KL Rahul off the bowling of Prasidh Krishna, and now Ollie Pope LBW to the excellent Mohammad Siraj. I hope he's got a very long lie-down scheduled after this series.
Yeah. Hope they don't put him in the Duleep Trophy.
Please. Here's Siraj again, and as pushed away by Brook out towards square leg. Yashasvi Jaiswal does the fielding. And applause, I'd say almost rapturous applause for Mohammad Siraj. I was talking earlier with Jeremy Coney, said about my accommodation, which is very close to the Oval. I went for a run just before 8 o'clock this morning. 8 o'clock this morning, hundreds of supporters, hundreds of fans. There's a Tesco's, which they didn't know, obviously, that opened at 10 o'clock. There were about 300 or 400 people outside looking to buy some food and get themselves prepared. A majority, I have to say, were wearing India replica shirts or carrying India flags. India support massive for what they will see as not a day to draw the series. They'll see it as a win. Well, a test win, but that's a bit high from Krishna. New over begins, hits Root on the pad. It'll feel like a win, won't it? I mean, 2-2, they say, is unsatisfactory, but for India, who haven't taken their chances rather too often, I think they will feel like a win, won't they?
I mean, once the euphoria of winning this test goes down, they might look at it as a lost opportunity, especially Headingley.
Krishna in once more, back of a length outside the off stump, steered by Root to gully.
Yeah, Lords could have gone either way, fair enough. Old Trafford, they did really well to come out with a draw. But Headingley is what they will look at as a missed opportunity and a rare opportunity to win a series in England. India haven't won a series in England since 2007.
Yeah, I'll never forget that 7 for 41 they lost.
Yeah.
The second day.
Yeah.
They should have made 550 at least, and that one is driven through the offside gloriously by Joe Root. He's played 2 of the most sumptuous cover drives in this brief innings. Very brief, very early stages, but gosh, my word, that was pleasing on the eye. It's just Krishna's bowling a bit too full, which is better than bowling too short.
Yeah, and this might just be the perfect length, might be 5 to 6 meters, which on this pitch, if it does anything of the surface, can have you in trouble. This length is better than what he did last over.
That
when
wasn't
he
a half volley.
No, he hit it on the up. If it moves, he is in danger for that ball.
Here's Krishna again, and this time Root rides the bounce up onto his toes, steers it down wide of Sidharth in the gully. He dives to his right, but they go through for another single. 111 for 3.
You know what he feels? He feels that when he bowls the good length, when he goes up, he feels he ends up floating it up, which kind of does not then get you seam movement, which is a problem Ishant Sharma had for the longest period of time before he started hitting the good length. He needs to figure out a way where he still has the same energy behind the ball and is still hitting sort of 6 to 8 meters, which he's still working on, and he's aware of it. The hack that worked for Ishant Sharma came from Jason Gillespie. He said, you forget the pitch, you forget where you're pitching. You try to hit the knee roll of the pad.
Extra slip in place now for Harry Brook as he's off the mark, guiding this one square of the wicket on the offside. 112 for 3.
You don't look at the pitch, you don't look at the pitch map, you don't look at where you're pitching the ball. You aim, you try to bowl as fast as possible, and you aim for the knee roll, top of the pad. And this is how Ishant found a way to start pitching it up without losing that sting in the ball. Perhaps a quick call to Gillespie is due. He was threatening his record earlier in the match. As the night watch.
Yeah. 2 slips in a gully now for Joe Root, who digs this one out, sets off with a single, and makes it quite comfortably. That was good running, very good running.
He's got the same physique as Gillespie, lanky, tall, not the mullet.
No. Disease still quite proud of his mullet days. you know, there are those who sort of look back at pictures of themselves with a hairstyle like that and they feel a bit awkward and embarrassed. Not Dizzy.
Nor phlegm.
No, I mean, and in fact, you go down to Australasia, New Zealand and Australia, and you still see guys who...
The mullet is coming back.
Really? There's the mullet, and then there's the permed mullet, which is the frizzy at the back, which is a whole different ball game, I think.
I think that was Danny Morrison.
Right, it's Joe Root on strike on 14, and short pull shot attempted by Joe Root. Mohammad Siraj is continuing, by the way, and why not? He's bowled through the first over. We thought maybe drinks would be a good opportune time for him to take a breather, but he bowled another over, was driven for 4, and then trapped Ollie Pope LBW for 27.
And he's into his next over. He was asked about this earlier, you know. I think before Old Trafford, when you keep playing on every test, you keep bowling a whole huge load of overs, don't you need workload management? And his reply was, God has kept me healthy, and I should use the gift I've been given.
Here is Siraj once again, and that's pushed away through square leg and go through for a single as Jaiswal fields. I think that's sensible, you know. I mean, I think we might just have, unpopular opinion coming up perhaps, but I think we might just have gone slightly too far in trying to preempt injuries. You know, I mean, becoming injured and breaking down and missing games is going to happen. Trying to use science to guess when that happens and then rest players before it does, I think is a science which is not only imperfect but fraught with danger.
But at the same time, we have more fast bowlers today, bowling faster for longer and playing more games.
Siraj in once again outside the off stump, left alone by Harry Brook.
So I have all the respect for the fast bowlers of the previous years, but they never played this much. They could afford to, keep bowling in the nets, keep staying naturally fit, and then come on and bowl and play every test match and wait for the injury to happen before preempting it. But it's just the workload is so much. There's so many formats. There's so much travel. Travel is one of the biggest issues, because you don't get to look after yourself. You're traveling, playing. Travel. Even if it's 4 overs in an IPL, it's just travel, hotel.
Siraj in again. Brook leaves alone outside the off stump. The other thing that if you talk to enough players from previous eras, international players, they will admit that there were times when they weren't operating at full intensity. There were times when they weren't going absolutely flat out, and they weren't bowling at full pace. They were just getting through the overs, and not half-hearted. It's still international cricket.
Yeah, of course.
But not bowling themselves to breaking point.
Yeah.
There'll be times in quiet periods in innings, which there aren't really now, where they just sort of get through 6 tidy overs, wait for the new ball, not take too much out of themselves. Siraj in once again. Brook pushes it up towards mid-on, no run.
Absolutely, but the batters today will not let you do that, because if you try to do those 6 overs, you will concede 30 runs in those 6 overs.
Yeah, that's right. I mean,
and also the scrutiny, the Hawkeye, you know the pace. you knew Jasprit Bumrah's pace was down because it was there, and we saw it come gradually down through the series. All that was not happening in the previous eras.
Quite exactly. It was easier to disguise the fact that you were maybe operating at 70%, 80%. Here's Siraj again. That's leg side, flicked in the air by Harry Brook, down to long leg, fielded by Krishna. They go through for a single.
Nothing against them. They did not have the privileges these guys have. They never came close to the boots that these guys have these days. The money was limited. They did not have access to so much science, so much assistance, so much support coming. There was no backroom staff. So, yeah, I understand where they're coming from. But these guys have everything. Why not use that knowledge?
Scrutiny is the exactly the right word. I mean, there's apart from speed guns and the like, there's 42 cameras
absolutely
during this series. There's absolutely no hiding whatsoever, and more media scrutiny as well.
So much media looking for a new angle on what happened in the day's play. They are watching like a hawk everything.
So 2 wickets fallen today. Ben Ducket 54, Ollie Pope 27, and now Root and Brook at the crease as Prasid Krishna continues. That one is defended by Harry Brook, who's made a sedate start, hasn't he? He looks, there's been nothing flashy about Harry Brook, and I know he's only faced 9 balls, but I'm not so sure that he's 9 balls at the start of any other innings have not included anything flashy.
But he's not been allowed anything flashy either. There's this. An example is this ball on the perfect length, no room. He had to defend it. I'd like to see Krishna just do that 6 balls in a row.
Krishna in once again. Well, that's 2 in a row.
That's 2 in 6. Yes.
Good delivery, pushed away by Brook up towards mid-wicket, and there's no run.
He's finding his groove there. Hopefully he can continue doing this for the rest of the over. It does not matter if he gets a wicket or not, if he does not beat the bat or not. If he can keep bowling this length, there will be some seam movement, there will be some uneven bounce as the day goes on.
Your excellent colleague, Matt Roller, and I'm a huge fan of both of yours actually, but he's just sent an interesting tweet out, and that one is pushed firmly by Brook, timed sumptuously actually, down to long leg.
Still good length, slight bit of width, so Brook gets a single.
No. See it? He says, an archetypal series, 306 runs at 34 for Ollie Pope, a tick below his career average with 100. Incredibly, his 27 today was his second highest score in the 4th innings of a test.
Wow. I know what you mean now.
304 runs at 34. It's not good enough, is it? Really?
No, not for a number 3.
Here's Krishna again, clipped away behind square on the leg side by Joe Root. And you know, an archetypal, I think he's referring to the fact that, you know, there is one big scorer in there.
Yeah.
You know, there's always one big scorer, like Zach Crawley.
Yeah, both of them, and that's the problem. England have 2 of them in the top 3, and I think I suspect Crawley's career keeps getting stretched only because of the height difference between him and Ben Ducket. If Ben Ducket gets a growth spurt, that might be curtains for Crawley.
That's the point. Their average, the number of runs they've scored as an opening partnership, and their average opening partnership is actually very good, despite Crawley's miserable average himself. That one is pushed away defensively again by Harry Brook out towards mid-wicket.
I could empathize with India's bowlers in that brief period of play before lunch on day 2. The same ball, which is not a bad ball, was getting cut and driven for 4s, getting timed the pants of it, and they were beaten off their length. In the second innings, they came in smarter. They had a deep cover in place right from ball 1. They denied them those boundaries, and they kept the lid on scoring.
Prasid Krishna in. Oh, thick edge, runs away down towards third man. I don't think it'll be cut off by Jaiswal. And that's 4 fortuitous runs for Harry Brook. Genuine edge, thick outside edge. He moves from 3 to 7. And total up to 121 for 3.
He's not got a wicket in this over, but this is the best over Krishna has bowled in this innings. Good lengths, all 6 balls. There was some width earlier which got them a single, but then he drew an edge which on another day could have gone straight to hand. And if he can keep doing this, he has all the ingredients, all the physical gifts that you need as a fast bowler.
Talk to me about spin. Talk to me about Ravi Jadeja and Washington Sundar, how much they might bowl, how much you think they should bowl, how they should be used. Is Washington Sundar now the more attacking option of the 2?
He is, but they will be used very little. I don't think... we've got a bowling change now. Siraj is done, finally, thankfully.
Thankfully? What do you mean for his sake?
I don't want him to get injured, yeah. Bowling another over, greedy.
It's Akashdeep from the pavilion end, and that's driven by Joe Root out towards wide mid-off, straight to the fielder.
I can understand why he's greedy, because he's bowled overs and overs, struck loads of overs in the first 4 tests, which have been flat wickets. He's finally got a pitch which is assisting him, and he's going past the bat again and again. He wants to get more wickets, I can understand it, but for his sake, for his well-being, I'm glad he's done. But I don't think till about 40 minutes to 1 hour after lunch, I don't think India will bowl more than 2 overs of spin. And those 2 overs might come when Prasid Krishna is tired from this end.
Is Akashdeep again, and it's driven by Root, not timed again, straight to Washington Sundar mid-off.
And Washington and Jadeja is a good debate, because now there are 2 right-hand batters and his drift has worked. So it might pay to start off with Washington Sundar.
Well, exactly. That's what I thought. That's why I asked you. I think he's been under-bowled and underutilised, underappreciated. I think his spell at Lords, 4 for 22, dragged India back into that game and gave them a chance, as that one is pushed by Root out towards cover again, fielded by Iswaran.
And that was beautiful bowling. It was not big turn. There were not, orthodox off-spinner wickets beating the inside edge or getting or going straight on and taking the outside. It looks like they've missed a straight ball, but it was the drift that did him in the air, and they ended up playing inside the line of the ball.
Drift, exactly. That's it's a key component. I mean, Washington, puts revolutions on the ball. He's a spinner. It's outside the off stump, swinging away from Joe Root, left alone.
I'll tell you a funny discovery I made, because he's drifting it so much. I thought he would be dipping it also, and having batters play in between. So the threshold, according to cricket quiz, is if you're playing within 2 meters of the ball pitching, you're fine. It's almost a half volley. If you're playing it after 3 meters of it pitching, you're fine because it has done what it had to do. So if you keep getting them within 2 to 3 meters, you're doing very well.
Here's Akash again outside the off stump, left alone by Root.
Washington's on the lowest percentage of deliveries in this series among spinners, played at 2 to 3 danger zone. Jadeja, the highest percentage of deliveries. So Washington is beating them in the line with the drift. Jadeja is beating them on the length with the dip. And if there is something in the pitch, Jadeja is always at you because of that unerring length and depth he gets.
See, Jacob Bethel bowled some nonsense, but he bowled one ball that spun and bounced, and I just thought, oh, it could be a role for the spinners here. Akash in again. Joe Root pushes it up towards mid-on, straight to the fielder.
Isn't it the old, the late Shane Warne, the great late Shane Warne, who used to say, when it seems, it spins.
Absolutely right. Absolutely right. Jeremy Coney and Jon Norman are about to take over. Take us through until lunchtime. We've got another little hold-up in play. One of the England 12th man reserve fielders is on with a drink and a change of gloves, I think. 25 minutes to go. Well, 26, 27 minutes to go till lunch. 121 for 3. Here's Jarrod Kimber, and then Jon Norman and Jeremy will join you.
Sounds weird to say, and a lot of England fans may not like this, but I think only losing 2 wickets with what's happened so far is probably a little bit of a victory for England. Still behind in the game by a long distance. You have Brook, Root, Smith to come, obviously Overton and Bethel as well. I'd much rather be in India's position, but considering what's been going on with the ball at times and the bowling, as this one comes in from Prasidh Krishna, top of off stump. Harry Brook just sort of leans on this, opens the face, gets it to Gully. Safely along the ground, there's no run. They've really decided to just keep this sort of very much a ring field with the odd sweeper out to try and keep the boundaries down. And 121 after 32 overs. They haven't allowed England to get away in England style, Jon Norman.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Half an hour to go then until lunch, and it feels like this partnership have got to put on a substantial amount as Krishna is in. This is dab down to point from the bat of Harry Brook, who's 7 not out. No advancing down the track and inside edging past his own stumps on the drive. First ball in the second innings. The other end is Joe Root. There is as close to as an air of permanence that you're going to get now, right now, with Root and Brook, England's 2 best batters at the crease. And if India strike again before lunch, it's going to be very, very difficult, as it is anyway, as this is comfortably steered down to deep backward point from Harry Brook, who moves to 8, score 122 for 3. Jeremy, good to see you.
Jon. Yep, it's an interesting little period of play, isn't it? We've seen Siraj put in a big shift of 8 overs. This morning he got the ball finally to swing as the cloud cover increased over the oval and the lights came on for a while. They've been turned off now.
And it's Krishna again running in, and this is driven in the air a touch. Root onto the shot slightly earlier than he expected, but fielded at mid-on, no run, 122 for 3. Do you agree that this is a partnership that's got to take England close? I mean, these two are split before lunch, with England still 225 away, 220.
Oh, well, they certainly, they're 2 of the 4 that I just mentioned right at the start. Ducket, Root, Brook and Smith are the particular ones that I kind of see. 3 of them aggressive players. Root, of course, can play and score quite quickly.
And it is Root playing defensively on his toes, pushed back to the bowler.
And it's quite difficult to stop sometimes once he gets in. But this is a pitch that there's a little bit of variable bounce. There's a little bit of swing when the cloud cover comes over the oval. And there's some seam movement as well. And so we've now gone to 11 LBWs in the match. And we've got 10 caught behind in the match. Both from movement, one where your bat doesn't come into play in your LBW, or one you can't get your bat out of the way with a caught behind.
Krishna again, This is pitched up and driven. Over pitch this time from Krishna, just a touch of whip. And Joe Root leans into the cover drive and punches this away for 4. 126 for 3. Root moves to 20. Brook is 8. And we are about 25 minutes away from the lunch break. At a minimum, India would have wanted 2 wickets. At a maximum, England would have not wanted to lose any more than 2 wickets.
Yeah, Krishna's been interesting, hasn't he? I thought he had some good rhythm prior to drinks, and he was causing trouble to Root when he came in initially. It was him, wasn't it, who nearly got him LBW, but there was given not out on the field of play, and it was still striking the stumps, and it was a very similar kind of dismissal as he was out in the first innings.
Akashdeep from the pavilion end, always a play and a miss, and Harry Brooks on the move, trying to drive and gone past the outside edge.
Yeah, and as long as that happens, it'll keep the Indian bowlers interested.
I think we're going to get these conditions for the day. I don't think we're going to get too much sun, so you imagine, I think the ball has done a bit throughout this test match, and I think it will continue doing a bit.
It's a question now of how long does Krishna, how many overs does he bowl? Does he bowl right to lunch?
Here's deep again, down the track is Brook, and steers this to point.
Akashdeep has replaced Siraj after his long shift, and you'd think he would carry on to lunch at this point. But will Krishna, he's been bowling here a little time now. Would you try Sundar with the breeze and the flags up there on the top of the pavilion? If that's the same at ground level, he will help the drift that he naturally gets. And remember, he got Brook out in one of the tests, didn't he? Charged, I think, at Old Trafford, was it? And was stumped. And it's always, you've just got to watch someone like that.
Here is deep again, and Brook has swatted this over or through the fielders at mid-wicket into the boundary for 4. Kind of sat up. Akashdeep, of the 3 bowlers, has looked the least threatening in both spells. Jarrod, do you think a bit of Sundar, Washington Sundar? I mean, this Krishna spell now is 6 overs.
It's just a try, that's all. I think I'd like to see a spinner, rather than come on to rest somebody, that he might just get a wicket. And you know, he's done that in the past, hasn't he? If you think at Lords as well, he's caused some problems.
Yeah, either of the spinners. I understand your idea with the breeze and Brook, but left arm finger spinner also can help here. Police also depends on Prashant Krishna. He looks okay out there, actually.
Yeah, I think we've got a couple more from Krishna. Down the track comes Brook. Well, he is on the move. He is driving the ball. He's certainly not trying to get through to lunch. This is extraordinary. It's actually gone for 6 over extra cover. We're back in Wellington, Jeremy. The ball's travelling down the road.
Well, he got 170 there, didn't he, with shots like that? And that was actually really nipping around there. That was some innings, and he just didn't seem to miss one, did he? He said later, he said, I'd never played like that before on a pitch like that. Everybody else was struggling like that, everybody, apart from him.
Well, we've seen Harry Brook go at Akashdeep like this before, haven't we, at Lords? But in the end, Akashdeep had the last laugh. Yeah,
I was just thinking the same thing. I do think Harry Brook really likes the Akashdeep matchup and likes facing him. But if I'm India, I'm not too worried about this at all. That was an extraordinary shot. Let him play 3 or 4 more, and that's what happened at Lords, and then he was gone.
Here is deep over the wicket to Harry Brook, who pulls, and he'll pick up a single down to deep square. It's fielded by Jaiswal, who of course yesterday took advantage of, was it 3 drops in the end? Certainly 2 at the end of day 2. I think he was put down again. 118 before he was caught at third man. So 137 for 3, and England 237 away. Lunch is 18 minutes. And what's happening up there? Are we seeing Akashdeep changing his boots, or Any of you two see?
It was something. I think maybe he was
Just cleaning the boots, was
Yeah.
it? He was down certainly on one knee there. I don't know if it was praying or genuflecting.
Here's deep again, down the leg side, and it's taken by Jarrod. You know, chases gone by. These two would have had Stokes to come in, and you know, at the start, the floodlights are on, by the way.
Yeah. I think keep the paces on when the floodlights are on.
Yeah.
is
I'm
my
with that.
question.
I'm with that.
I just think give yourself a little chance here. Hopefully, if Akash can get back online, I don't mind him getting hit, but he bowled a couple of short balls. He didn't need to bowl that over. He chucked one down the leg side as well. Just go back to him, and big brother Siraj is back on the field now. In true Siraj fashion, Jeremy, they threw him his hat and he dropped it.
Krishna is going to continue. No real surprises. He's a young man. I mean, we've seen some mammoth spells. He's only bowled 6 overs in this spell. He's picked up a wicket. He has been expensive, but that's kind of been the story of his series, isn't it? He's bowling over the wickets to Harry Brook, who takes it on the pull, and the ball is going to be caught, dropped! Oh, dropped over the boundary for 6. Siraj saw it all the way, got 2 hands to it, and he spilt it over the boundary for 6. Oh dear. Well, Jarrod, you did say that those overheads also make fielding more difficult. Has he dropped it or stepped on the boundary? Stepped on the boundary. He did catch it. It's Trent Bolt at Lord's. You probably don't want to remember that, Jeremy.
No, I've tried to forget that ever since.
It's Don Topley all those years ago.
Wow, I mean, he's caught that pretty easily and then just taken a step back. Brook thought he was gone, and then Brook suddenly realises, nope, I'm okay. Well, I did say a moment ago that Mohammad Siraj had
Dropped his hat.
but
But that's a question of balance, isn't it? And knowing where the Toblerone is.
Krishna, oh, it's a rasping delivery. It lifts off a length, and Harry Brook is caught between 2 minds about whether to play or not.
one thing I'll say for Siraj in that particular situation is that went very, very high, and because it went so high, I think he just lost where he was, and he thought, well, I've got about a foot back, and he's gone back then and took even a half step, Jeremy. It wasn't even a full step back, and he was about 3 inches further back than he thought he was.
Yeah, it's not even a half. He just lost his balance, didn't he, really? And he's putting the heel back down, and whack, it went onto the Toblerone. So, yep, some luck for Brook.
Down the track comes Harry Brook. It is carved up and over cover. Didn't really get anything on it. It's still going to reach the boundary. 4 more. Bazball's back.
Well, he's looking to try and upset, obviously, the medium paces for India. He's trying to attack them hard. He's taking risks. He's had some luck so far. See if he can keep it going with him.
I think this is what England need. I think England need to do this. And I think Harry Brook's the right man to do it as well.
Well, not if it costs him his wicket.
But I think they lose. I think they lose if they play normal cricket. Goes again, through the covers. This is going to race away. Chases on for the fielder, who does very well to haul it in. And it will be another 2. And could there be overthrows? Oh, you don't want to run out England. India do.
That would have been a run out. That was not a good decision there. Root and Brook both sort of saw a half chance, but that went straight through to Washington Sundar, and he would have fired that back in at whichever end he needed to.
Yeah, good movement, wasn't it? Athletic from Jaiswal in the offside to prevent that boundary. A big dive, making sure it went in. He was up again quickly and got a decent throw, even though it went past Jarrod.
Entertaining over, that's for sure. We've seen a 6 on the boundary after Mohammad Siraj took the catch but stepped on the boundary. We've seen some athletic fielding, and Harry Brook is on the charge. He goes again, he's lofted this, he's on the cut. I don't think he's trying to keep it down. Fielders don't know where it's gone. And it's another boundary, and the 150 is up for England. 153 for 3. Brook's race to 35. And suddenly India look a little bit nervy.
We are in a position here where the game could very quickly go one direction or the other, because it was an incredible shot, but he was just as likely to spoon that straight up in the air and be caught anywhere. Beautiful timing in the end. But yeah, it's going to go one way or the other very quickly here.
Krishna again, and this is dropped down to point, and there is a cheer from the England fans. End of the over. Extraordinary stuff here at the Oval. The game, wow, you didn't think it would just follow a normal path, did you? 6-4-4 in that over, plus another couple. And so England were 137 at the start, now 153 for 3. And that target has just come a little bit closer. 7 wickets in hand. We are expecting Chris Woakes to bat if he needs to. And he might, you know.
Yep. Well, a great over for England and for Harry Brook with some luck. Just by a heel with the ball taken, and then some good, big, bold strokes that have sent the message strongly to Krishna and to the and to the Indian fielding side.
Here is Akash Deep, and Joe Root, as he does, just runs it down to backward point, or through backward point of gully for a single. 154 for 3 England.
If I'm India, I'm happy with that single. I think Joe Root is just going to bat normally for the next 4 minutes. And I think Harry Brook's going to keep taking chances, and he's already been caught once before a step on the boundary. We've had some plays and misses as well. We've had another one that went up over cover just. I don't mind him batting for the next 10 minutes and batting the way he is. He's giving me lots of chances to get him out.
Yep. Well, they've now got they've posted, Gill has posted a sort of a long off, slightly wider than long off. There's a man down at kind of backward points, 7/8 of the way to the boundary. He could back pedal to get there. Just one in the covers, really. He's saying, look, we'll have a single. We're going to bowl at Root. We'd rather bowl at Root. Leg side, they've got a fine leg.
Pressure just comes finer in case he wants to scoop as well.
Yeah.
Deep is in, and Brook just runs this down to right of wide of gully where it's fielded. Single taken, 155 for 3.
That was good batting. That's much more sensible.
Yeah. And India are probably reasonably happy with that as well. If you want to play it, well, you go and stand up the other end for a while. We'll bowl at someone else. I know it's Root, but they've got to bring in now. They've got to try and save the single a little bit with that kind of approach, I think.
That was the crowd seeing the Siraj catch on the big screen, the big cheer there.
Story of this series still to be written, as Deep is in, and this is left alone by Root, who no doubt has been enjoying the fun of games at the non-striker's end.
That ball again just swinging away though. There's still plenty out here for India. They just have to stay at and around the stumps, just outside of stump, whichever the line is that they're trying to attack. One's going to keep a little bit low, one's going to nip back further than you think, a little bit of extra bounce, whatever that may be. All those things are on play today. Harry Brook, he might be able to play one of the greatest innings of all time, or he might just scoop one straight up in the air, and Joe Root's just as likely to get LBW as anyone.
Deep again, always is wayward. They've got in the bowler's minds 4 more runs and given us wide as well, I think. Yep. Akash Deep is getting to him, is getting to India.
If it wasn't given as wides, I think as a wicketkeeper I would have left the field, because I don't know what you're supposed to do to that as a wicketkeeper. That was pitched, what, a metre outside leg stump, going further away?
It's hard to fathom how an international bowler can bowl one that goes that wide.
Well, we saw George Tung do it.
Well, there's another international bowler, but then he managed to get wickets.
Did one as well.
Yeah.
Here is Deep in again, and he's gone leg side again. He's struggling out there. He's really struggling. How are India panicking? They're panicking out there because of Harry Brook. Harry Brook's got in their brains. They've already given up a monster run chase once this series, and they don't want to do it again. Fear seems to have taken hold. India needs some leaders out there now. We're approaching lunch. This should be their game. In now, better ball from Akashdeep. He lands it on a length and it's defended by Joe Root. No run. 160 for 3. Root 21, Brook 36. England need 214 to win this match and take the series 3-1. They got 7 wickets in hand. Harry Brook is playing like he does normally away from home. Brook's had a strange series, actually, thinking about it. Deep is in, and again defended.
He's had 2 innings, hasn't he? And the rest have been, it's been rats and mice, hasn't it?
99, of course. He was out in first innings
and a 150,
Leeds,
didn't
and
he?
158 in first innings at Edgbaston, and not a lot else since then. He got 50 in first innings, of course, here. He was the last man out. Could have been out first ball. Inside edging past his stumps. Calculated assault here, though. Just when you thought the last 20 minutes of the session was going to belong to India, Brook has had different thoughts, and Krishna is going to continue.
Yeah, well, lunch might come at the right time for India in that sort of sense, if that you feel that, whatever you want to call it, panic or whatever, is pervading the bowling resources. I mean, they should be able to handle something like this when a guy is taking some chances.
I think it's the time we've seen India really rattled, when Ducket and Crawley have been at the crease, and now with Brook, and of course, and Jamie Smith. Was it Jamie Smith and Harry Brook who put on that monster partnership at Edgbaston? Here's Krishna, and this is glanced to the right of KR Hall, and a single is going to be taken. Well, I think India just need to keep doing what they're doing.
Look, I think that they've still got to keep bringing the stumps into play, don't they? The trouble is, I think what we've seen is they've tended to go wider, and certainly Akashdeep has gone leg side. You've got to just keep bringing the way that the dismissals have happened throughout the game into play.
LBW. This is played to Sidharth at Gully, no run.
I thought they had a real clear plan with Ollie Pope, where they were like, we're just going to keep bowling at the stumps. He's going to be LBW, he's going to be bowled. Yes, he's going to flick a couple of ways. We have to just accept that, and we're going to keep bowling at the stumps. I don't think I've seen that kind of a clear plan with Root or Brook ever since, where they're just like with Brook, I would have just thought, top of off stump, if he wants to keep playing these shots, that's fine, we're going to hit the stumps. Or middle stump, whatever the line is you want to.
Yeah, nip it back for an LBW. He's been LBW, nearly was in this innings as well. The Aussies will have noticed that.
Here is Krishna and Pope. Root, sorry. I'm talking about Pope. Root just pushes this down to the offside, no run.
Also fascinating that Brook has put himself back in on the shelf here just for a moment. I know, we just had a deep point. We had a deep point and a semi-long off in, plus all the fielders on the leg side. And he's like, okay, I'll take some singles now. I think you can bring the fielders up a little bit more. I think you can be in and out with Brook. I don't think you have to give him all the boundaries.
I agree, in-out field to him is the story, I think.
I thought India did that really well, actually, at the start of the day. They really put a lid on the run scoring. As Krishna is in again. This is straight and defended by Root. Going to get one more over in. Akashdeep has got one more in him before the lunch break. 161 for 3. England have added 111 for the loss of 2 wickets this morning. Ducket for 54, Pope for 27, 106 for 3 at that stage. And the feeling was that Brook and Root needed to combine the substantial partnership, and so far they have. Partnership of 55, but it's come in such quick time. Yorker from Krishna, and Root digs it out. The score remains 161 for 3.
Yeah, really good delivery there. Well played by Root as well, but good thinking by Prashi Krishna. Could see a big, juicy slow ball from Akash deep in the next over, although he doesn't bowl as many. But again, just something around the knee roll on the middle and off stump. See how it goes.
One ball left of Krishna's 8th over in the spell. It's been expensive. He's gone for 50, but India do have a few runs to play with. He's picked up that wicket, and Root is just going to farm the strike. Rolls us along to vacant backward points, and England need 212 to win, with 7 wickets in hand. I wonder what CricViz are saying now, because India were at 73% at the start of the day. I just wonder whether England have just closed that up. They had a 1 in 4 chance, essentially, England, to win this game. It was felt statistically, nope, still 1 in 4. So it actually hasn't moved an inch from that. Of course, it would have gone out further when Ollie Pope was out. But those 2 overs just brought England back again to where they were. Deep it is then, and it's on the pads of Joe Root, and fielder comes in from the boundary smartly. So how does Harry Brook face these final 5 deliveries of this session?
Reverse switch hit, run down the pitch and headbutt one.
Left-footed volley.
Invent a time machine.
Yeah. I think we'll have to bat that question away. I think, John.
That's a brilliant thing, isn't it?
He's, we don't know really.
What's he going to press on the iPod shuffle?
He's going to take off stump out the ground, but carefully keep the bail in his hand. Hook it for 6, put the stump back in the ground, and place the bail back from whence it came. The bail hasn't hit the floor. He's not
long
out.
enough up. We've got an extra cover on the boundary.
And deep is in. Brook, just punches this. And he's run on an injury. He's taken a run on an injury there. As Akash Deep has basically fielded with his ankle, then lands on his foot, realises he can't stand, falls to the ground, and that opens up the option for Brook and Root to take a single, which they do. So they should. 164 for 3.
Yeah, Akash is in pain here, but I think it's probably just because it's hit him on the shin.
Yeah.
So he should be able to walk it off. I say that as the person not hit on the shin.
Well, he's still showing it, Mohammad Siraj, exactly where the ball hit him. Siraj is going, "You're right, come on, you'll be okay."
They certainly want to keep him on, don't they? I mean, you can't. He's got now the lunchtime just around the corner to sort of get over that. You want your 3 seamers. You don't want to get down to 2 here.
India have spread their slips cordon a little bit here, Jeremy. Get a little bit of a gamble cordon.
Yes.
You a gambling man?
No. You know I like to cover a smaller area well.
You're not a cricket investor? Here is deep, and this is gamble pays off. Straight to one of those 3. No run, 164 for 3.
1 to Shubman Gill, 0 to Coney on that.
You mean the gully outside of gully? Yeah, that wasn't
add him
rolling.
there still?
Wasn't rolling quickly.
Second slip has been in the game an awful lot.
Been catches there, and there've been catches to 3rd slip as well that have been put down.
Here is deep running in, and Joe Root comes forward in defence.
I think if I was going to gamble today, I would have a 2nd and a 3rd and no 1st if I was going to gamble. I wouldn't gamble with, 1.5, 3.5, 5.5. I would just be like, okay, not many balls have gone to first slip in this test. There's something about this wicket that suggests it's not going to happen. I'm going to go 2nd slip, 3rd slip, 5th slip.
Well, as long as your keeper's happy with that, then as That means, of course, you're thinking that the pitch is a lot slower, perhaps as the ball gets older. If it's not swinging, you might like to do those things.
Here is deep, and this is drilled straight to the fielder. That cover from the bat of Joe Root. Probably feels like he's missed out there.
So it looks like there's just that one little period where Brook came out and decided he was going to attack for about 2 or 3 overs, maybe 2 overs. Got to had a bit of luck, and also had some meaty blows as well.
There's some extraordinary shots. I think we're going to see a bit more of that on occasion. Last ball of the session then, Akashdeep is in, and Joe Root just lets it go through. Wow, what another extraordinary session of Test cricket that we've had here at the Oval, as this game continues to go one way then the other. Slowish start, with runs hard to come by at the start of the session. Just 38 in the first hour, and India striking. Ben Ducket, who looked a little out of sorts throughout his innings. He went past 50, but then finally succumbed on the drive, caught at second slip from the bowling of Prashu Krishna. What have you seen, Jarrod?
Mohammad Siraj just went all the way up to Prashu Krishna, who was on the fine leg boundary, a long way away from where the change room is. So Siraj has come back 50 metres to come up and give him a cuddle after the drop catch, just to say, sorry brother, I should have had your back.
Of course. Well, it wasn't a drop catch, was it?
Well, you can call it whatever you want. He didn't take it.
Well, he did.
He didn't take it.
Well, he caught it.
Yep,
Over the boundary.
Well, he caught it inside the boundary.
Call it whatever you want, John. It's not out.
I'm not disputing the fact that it's not out. I'm just saying he didn't drop it. But
Morally,
yeah,
he dropped it.
It was a massive moment in the match, wasn't it? It could be. We don't know. Harry Brook might be out first ball after lunch.
So what, 114 runs in the session? 38 you say in the first, so that means 76 in the second hour.
Yep.
And that's the Brook factor.
Absolutely is, yeah.
Once he'd done that, he kind of stood at the non-strikers end most of the time, didn't he? By getting a single himself and getting up there, or Root getting a single at the end of the over, towards the end of the over. He'd hardly faced at all, really, after it.
Yeah, he kind of geared himself back, I think, which is good thinking.
I think it's smart. Ollie Pope, the other wicket to fall, LBW, kind of expecting this mode of dismissal throughout his innings. One from Mohammad Siraj, who beat the outside edge maybe 8 or 9 times, then got one to nip back in, and Pope was given out on field, and he took a review with him. LBW for 27, 106 for 3 at that stage. We've had 11 overs since then, and England have added 56 to their score without further loss. The moment that Jarrod and Jeremy and I are talking about, Mohammad Siraj taking a catch inside the boundary at fine leg, only to step on the boundary and therefore give the batter 6 rather than see him on his way. Brook's still there at lunch, he's 38 not out. Joe Root's going to come back after the break on 23. We'll be back as well, but thanks for listening to live coverage from the Oval, day 4 of the 5th Test match, with England 164 for 3 at the break. They still need 210 runs, and India need 7 wickets. To find out how the game progresses, come back in about 40 minutes time for live coverage from the Oval. But for now, thanks for joining us.
Welcome back to the Kia Oval. We've had lunch. It was a very enjoyable lamb curry. There was a vegetarian option, as there has been on every day at every lunchtime throughout the country. Quite appropriately, as Prasid Krishna is about to bowl the first over. Oh, it's high full toss as well. Nice friendly, maybe even thigh height rather than knee height full toss from Krishna, and it's clipped away for a single by Harry Brook. I think a little later on in the day, if he was to receive that kind of delivery, he might heave it over deep backward square leg and into row 16. I think he was just taken a bit by surprise by that one, and England move on. He scored 114 runs in the session. They have their first of the first ball of the afternoon session. Will it be the last session? Will it be the last day? Might be the last session. Pushed away by Joe Root, past gully. Sidharth and dives to his right to do the fielding. It just takes a couple of quick wickets and maybe a collapse, and India could suddenly find themselves winning before tea. But the likelihood is that we'll go beyond that and finish one way or the other, you would imagine, today, weather permitting. They've had no rain so far. Target 374 at 164, so 210 runs required by England, with officially 7 wickets, actually 6 wickets in hand. Prasid Krishna in again. Forward comes Harry Brook defending. Jeremy Coney.
Yeah, that was a nice gentle start, wasn't it? The sort of the thigh-high full tossed. Here, get yourself away again, Joe. So he did. And if it was Harry Brook, it might have been more violent, you'd have to say. I think we're probably going to experience a time once whether the switch goes down for Harry Brook.
Here's Krishna again, bowls, and it's flicked away beautifully by Harry Brook, running away towards mid-wicket. I think the ball will win. Mohammad Siraj slides into the rope, and your heart's in your mouth, and having seen what Chris Wokes did to himself, and you could see, couldn't you, that he was just going to lose the race, and would he dive and risk injuring himself? Fortunately he didn't.
No, he went feet first, didn't he, in this case, rather than over on top of the shoulder. So it's a good stroke from Brook. It's a good cricket shot from just on off stump, whipped away through wide mid-on for 4. Just a little full. That's brought about a change in the field now, and if he's going to be bowling straight, he needs to have really that extra man across. So it looks as though he only had 2 on the onside.
Mid-on and mid-wicket now is short cut, top edge, over the top of slip, and down to the unguarded third man boundary for 4. Well, fortune favours the brave, but he has flashed very hard at that, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has, but no slip there, no second slip, is there? So you can see the plan has been slightly to stop Brook scoring rather than to take his wicket. That's the best way, obviously, to try and stop him scoring. And it might have gone over that second slip. You might be absolutely right, but I would have thought the number of chances in the cordon.
Krishna in again, driven on the up by Harry Brook. Shot of real class and aggression from Harry Brook. Well, he made quite a subdued start to his innings, didn't he? And then what did you make of the 6 over cover?
Yeah, well, it went at the length, didn't he, from Akashdeep? He's probably the slowest of the bowlers, and he just sliced it, didn't he? Just opened the blade, and he's got all those shots. I'm a little bit surprised when the switch goes down, Manners, that the bowler doesn't switch to T20 mode bowling. Like, look, they all play a lot of IPL cricket. They play a lot of T20 cricket nowadays. You've got a slower ball, you've got a wide one, you've got one out of the back of the hand, you've got all these skills, the full Yorker wide. Why don't you go to that?
Okay, Steve is into Harry Brook again and drives it to mid-on. Mohammad Siraj dives to his left to stop the ball. Well, and of course, if you like, you don't have to present the whole bag of tricks.
Not at all.
If you just produce one or two,
yes,
then you've got the element of surprise. Slower ball bouncer.
all those things. If you think of Akash Deep when he was bowling, was it at Edgbaston? He was asked to bowl a short pitch ball. He bowled 2, Smith hit him for 12, and then he bowled a slower bouncer and was caught out. Smith was caught out going for the 3rd 6.
Here's Akash again outside the off stump, left alone by Joe Root. Yeah, I think Joe Root's just in that buy himself a slushie and a bucket of popcorn to watch the show kind of mood. Just let Harry go and watch. Make sure that you keep your seat. You reserve your seat at the other end to watch. That's what it looks like.
I think you're absolutely right. He's going to bide his time while Brook is there, and he can do the principal attacking.
Akash in again, and well, actually, Root opens the face of the bat and runs it down to 3rd man for 4. Not in any way a shot of aggression, just a shot of precision and skill.
That's what he does, isn't it? And Akash Deep too wide of the off stump. He's taking the stumps out of play. It's also too short. That gives the batsman longer to see the ball and decide whether he's going to play it or not. He's just helped it on its way there.
And you know, India, they want the deep backward point, and so he's very square in order to limit the cover drive boundary, but then that means that 3rd man is open. They've spread their slip cordon now. They're taking a gamble. That's pushed up towards mid-off, fielded by Jadeja. They go scrambling through for a quick single. Not a big fan of the gamble cordon. Jeremy, you know, there's a 1st and a 2nd slip for a reason. That's where the ball goes historically. So you now got 1.5 and a 2.5.
That you have. That's they think that it's slow enough to do that, or maybe Akash Deep is going to bowl wider, or he's, I don't know. I don't like that plan too much.
No, there's no gully either. Harry Brook has spread the field mid-on and mid-off are halfway back as Akash is in again. Pushed away defensively by Brook. Actually, I think he kept a bit low. It's keeping increasingly low from the pavilion end. They've also got the man out on the hook. He's just in front of square, isn't he?
He is. I think that's Sidharth, is it? No, it might even be Jaiswal.
He's got the shin pads on. I think he's the designated close in fielder, short leg fielder. So he's got the shin pads on. Here's Akash again, and Harry Brook tries to play it through the leg side, misses it, hits him on the pad, bounces out on the leg side. 181 for 3, target under 200 now for England. 193 is what they require. Flags blowing now quite vigorously on top of the pavilion. The flag of St George, the Indian flag, and the flag of the United Kingdom, the Union Jack. Visited HMS Belfast on the River Thames, and you can buy a little audio pack, and you can spend hours on board. It was retired in the 1960s. Warship that's driven by Joe Root through square leg, picks up another single, and I learnt the origin of the Union Jack, because the flag is the Union flag, and it used to fly on the back of a ship from the jack pole, so that's why it became the Union Jack. I never knew that.
So that was the pole. It's called the jack pole at the back of the boat, is it?
Yeah.
Right.
Well, there we go.
Go and take the flag off the jack pole.
And the oval used to be a cabbage patch.
Look, this. I think we could develop this into a podcast.
Krishna in again, steered away behind square on the offside for a delightful 50 for Harry Brook. Absolutely thrilling and enthralling in equal measure, and highly skillful. 39 balls. You need 374 to win. You're batting 5, you smashed your first 50 off 39 balls.
Yes, it has. It's been an innings where he's been quite, you know, it's a significant innings, isn't it? You just sense that it's worried the Indian resources a bit, and they haven't quite found a way to handle it yet.
Krishna in once more. Joe Root, he wants to get back into his seat where he's got the popcorn and the slushy. Quick single out to mid-wicket. All right, I'm watching again. England up to 184 for 3. You must have seen HMS Belfast by Tower Bridge.
Yes.
I
haven't been on it though, no. So you can buy your little package and wander around yourself.
You buy your ticket,
yeah.
and there's no set route. And it warns you on the audio thing. It says you will get lost and disorientated, but don't worry, the crew used to. Pushed away firmly up towards mid-on, Siraj Fields.
And who found you?
I mean, I think there's about 6 or 7 decks, and it, you know, and I thought, I won't get that badly lost. You're so disorientating, but utterly fascinating. You're in the where the sailors, you know, slept and ate in the mess halls, and you get a tour of the kitchens. Here comes Prasid Krishna again, defended by Harry Brook.
Galley.
Yeah, just absolutely brilliant. But here's another little nugget of information that I had to read twice or listen. I just listened to it, and also there are little explanation signs for those who don't want to have the audio guide. The laundry on board HMS Belfast and many other ships in the Royal Navy was staffed by Chinese civilians. They lived on the... Here comes Krishna again, and that one is chopped away behind square on the offside. They run through for a couple more. Harry Brook moves on to 52. Lovely shot, that. So imagine going... I just couldn't believe it. I mean, there was no obvious explanation. You were left to draw your own conclusions. But the laundries on warships, and they had obviously laundries because they were at sea for months at a time, and you know, sailors needed their underwear washing, and officers had sheets. The able seamen used to sleep in hammocks in the mess areas, yes, above the tables where they ate. But they were staffed by Chinese civilians.
Well,
remarkable.
So they didn't have the lower orders. Were they not? They didn't have bedrooms at all in any way. Did they have bedrooms?
No.
No. Okay. Were the officers? They would have bedrooms.
Yes.
Were they as large as the room that you're in at the moment, or would they be smaller?
Smaller.
Okay.
Apart from the captain, that's outside the off stump, and there's it's is it Mohammad Siraj back? Yes, it is. So Mohammad Siraj is back in the attack, and Joe Root tried to play that one away out on the offside. I would say that the captain's room on the HMS Belfast was about the size of the room I'm in at the moment. Why is he bringing deep mid-wicket in, deep square leg?
Well, he's not going to bowl short, or he's saying he's...
Root's not going to take it on?
Exactly.
Yeah, well, that's probably right, actually, isn't it?
I mean, at the moment, what we've seen from the plan, presumably, is we've seen wide of off stump. That's what we've seen. That's why we're seeing all the runs out square at the moment.
Here's Siraj in once again, and Root just clips this one out towards square leg. It would have been a single had Jaiswal not just been brought in. When HMS Belfast was part of the fleet that liberated, that's the right word, Russia, and the Russian army brought the ship 2 reindeers because it was December the 23rd, so the crew had reindeer for Christmas lunch, 1945. Here's Siraj again. That's clipped away through mid-wicket by Root for 4. too full, too straight. But he knows that there's a variable bounce, and it's pretty. He's got 3 LBWs in this game for ones that kept a bit low, and so he's bowling the wobble seam nip backer, and he's got to go full and straight, aiming for the stumps, and that's the price you pay every now and then.
It is. It's a good stride from Jarrod. He knows the danger there, and he's got that stride, and he's turned it. He's whipped it away actually off the stumps. There is a chance there for Siraj. You won't want to be too worried about that. I think they've got to keep bringing those stumps into play and keep using the wobble ball.
Here's Siraj again. Bowls hits Root on the pad, and just that one didn't keep low, but it did nip back, and it did beat the inside edge. It's hit him on the pad, it's run out into the cordon. India now got the captain, Shubman Gill, at 1.5 slips. I'm convinced that the gap between him and the keeper and him and Rahul is wide enough for the ball to fly through. A thick flying edge will pierce those gaps.
Yes, if it goes hard or if it goes low, it's going to be very hard to catch.
Crowd in good voice. His Siraj is in again. Root plays defensively up onto his toes, did keep a bit low, and then you've got Sidharth is almost a 4th slip. So gaps between all three. Well, the over not yet come to an end. There was an awful lot of chatter from the Indian players in the first session, which you picked up. I don't know whether you spoke to anybody who has access to a stump mic during the lunch break. I did, and they said that it was a cacophony, was it described as. You know, it wasn't always audible. I think probably for the best, that or decipherable, but certainly audible. Pushed away, straight back to the bowler. Siraj kicks the ball away. He just side-footed it. Didn't bother to pick it up, just kicked it to Jaiswal because it's the end of the over. Can't be bothered to bend down and pick it up. It's got too much bowling to be done. 190 for 3, England.
Yeah, but that's a much better over. The end of that over, the last 3 deliveries, Jarrod was not interested in scoring runs there. He wanted to remain at the crease. He got hit on the pad once, and 2 very well chosen, careful defensive strokes. And so that's the sort of line, I think, that you want to have. And it looks like we're going to have Washington Sundar come on for the first time from this end. The flags mean that he might get just a little bit of drift if it is also that same breeze down at ground level. He can get drift. He had Brook stumped, wasn't it, in the Old Trafford test?
Almost run out.
Yes, he came down hunting and missed one, didn't score so many runs. So there is a long off in position, there is a long on in position as well. So there are singles kind of in lots of places at the moment. 5 on the onside and 4 on the onside. The slip is in position. That's critical for Washington Sundar. Cover is an area he's got to watch at the moment.
Washington Sundar in with his off spin, and it's immediately pushed firmly down the ground. Long on and long off. Don't know about that.
Nor do I. I think one's got to be up and encourage. Look, there's still, I know that they're going quite well, England, but there's still a number of runs away, 180 or something like 183 runs away. And, force them to take a couple of risks here. You can drop it doesn't have to be right up to save one. It can be actually just back a little deeper, but leave the shot for the big shot.
Washington Sundar in again. It's just pushed down the ground. Brook and Root are not going to be challenged really by Washington Sundar. They want to keep the scoreboard moving. That's their raison d'etre. That's why they're there. They if you bring mid on or mid off up, or maybe even both, Jeremy, just for the first over or 2, then there's no easy singles. And these two like to keep the scoreboard moving. They know they have to if they're going to have a chance of winning. That's punched off the back foot to cover straight to the field and no run.
See, that's the problem then Sundar confronts as well. His length, that he can't, what he wants to bowl to get that drift is a little fuller. And so there he's dragged that one down a little bit more, because otherwise they're going to take singles all the time.
Here's Sundar smashed through extra cover for 4. Just slightly too short. We're not talking about a long hop here. We're not even talking about a rank short ball, or even one that's visibly short. Just short enough for Brook to step back, pick the length immediately and crunch it through extra cover.
That's that cover area I was talking about, that was left open, and it's inviting it if you drag it down just a smidgen.
Here is Sundar again, and well, there's a bit of drift and turn, little bit, slow turn, turned by Brook with the spin out towards mid-wicket. No run. 196 for 3. I think England supporters now once again very, very firmly beginning to believe they get 196 for 3. My word. There were 106 for 3 not long ago, but Harry Brook's counter-attack's been exhilarating as he now defends carefully, watchfully, Washington Sundar. Well, I think, you know, Shubman Gill needs to commit to a plan, you know, I think, really, doesn't he? I mean, I know you've got to be flexible, but he can't be spooked by a couple of runs.
No, it is. There are just too many gaps. I don't think that a spinner can bowl easily to that sort of field that he's got at the moment. There's also a man, if he's going to be bowling outside off stump, 5 on the onside, 4 on the off. So less men and more gaps on the offside. If he's going to bowl on the offside, then I think he's got to have an extra, either an extra man over, or he's got to back his spinner a little bit, doesn't he?
Yeah, I would think so. You know, as I say, he needs to commit as well. You can't just give an off spinner 1 or 2 overs. It's got to be a long-term plan for the day. As Brook beaten outside the off stump. Was he beaten or did he beat himself? Was he trying to run that? He was trying to test the gaps in the slip cordon, I think. Was he trying to run it down to third man, was he? Maybe not. Doing some gardening now.
Did it keep a bit low? Yes, I think it also worried him there. Yeah, it was a strange looking little shot, wasn't it?
Yeah, looked like he was just trying to sort of run it, you know, along the ground. I think because if he does find a gap between the slips, then he sort of plants a seed of doubt in their minds, doesn't it? Here is Siraj again, and pushed away by Joe Root defensively.
The problem, it seems to me, that Gill has at the moment, he's got no one other than Siraj who's kind of worrying the English batsmen. They're looking quite comfortable against Akashdeep and also Krishna, you know, so there's the issue, and that's why Sundar has been tried at the moment to see what he can do, and it is a bit of a move into something that the pitch perhaps hasn't said.
Siraj in down the leg side, and again has kept low. There's more and more low bounce from the pavilion end. It's fumbled by Jarrod, the keeper, dives to his left, and so they're able to scamper through for a bye.
That's precisely why you keep the stumps in play. When you start seeing it staying down and squatting, bowl straight, bowl straight. Use your wobble ball. He's not trying to swing the ball at the moment. It oscillates between about 11 o'clock and 1 o'clock. That's the ball as it goes down towards the batsman. You don't know which way it's going to go.
Here's Siraj again up to the crease, and Harry Brook tucks it away through the leg side. There's a run around mid-on to mid-wicket for... Who's that under the sun hat now? It's Prasid Krishna? Oh no, he's down here at long leg. It's Akashdeep. Got the sun hat on now, so Akash and Siraj both wearing sun hats. Change in the field. Sai Siddharth has been dispatched from Gully's ball. He's ball following is Shubman Gill. I don't know, yeah, well, so there's no Gully now. Joe Root scores a lot of runs through Gully, through backward point.
Yeah, he's bought Jadeja finer, hasn't he, to cover that?
And he's put the man at mid-wicket to, I guess, you know, if Siraj wants to bowl straight, then the mid-wicket, yeah, it makes sense, does it? Yeah, there's Siraj in, that's down the leg side, that's not straight. That's heading down past leg stump, and it's helped on its way by Root for a single.
No, that's definitely right. If you're going to bowl straight, then you've got to have split field, so 5 on one side and 4 on the other. Normally you opt for the 5 on the leg side because you're looking at that middle stump, and perhaps if it nips back in again, you're still in with the chance of an LBW.
Change the field for Harry Brook. They've got a deep extra cover on the boundary. Here is Akashdeep again, bowls short. Brook pulls powerfully, only a single. Krishna fields. Applause from the England supporters, many of them rising to their feet for the 200. 200 for 3. Look at the passion, Jeremy. Look at the clenched fists, punching the air, applauding. It's so good to be in the crowd. You forget, don't you, sometimes, sitting in a commentary box.
Oh, absolutely. But we're lucky we're outside, aren't we? I mean, we're not behind some piece of bland glass where, you know, we can sense it, we can see it, we can certainly hear it.
That just, you know, that like hundreds of people rising to their feet, and England is still 174 runs away from winning. But this partnership has brought them back to life. They were 106 for 3. It was bleak and gloomy. 97 they've added now. Washington Sunder's going to continue. Bowling to Harry Brook. Short mid-wicket and a slip of the stationary catchers. Sundar in. Brook just pushes it out to the captain, Shubman Gill, at short mid-wicket. And there's no run.
Much better position that man there at just that's Shubman Gill, yes, exactly. So that's nice. He stops a lot of the singles.
Sundar in again, chosen as the first spin option ahead of Jadeja, and I think that's a good move. I think that's right. I don't think it's right that he's got long on and long off back. Bring one of them up, because you know, you just give a couple of singles and over, and it keeps the scoreboard ticking. Here's Sundar in down the leg side, and Harry Brook just clips it away to Siraj, who underarms it back to the keeper. Suggestion perhaps that's Akashdeep, sorry. Have I talked you into visiting HMS Belfast then, next time you're downtown?
Yeah, I think I will. I think I'd like to do that. I quite like being lost.
It's absolutely brilliant, because you
especially when you know there's help nearby.
Yes, that's exactly right. You're lost, but there's no danger. You bump into someone to be able to help. You punched off the back foot now by Root out to extra cover. And the audio guide is so brilliant. It's brilliantly done, and it includes several moments of that, the best of self-deprecating English humour. Here's Washington Sundar. Forward comes Harry Brook again, takes a quick single. Root has to hurry, and he does, and he makes it. It's all fine. There are anti-aircraft, so obviously the guns were able to fire.
Did you get into there? Did we able to get inside?
Yeah, absolutely, because it's decommissioned, obviously.
Yeah.
So but the guns are able to fire. What are they called? Cannons? I don't know. But they could fire them at shells 15 miles. Huge, great things. But they also had anti-aircraft guns, and. At one point it says you are now on the quarter deck, and this is where the anti-aircraft guns were installed. Aerial bombardment attacks were frequent in these various conflicts, and they had to be replaced in 1956 with Engel and Volkers after the initial guns installed were found to be utterly useless.
Let's have more of those.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Okay, change of commentators now. Jarrod, Kimber and Jon Norman will take you through the next half an hour.
Yeah, good. A micro session there from England. Every time Jeremy starts a day, starts a session, England do quite well. Don't know what that all means. 203 for 3. I don't think a wicket's massively far away if India could just stay keeping their stumps in play as often as possible. I know Indian fans are starting to give up. I've seen that the bookies have got England as pretty strong favourites at the moment. But you look at Bethel and Overton, Smith, I don't know, one wicket here could completely change this. So I think if I'm India, I'd stay optimistic for a long period here. Jon Norman.
Yeah, I agree. It was all on this partnership, personally, and they've produced the goods, but they need a few more. Because after this, I think run scoring, expansive run scoring, and look, I think Jacob Bethel has impressed us. Are we about to see his awakening? Jamie Smith, the returns have fallen away a touch, possibly down the track is Brook, and this is steered out through cover for a single. Jamie Smith, possibly the keeping duties, has maybe fatigued him a touch. There's no Stokes. Wokes will be hampered, and this is not an easy track to bat on. And this spell from Mohamed Siraj to Joe Root, you know, any other batter in world cricket is, you know, might have made their way by now, because he's getting movement into the right-hander time and time again. He's beaten him. It's not like Root's trying to play shots. He's beaten him past the outside edge twice now, with Root just completely being deceived by the amount of movement in towards him. He's been forced to play, and this is pushed out. Could be a run-out opportunity, but well, I think Root was home actually. It's
the wrong person fell for India. The fielder fell when he needed the batter to slide. They're both trying to change direction quickly, but Washington Sundar came in, and I don't think he's got any spikes on the back of his shoes. I think he's just got them at the front, which is very normal. And he's just hit the back of his shoes here, I reckon. Let's have a look.
As he's
oh no, it's even the side,
it's
to be fair. He's lucky he didn't land on the ball and do his ribs as well.
Root would have been back though, pushed out to cover. He comes in and misfields. So 170 still needed. England 204 for 3 with their two best batters at the crease, and it's Root facing, and he's driving now. Is Root touch over pitched? Don't think he's timed it all the way to the boundary. Come back for just the 2 actually. That's decent fielding out there. And that is the 100-run partnership between Harry Brook and Joe Root. They average over 50 in second innings, and the crowd, it's not quite the Western Terrace. We seem to know that Ben Stokes is going to perform heroics back in 2019, about 2 hours before the rest of us did. But this full house here at the Oval are invested. How often is it that in the afternoon session of what will be the last day of the Test summer, still do not know where the series is going? Siraj again left alone by Root, and I think seeing off this Mohamed Siraj spell would allow England to take not a huge step, but certainly a forceful stride towards that target, which is now 168 runs away. A wicket though, and the feeling in this ground would change, and I think if it was Root to go, we might see Harry Brook revert to that 2-over blitzkrieg that we saw in the morning session. Siraj again. Oh, Joe Root has just come close to playing onto his own stumps.
Just think, we're not far away here. This is a really important little period. It's keeping a little bit low. The ball's coming back in. Siraj has bowled an incredible spell for so few returns, and that, yeah, it's back onto his foot. If it hits the other side of his foot, that probably hits the stumps, doesn't it? It's just, it managed to, he middled it off his foot, not off the bat.
It's not often you see Joe Root isn't being worked over in a kind of back of a leg delivery, probing outside the outside edge. This is all about the ball coming back in, and this time it's delivered too wide. Another over has been negotiated. Crucial spell here at the Oval. Mohamed Siraj has taken 2 for 60. England have lost 3 wickets, but they've got Harry Brook unbeaten 62, and Joe Root is 40 not out. Contrasting styles in approach. Brook has actually been relatively sedate since the lunch break, but the partnership crucial to England's chances, you feel. But if there is one thing that I think can be guaranteed, and I say this fully aware that these two may put on 168 from here, is that this series has continued to go one way than the other, and it would be a shock if there wasn't to be some more drama before its conclusion is reached.
There's some drama here. Akash has just bowled a warm-up delivery. He's coming on. He's been bowling, hasn't he?
Akash?
Yeah. Oh no, Washington was bowling, yeah. So he's warmed up Akash here, and he's warmed up by bowling a half volley into Jadeja's fingers. And Jadeja just walked away as if to go, what are you doing?
Right. It's Akash deep, and Jarrod is up behind the stumps. Joe Root was batting a good yard outside his crease against Mohammad Siraj with the keeper back. And Akash deep is now in over the wicket. Oof, that's a fine one-handed take by Jarrod. Otherwise, wide, well, first slip was going to have a job to dive to his left to prevent that from heading to the boundary. Akash deep hasn't looked anywhere near what India have needed today.
No, he's very on and off again, isn't he, at the moment? And with Siraj in the team, you can't really have two of those guys either. So, you know, and also Prashant Krishna is still finding his way, so it's not ideal.
He's in again, and it's Harry Brook who shapes to come forward and then pops this out to Sai Siddharthan, who fields at cover point, no run.
The ball's still doing a little bit though. There's something there.
I had a look at CricViz. England were essentially 25%, 1 in 4 chance of winning the game at the start of play. The last time I looked, they were up to 34%, so just over 1 in 3. Wicket though, and that will drop straight back down. Well, there hasn't been a wicket for a while now, and deep is in, and Brook is hurried just a touch, but plays with a straight blade, and it's fielded by the bowler. Do we know if Jasprit Bumrah is in the country, or has he left?
He was cleared from the squad, wasn't he?
Yeah.
So I assume that means he's gone.
That's what I assumed as well. Haven't seen him on the outfield before play. A little breeze has just picked up here at the Oval, where it's still very murky. Floodlights aren't on though, that might change as deep comes in again, and Brook pushes this out to mid-wicket and comes through for a single. Every run is being applauded here at the Oval. Every ball counts.
Lights are off at the moment. I would argue that they probably should be on.
I'd be surprised if they're not yet on within the next minute or two. Suddenly got gloomy. In fact, I think I'm right in saying that was Ducket dismissed just before the floodlights came on.
Yep.
Deep driving is Root, but can't beat mid-off. Does feel a little bit like a wicket is being threatened from the pavilion end, but less so from the Vauxhall. And unusually, it's Root who almost looks the most likely to go. He's faced more of Mohammad Siraj, I think, and he's been troubled, beaten 3 times. As deep is in, with the keeper standing up, and it's driving square of the wicket is Root. He'll take a single down to deep backward point, and the score moves on. 207 for 3, 208 for 3. Sorry, need 166 to win. India needs 7 wickets.
Can I give you some hypotheticals?
Yep.
England are 9 wickets down, and they need 10 runs to win. Does Chris Woakes come out?
Yeah.
20 runs.
Yes.
30 runs.
Yes.
Well, Jeremy Coney said no on 30.
No.
40
well,
runs.
oh, actually, you have to answer one question.
Yeah.
Who's at the other end? Who's still out there? Is it Josh Tongue or is it Harry Brook?
It is
Or a batter of your choice?
Overton.
Yes.
So at 30 runs, you're still doing it.
I think
if there's anyone who can hold it back,
I think 50 runs is probably a cut-off.
40 to 50, I think, yeah.
Yeah.
But you're right, if it is Tongue,
If it's Tongue, then it's 30 runs maybe, or 20.
Lights
there we
back
go.
on.
Floodlights are on.
glad they're listening to us.
Somebody is. Mohammad Siraj then from the pavilion end, but just loses his run up and then just hitches his left trouser leg, takes off his shoe, and so Joe Root takes the opportunity to do a bit of gardening. .208 for 3. Harry Brook 63 not out. He hasn't seen a huge amount of strike since the lunch break, but the partnership has gone past 100, 102. But this is a fascinating little spell here as Siraj is in and Root lets this go. Touch too wide, touch too short. Root just wants to see Siraj off, because once Siraj is out of there, then India have got a bit of a problem. They've tried 2 overs to Washington Sundar. It's looking very dark on those screens there, isn't it? The reality isn't quite as dramatically bad, but it is dark. Those floodlights are on.
Yeah, I don't think I'd want to face Siraj with this light, though.
No. Siraj again with Root back raised and just pushes at a ball in and around off stump.
That's good from Siraj. I just think stay there for a little while. Now, Indian fans are getting very antsy and starting to worry, but I think if the Indian team just needs to trust that there are wickets in this surface. We haven't had many 100-run partnerships at all in this game. They should have had Harry Brook out earlier,
but they didn't. Another sliding door moment. Here is Siraj with the pavilion behind him, and Root decides to play quite late. Guides the ball down to third, and he'll get off strike. And he moves to 42, the score 209 for 3. When do England become favourites then, Jarrod? 140 needed? I mean,
well, they're already
I know
favourites.
they are. Well, they are with the bookies, but not with Crickfiz.
Crickfiz isn't particularly great at chases in 4th innings, and I think they'll admit that, especially as the game gets further on. So I think even Crickfiz would say that, just because there aren't that many chases in the history of Test cricket as there is other things, 1st innings and so forth.
Here's Siraj, and Harry Brook is hurried up a touch, beaten on the pull and wrapped on the thigh.
I think I'd have it about 50-50 right at the moment, maybe with a slight weighting towards India just because it's dark at the moment. Like that last delivery, Harry Brook's played a very odd shot, like he didn't pick the ball up perfectly. But once Siraj comes off,
that's it for me. It's Siraj. It's all about this Siraj spell. India can still win, of course, if Siraj doesn't take a wicket. But Siraj taking a wicket in these conditions, in the gloom, with the runs needed, and with it's not Stokes coming in next. I think that opens the door a touch down the leg side. Searching a bit there, Siraj. 1 ball left of the over. He's bowled 17 in the innings. India just starting to get a little bit, not quite desperate, but the pressure is there, because you can hear the pressure in the crowd from both sets of supporters. Indian cricket fans with that feeling of dread, England fans almost daring to hope. It's a shame that all oval tests don't have this much riding on them. England, of course, lost the last time they played here against Sri Lanka. They're in the habit of losing tests at the end of series. Harry Brook drives. It's fielded at mid-on, end of the over, and England still need 165 to win this test match and take the series 3-1, and India still needs 7 wickets. England have their best 2 batters at the crease, and India have got a little bit of a problem now, because Akashdeep just looks like the kind of man that needs a bit of a fill-up. He needs a boost.
Well, he's not going to get a better time to bowl. He's moving the ball around a little bit. We can now see the shadows. It's so dark that you can see the shadows from the light tower taking over. He needs to just bowl wide of the crease, angling the ball away from the stumps, but aiming it so it hits them.
And he's in now, and this is pushed up to mid-on, no run.
So that's a perfect ball there, because Joe Root's fallen over a little bit to defend this. He's looking for the gap on the leg side. It's a big risk for Joe Root there for probably only a single. That's what Akash needs to do from here on in.
Producer Scott has just stuck his hand out the front there. It was almost like he's feeling for rain. I think he wants this game to go to day 5. Here is deep again. Root. Oof, it's off the pads. It's through mid-wicket. And it's going to reach the boundary. I'm not sure if it looked like the ball sped up or the fielder slowed down. Bit of both. 213 for 3. A little bit of that pressure has been lifted. The Barmy Army trumpeter starts playing a tune.
I don't think that's a million miles from where India want to land the ball.
Yeah, I agree.
I just think that Joe Root's played a very good shot there. And unlike the ball before, he kind of fell over a little bit. This time he just had his head in a perfect position. Juvdrel ran down to talk to Akash, and I think that's what he said. That's where we want you to bowl.
Jarrod is still standing up behind the stumps as in comes Akash deep. This is punched to mid-off by Joe Root. 2:30 in the afternoon here on a Sunday. Start of August, the last international action of the month. A time of year when all cricket journalists in this country start checking the euro conversion rate. Deep again, down the track is Root. This is beautifully guided through extra cover. It won't reach the boundary, but Root will come back for a third. A little bit of a miscommunication between the two fielders as Swaran tried to flick the ball back to Jadeja, who was just too close to the substitute fielder, and therefore the ball went past him, and that allowed Root to come back for a third.
Is it possible Jadeja is not used to people outrunning him?
Possibly, yes.
Swaran absolutely sprinting there. Could just be the end of the summer, but not that often you see someone outrun Jadeja.
216 for 3. Oh, that target is coming into view. 158 needed. Surely there's a twist in this tail. Brook facing. And Akash Deep is in, and he's driving, square the wicket, powerfully, and all the way to the boundary. Poor ball from Akash Deep, his head's gone, and so's the ball. 220 for 3 then, England. Brook moves to 67, and Root's 1 away from yet another 50.
Yeah, just watching Akash there, sort of shaking his shoulders, suggesting something technical didn't go right. He probably needs someone to run up here and talk to him, because the worst thing that can happen here is that he bowls another one down the leg side for wides, or...
He really seems to be battling with himself, doesn't he? India need a wicket. And this is tucked away by Harry Brook, who moves to 68. 2-2-1 for 3. At the end of another ineffective over from Akash Deep, whose 15 overs have gone for 58. 12 runs coming from the over. This is painful if you're an Indian cricket fan. Suddenly, it's all looking a little bit too comfortable for England. They need a breakthrough. The question is, how many overs has Mohammad Siraj got?
I think it was Graham Gooch who referred to Mohammad Siraj, and he was kind of talking about Ben Stokes as well, as an empty the tank bowler. He'll just bowl until he's got nothing left. This is that kind of moment. It's what Ben Stokes would do. Siraj looks threatening. He just can't get anything. Siraj is trying to kind of inspire his teammates right now. He's clapping his hands and talking to everyone.
Yeah, and Shubman Gill's joined in, because Shubman's gone a little bit sulky at first slip as well. 2 slips in place for Brook. Fielded down at the boundary at third. And there's a point as well, as down the track comes Harry Brook and just pushes us wide of mid-on for another single. Floodlight's still on here, it's just got a touch lighter, but it's still gloomy. These are the conditions that you'd think would favour the bowling team, but apart from when Mohammad Siraj is bowling, not a lot is happening. Big moment of that morning session.
Yeah, one thing they haven't tried yet is the short ball tactic, and they've just changed the fielder on the leg side. Joswell come up about 25 metres at deep backward square leg. Got a short mid-wicket there as well. I don't think Siraj is about to bowl a short ball, but there must be a reason that change has been made.
Unless it's a double bluff, like the Yorker last night. He's in. Ooh, that's a good ball from Siraj again, that Root just about deals with by coming forward, and it's nipped back in. 2-2-2 for 3. England need 152. Session which has... Oh, it was done by bounce actually, wasn't he? Hit him high up on the thigh.
Yeah, it's that's a good line there. Just keep that ball there.
It's the line he's been bowling, isn't it? Consistently to Root, and Root he knows what Siraj is trying to do. He's still in there this time. Tucked away. Well, there are times when Joe Root reaches 50 and you almost don't notice. This isn't one of those times. The ball's face don't matter, the boundaries don't matter. It's the runs that matter. And Joe Root reaches 50.
Yeah, he's not looked very fluent, but he's managed to just keep the good balls out enough. A couple of times he had that ball that bounced over the stumps earlier, the other one where hit back onto his foot, but he's done the job when he's needed to.
Here's Brook now, short delivery, and it's going to reach the boundary at fine leg. 4 more to the England, 2-2-7 for 3. Brook's into the 70s, and the target now under 150, 147 needed.
I don't mind the surprise short ball, but he's just got the line wrong. It's on leg stump. If that's on off stump, I think he gives himself a chance of a wicket, even just a chance of getting a single, but just down the leg side, he's just helped that away. Brook looks incredible at the moment.
Siraj again. Can he conjure something up? Ooh, there's a drive from Brook. It's an inside edge though, really. Pulled to mid-on for a single. A little toe end of the bat there. Again, another little moment going the way of England, where they had a massive moment go their way. Where would we be right now if Mohammad Siraj hadn't stepped on the boundary?
I mean, they might have already maybe not won the game, but certainly been quite a fair distance towards winning the game. You know, maybe two extra wickets on top of that as well. Siraj just coming down. I think he's saying the ball is out of shape. Might even be being damaged from that last boundary. We haven't had many balls go out of shape. Well, does it help that Kumar Devasena has just dropped it?
England favourites from here for you? I know they are with the investors.
I think that 15 to 20 minutes that we've been... Is that how long we've been on air? Yeah, about 20 minutes. Just think India had to get a wicket there.
Yep, I agree. It's all on Siraj.
And he almost blasted through Brook a moment ago.
You wouldn't want to come out and face Siraj right now, would you? I think Jamie Smith and Jacob Ethel are sitting up there with their feet up, praying that they don't have to come in right now. Siraj is in, and he's not got him. He's chased the delivery as Joe Root fended at one outside off stump, and he's nearly taken the edge. Joe Root's furious, Siraj is furious. The England cricket fans are relieved. The Indian cricket fans are furious. How many times has he beaten the bat? And that one would have been the worst of the lot to get out to.
Yeah, I think what happened was Root was playing one of those little back dabs to it because he thought the ball was going to come back in, and it went away and he chased it. And yeah, realistically, he probably should have edged that. And it, you know, who knows what happens next, but again, just goes England's way. But it shows you that Root's brought up his 50, he's been hit on the pad in that over, and Brook was almost blasted through. Maybe not bowled is maybe too big a way of saying it, but there's plenty of tension here at the moment. But Akash has to back this up. This has to be...
Well, that's it. That's the big thing. He cannot do it by himself, and he's going to have to be taking out the attack at some point. Needs to be backed
or he bowls
up
all day.
from both ends. Checks notes. That's not allowed. Deeps in, and this is tucked away for a single. Easy as you like. I mean, Akash Deep still, he's, you know, the body language of the bowler is poor.
He's bowled that at the top of off stump, and Harry Brook has decided almost beforehand that he's going to turn this to the leg side for one. And I think Akash Deep just said, well, what am I supposed to do here? Like, that was so easy for him. Did the right thing. I think if it's me right now, and I'm captaining him, I'm saying just come as wide of the crease as possible. Try and swing the ball away, but aim it at off stump. And the straight one will hit middle or leg, and hopefully you get some movement away on the other one.
He's in. Instead, well, he goes up for leg before wicket, and the ball will be stopped by Shubman Gill just inside the boundary, but it's two leg side, and
that's the ball. Actually, I was asking him to bowl. He's just probably pitched it on middle stump when I needed it to be on off stump, and I think
that's quite a big miss then,
yeah.
isn't it?
And but again, it's not that far from the ball that he needs to bowl, but instead it's 2 more runs, right?
Yeah. 231 for 3. Target now 143 runs away. England are doing it comfortably. 106 for 3 when Brook and Root came to the crease. Deep again, and this is a dot ball, a rare dot ball. Fielded at mid-wicket.
Yeah,
I think one of these guys have just stopped talking.
Yeah, I think one of these guys has to come off, and they have to use Prasid Krishna with the short ball again, which might actually be the game.
Yeah, yeah.
But Akash can't do it. Siraj, it's just, I don't think he should do
late.
it.
It's too late for Siraj as well. And also it's a waste.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
He's the only one that's causing problems.
Oh, well, they put the fielders out now, so it's possible we shouldn't see it with the keeper up.
Here is Deep, and it's played fine for another run. 232 for 3. Joe Root moves to 51, and Harry Brook is 75 not out. He's got an incredible record, hasn't he, overseas, as Brook scored the majority of his centuries away from England.
Prasid Krishna's just started warming up, and the keeper's gone back, so I wonder if Akash...
Yeah, and square leg's gone back as well.
How many balls left in this over? There's 4 balls left in this over.
2 balls left.
Is there?
That's where...
Oh yeah, that's to bowl, yeah, sorry.
Yeah. Akash Deep is in, and it's short and pulled. It's like he's playing club cricket, Harry Brook. There is a fielder down at deep square leg, and he probably moved about 4 metres to his right before the ball crashed into the boundary.
Yep, that had all the venom of a marshmallow. Hit the wicket and then just sort of plopped up. It wasn't very high, it wasn't very fast, it wasn't very dangerous. If he's going to bowl the short ball, which obviously was the plan, it's just going to be higher than that. Maybe he just doesn't have it left in him.
Maybe not. This is the end of his 16th over, and Akash Deep is in, and he goes again, does Brook, but this time fielded on the boundary. And that is the end of Akash Deep. I'm not sure. Well, we might see another one. It depends on whether Mohammad Siraj is going to bowl here. or it's going to be Prashi Krishna.
Krishna.
Akash Deep speeds are down to 81 miles an hour.
Look, he bowled that big 10 over spell, what, 2 days ago?
Yeah.
Long summer, big spell. He doesn't bowl a lot in cricket anymore.
It was easier when he was batting.
So, anyway, Pratik Krishna's coming on. Be interesting to see what lines and lengths he bowls. But this seems to be a game-breaking moment for India because Siraj is off now. And I wonder if Brook thinks, well, Akash is done. Siraj is off. If I can take Prashi down in this over, I don't know how India come back from this. That's the way that Bazball works.
Yep.
But the other way of doing it is, Krishna isn't bowling very well. Do I have to take any of those risks?
Yeah, I'm not sure they do. I think with 25 minutes to go, India was so over England. See, this is the thing, I was thinking about this. Bazball is more effective in a losing cause. They don't need to do Bazball now. Ooh, it's a miscued drive back to the bowler. No run.
I think it's one of the things they've got themselves in trouble of. When they do have a lead, rather than just playing normal, sensible cricket, they will quite often risk it and go for all sorts of things.
Chris Bishop is listening from the pool in Dubai. Bolton Wanderers fan, it appears. Greetings, Chris. Yeah, I mean, I think actually India would prefer England to go Bazball now.
Yeah, you don't want to up the volatility when you're winning.
Here is Krishna again, and driving, flat batting to mid-off where it's fielded. And Brook moves to 81, 238 for 3.
Quite a big shot that was. I mean, in the world of Bazball, it's not the riskiest shot you'll ever see, but kind of just threw his hands at that. He's got a single for it, it's fine, but he wasn't in control of that.
238 for 3 then, England on the verge. No, not on the verge. Still need another 136 runs, so...
Pre-verge?
Pre-verge. Here is Krishna, and that's left alone by Root, who has seen off Siraj, by the way.
You could see the ball moving, like Juvdarel, that ball's been left outside off stump, and Juvdarel's ended up almost at first slip taking that. It's just curved away. Let's have a look here. Is it off the pitch? No, but we see the previous terrible shot from Brook, but that previous ball looked like it moved as well. There's still plenty out there.
Showing a wicket for a previous test, aren't they? Here is Krishna. Oh, there's a shout for leg before wicket here, but it's led by Jarrod and Shubman Gill, and so the bowler's probably seen an inside edge that the fielders behind the stumps haven't. We're not going to see a review.
Looks like he got a little bit outside the line as well, but again, they are not that far away if they can keep the ball in the right area, but they seem to only be able to do it from the pavilion end.
Yeah.
Akash is clutching his shoulder down here, by the way, as well.
Yeah, I'm not sure we're seeing Akash again. Here is Krishna, and this is forcing shot from Joe Root. Placed it through point for a single, but I don't think Krishna's going to mind too much that shot. It's actually an encouraging start from Krishna if you're an Indian cricket fan. But they need more than encouragement, they need wickets. It does feel it's a kind of pitch though, you can imagine a couple falling in quick succession.
You said it before, if you come out now, it's dark, and it's a completely different ball game for a new batter. We saw that with Shubman Gill and Karan Nair yesterday.
Here's Krishna, dabbed down to backward point where it's fielded, no run.
I don't see anyone else warming up here, John. Yeah, Jadeja. Sundar's definitely not coming in to bowl.
And Jadeja doesn't look like he's about to bowl. Oh, no. Is it drinks? It's drinks.
And we'll have drinks.
That's why. It's drinks. That explains why.
Even
Nobody looks
those
like they're going to bowl.
Even those two weren't sure because they were both sort of walking in different directions and then suddenly veered off. So, yeah, I think that was a really, really important little session there just from England. Just they got past Siraj. It's still dark, so they can get a wicket. Siraj is out in the middle of the wicket, just having a look at the moment. just seeing, they're just looking, him and Akash are just looking for spots to bowl for. They're looking for indentations. This is really fascinating. Have a look at this. It's like Professor Siraj in the lab. Right? Where's Tony Greig's keys when you need them?
Yeah, he's now having a chat with Akash Deep,
Who's saying, I don't care, mate. I'm tired.
saying I'm not bowling from that end anyway. Well, we move on. 239 for 3 then. I think Manners is about to come in. England need 135 runs to seal another Bazball record-breaking run chase to take the series 3-1. India still needs 7 wickets. Harry Brook 81 not out and Joe Root 52 not out. The two have put on 133 for the 4th wicket. So far unbroken. India look a little bit broken, to be honest. There's no huddle. There's some slumped shoulders out there and an air of resignation. But these are still tricky conditions to bat in.
You see Siraj is still just in Akash's ear, trying to pump him back up, you know. And Akash just looks spent. What their bowling decisions out of this will be are very, very interesting. I still don't really see anyone else warming up, so does that mean that Akash has to bowl another over here?
Well, if only we had an expert on the matter. Sid, you still expecting India to win this test match?
England slightly ahead,
Just slightly.
55-45.
Ooh. Okay.
It's still a lot of runs on this pitch.
It is. If they are just not getting a wicket with Siraj at the end there,
Yeah.
because I don't know where they turn now. If Rashid can't break through, Akash looks like you're bowling. And you're a leg spinner.
Manners is coming in, by the way.
I feel some rain. This could be a good time for rain for India.
Great time for rain if it does come in.
But it's just a mizzle.
Yeah, I don't see any umbrellas, Sid. There's some people moving around, but it is drinks, so I don't think there's any rain, mate. I think that's optimistic.
It's just a mizzle which I think will not stay. There's nothing on the radar.
According to the markets, Sid, England is currently an 80% chance of winning.
The markets, Jarrod? Is that an aggregate figure?
Yeah, that's the betting trading markets, 80% chance.
I wouldn't encourage anyone to bet, but right now is a good time to put someone in there.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, this isn't going to... Do you know what? I always remember Jack Bannister, who came from a family of bookmakers, and he was what I would term a professional gambler, you know, very sort of empathetic and whatever, and removed emotion from it. I just remember him always saying to me, throughout history, Test cricket history, a wicket falls on average every 11.8 overs. And I've never ever forgotten that, you know. And so, how many overs do you think we've got remaining? How many wickets are there? That, you know, that's the kind of, yes, of course, bookmakers take other factors into consideration, but you know, they would start on that premise. And so, you know, there are plenty of overs remaining, 60 in the day. He had 52 in the innings. Jadeja is coming into the attack after the drinks break.
I think the biggest factor that they've taken into consideration is that India have only 3 fast bowlers and they are looking tired.
They are, and rightly. That's a reverse sweep, Jadeja, into Joe Root. Plays a reverse sweep immediately, hits it well, but straight to Jaiswal at what becomes backward square leg. Starts off at backward point.
That might be his first over of the match?
Yeah, I think that's the first time Jadeja's bowled in this series with a mid-off as well. Here is Jadeja. Down the wicket comes Root, and he's launched this one back over the bowler's head for a 1-bounce 4. What a shot from Joe Root.
And Jadeja is not an easy man to step out to or sweep.
Well, It's the extra pace, isn't it? He's done so many batsmen in his career through speed through the air, flight. It's not often one that gives the ball much air above the batsman's eye line, but that was a shot of real intent from Joe Root. Jadeja in again, forward he comes, plays defensively. Jeremy and I were both quite critical of the field for Washington Sundar, because long on and long off were both back, and there were too many easy singles. Mid on and mid off both halfway back now. Jadeja into Root on the back foot, came forward, then dropped back and punched it to the sweeper on the point boundary. Root moves up to 57.
I've had an eye on Shubman Gill for the last half an hour or so. He has not spoken to the bowlers who are bowling. It's always KL Rahul who's been doing the talking. He does not look energetic enough. He has to show some body language right now and get into this game.
Here's Jadeja in once again. It's flicked away behind square on the leg side. You can't let drift set in, can you? As a captain, you've got to at least let your teammates, if not the opponents, know that you're in charge. Give that impression that you're in charge. And he's not Virat Kohli at the moment in terms of his body language. That one is punched away by Root again, out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary. Harry Brook has 82, Root 58.
There was this moment, I think it was Siraj's first or second over after lunch, and I'm sure the commentators on then might have picked out on it. He got one ball to nip back into Root, and he wanted the square leg to come up. Square leg was Yashasvi Jaiswal, and he was looking at the crowd. He had to shout his name, get his attention, and then bring him up. India were not switched on.
I bet you remember your first coach at schoolboy level who berated you for not paying attention.
Yeah.
Eyes on the captain at all times.
Or the bowler.
Yep, quite right. Yeah, you don't want to be. It doesn't matter if there's 30,000 people in the crowd. It's okay. I mean, it is very distracting.
Okay, now we've got 3 men on the hook. Better plan. He might be going around the wicket also. No, he's over the wicket, but 3 men on the hook. Then there's a square
to Joe
leg.
Root.
Yeah, and a square leg and mid wicket up for the single. There's a fly slip, deep third.
He's just brought the man up from deep back with square leg in 20 yards from the rope. Short, Root does go for the pull shot, hits him on the shoulder, I think.
Yes.
And deflects away towards the solitary slip. Who does the fielding now, tries to polish the ball. Is that... who is that? It's down on one knee. He's giving it a really, really vigorous polish. It's not KL Rahul, who's normally the solitary slip. Who is that? No, I don't know him. There's a new substitute on the field. I don't know you. So he doesn't have a name or a number on the back of his shirt. Maybe he's one of those imposters.
He's not Abhimanyu Ishwaran.
No, I know. We don't know him.
Who are we left with?
Identify yourself, please. He's at sort of a deep gully at the moment. Short, pulled away by Root. He'll take a single.
I think it's Narayan Jagadisan, who's the spare wicket keeper right now, who came in as a replacement for Rishabh Pant.
That's why he doesn't have a shirt with his name or number on it.
Thanks, Jarrod.
Jagadisan, isn't it? Yeah, okay. So, right, he's getting a run out. It's a single that takes Root on to 59. Harry Brook, 82. This remarkable partnership continues to grow and to flourish, and I'm afraid it may well be interrupted because Jarrod has just spotted that there's the beginnings of...
It's a drizzle, yeah?
A little drizzle, yeah. Not
Still
enough
not,
to take the players off the field at the
still
moment.
not hard enough.
127 to win for England. 6 wickets for India, presumably, if Wokes doesn't bat. And, well, there's a short one now again from Prasid Krishna, and Harry Brook certainly has gone after that one. And
no,
they know that Harry Brook will go after it, and he's really flapped at that one.
It's not called a wide. Dharmsena wanted to check with the square leg umpire whether it was a wide. It was not. It's called 1 for the over. And now, belatedly, even Dharmsena is struggling to catch the attention of his square leg umpire, because after 3 or 4 signals, Ehsan Raza has finally signaled to him, yes, that was too high. and they have called it a wide, and also one bouncer for the over, so only he can go above shoulder only once more.
Was
in this
Hassan
over.
Raza late in calling from square leg, or was
Yes.
Dharmasena late in spotting it?
Raza was late in calling it.
Okay. Here's Prasid Krishna again, another one short, and just helped on its way by Harry Brook down to long leg. Fielded in the deep by three men, as Sid Monga has been saying. There's deep, orthodox deep square leg, Ravi Jadeja. There's a backward square leg. Is that Sai Sidharth down there?
Yes, and that long leg keeps coming up about 10 yards
And
for
then
Root.
drops back and
for
then,
Brook.
Oh, right. So he's there to save the boundary for Root and to take the catch for Brook. Is that what
He's doing something.
why is he 20 yards in for Brook? I'd go the other way round. That's defended now. Full straight delivery from Prasid Krishna.
He's in for Root, out for Brook.
Right. Oh, sorry, I misheard you. That's the way I thought it would be.
yeah. So you were right.
249 for 3. 125 to win for England. As I say, 6 wickets or perhaps 7 for India.
And the drizzle has passed over the ground, and we are back to being dry.
But it's heavily overcast and there's drizzle around. Another one short, pulled by Root, straight to that man at deep backward square leg, Siraj, and they go through for a single, and the applause is for the 250 for England. Remember, they were 106 for 3. Gee, the crowd are absolutely enthralled. Spoke a lot about a fitting climax to this series, and it already feels like it is. I have no idea who's going to win. England have moved well ahead at the moment. That will change dramatically. The fall of another wicket. Jacob Bethel, just his 5th test match, as Krishna is in again. Short, Brook pulls, and he will not stop doing that. It's Iswaran. We've got 2 subs on the field then at the moment, have we? Yeah, Jagadisan and Iswaran. 251 for 3. Brook 84. Joe Root 60. Seems like a long time ago. Ben Ducket was caught at second slip by KL Rahul off Prasid Krishna for 54, and Ollie Pope trapped LBW by Siraj for 27. When's the new ball due, Sid?
I don't think it'll be a factor.
Oh no, I don't think it will. We've only had 54. That's
Yes.
the Bazball scoring rate. isn't
Unless India can get a couple of wickets and really slow the scoring down, the new ball is not going to be a factor.
it? Washington Sundar only bowled 2 overs, didn't he?
Yes.
And Jadeja's about to bowl his second. I said at the time, you know, having made the decision by Shubman Gill, having made the decision to bring the spinner in, commit to it, give it a chance. Don't just bowl him for 2 overs, and he took him off after 2 overs. Pushed away through square leg. You've got to give it a chance. You've got to back your bowler, and you've got to give him a chance. Brook now flicks this away through the onside. What was that stat on the scoreboard, Scott? It was the partnership between Harry Brook and Joe Root is
146.
They've now scored more runs for the 4th wicket for England than any other pair. Here is Jadeja, and that's pushed back towards mid-off, and Jadeja intercepts off his own bowling. It did help when they added about 1,000 against Pakistan in Rawalpindi, didn't they? Triple and a double 100. Forward comes Joe Root again, pushing it straight back to Jadeja. I think really you've got to give Jadeja 4 or 5 overs here. You know, commit to it, and because the seamers can't just come back. You know, they need more than half an hour to recover, and that's driven down towards long off. Another easy single.
They pulled it off once in the middle session on day 2, but you cannot keep expecting that every day, every time, which is why we have all been saying you see the conditions and you pick at least 4 strike bowlers for those conditions.
Jadeja in again, short, that's poor delivery, it's pulled away, it's not timed particularly well. It might just have enough on it to reach the boundary. It does. It wasn't a particularly good pull shot from Harry Brook, but it was an even less good ball from Jadeja. Doesn't bowl too many short. That's the 150 partnership. England supporters on their feet, and they don't need any second invitation. They are absolutely enthralled. I was telling Jeremy earlier, Sid, or pointing out that we get to sit outside in the crowd so seldom that you forget the passion. You forget how much it means to the supporters of India and England. It was India's day yesterday. My goodness, the supporters enjoyed the innings of Washington Sundar at the end there, and enjoyed much of the best of proceedings yesterday. But this partnership, you say, do you know what? At times I think this must be 70% in support of India, this crowd, and then like now I'm thinking it must be 70% in support of England.
The India fans are now just making themselves small.
I just know there's a twist or two coming. Surely.
It's getting too late. There was a twist at Headingley, but too late. Those two Shardul Thakur wickets in 1 over, but that was too late.
There's a long way to go, Sid. You know that. Come on, you've seen enough cricket here. The target is still 117 runs away. That's short and pulled away. Is it in the gap between the two deep fielders? It is, but it's cut off by Iswaran. And it's just a single to Joe Root. 116 is the target now for England. 116.
The drizzle is back. India badly need to go off from here.
This is beneficial to England and detrimental to India, right? A little if they play in drizzle.
Yeah, but if they get to go off, the bowlers get a wrap down, a break,
Right.
and they can come back fresher.
Yeah, absolutely. The short from Prasidh Krishna, it's pulled again by Harry Brook, and they go through for another single. What represents the greater gamble? Prasidh Krishna bowling short pitched, bowling to Root and Brook, or bowling a 6-over spell of Jadeja or Washington?
Looking at the figures, Jadeja has conceded a boundary in both of his overs. He's bowled 2, I think. Washington also conceded boundaries. If they can,
What's the biggest gamble, though? I mean,
I think, see, if there's a wicket can come through Prasidh Krishna bowling bounces, but Jadeja and Washington, I struggle to see where the wicket is coming from.
short pull shot from Root, misses it. It's hit something other than the bat, I think, although it did make a clunky sound. Didn't hit him on the helmet, did it?
Toe end of the bat.
Toe end of the bat, right. And well, it did make a loud noise, but it looked like he missed it because he was looking to pull it through mid-wicket, and it's ended up at backward point.
Yeah, so there's a chance of a mishit, and there are four fielders in place for it. So at least they're trying to take a wicket with Prasidh Krishna bowling short. With Jadeja and Washington, they're just bowling for control because there's nothing in this pitch for them.
Here's Prasidh Krishna running in from the pavilion end. It's short and it's pulled away. It kept low as well. Brook had to kind of adjust the pull shot. That's how much Prasidh Krishna is struggling with his strength and fitness at the moment. I mean, that honestly,
Wasn't that the pitch that stayed low?
yeah, but it had no pace on it. It was definitely kept low,
Yeah.
but Brook,
It was not the kind of shooter that stays low and goes quickly.
Brook was able to adjust his pull shot to lower it in order to hit the ball. He's hit it straight to the fielder. 260 for 3, England. 260 for 3. Their victory target is 114 runs away. They have 6 fit wickets in hand. 7 if Wokes bats one-handed with his shoulder in a brace, immobilised. He literally won't be able to hold the bat if he's needed with his left hand. He'll have to bat literally one-handed, right-handed to be his bottom hand, which is possible. He could, keep a few deliveries out perhaps if there's just a.
Malcolm Marshall has hit a few with one hand.
Do you remember that?
Salim Malik has done that.
Malcolm Marshall batted. His left wrist was broken. He was in a pink cast. Trent Bridge against England in 84, and he slashed a 4 through gully one-handed. I'll never forget the innings. Here's Prasidh Krishna again, bowls. Oh, that one keeps very, very low, and Root manages to keep it out. And he taps the pitch angrily. In fact, he batters the pitch.
Where the ball bounced.
Make things worse. If there's cracks there, he's going to make them worse. He'll open them up. But he was very frustrated about that one. Anyway, he's got a single for it. Flicked away down the leg side. England 262 for 3. Are you a hockey fan?
Very casual.
Well, I just think that if India lose this test, it'll be like one of those hockey matches.
Yes, where you keep possession and then
you keep possession and you have 28 short corners to your opponent's 3, and you lose the game 3-1, and you think, how the hell did that happen?
Yeah.
How did that happen? Anyway, it is Jadeja to continue. I think that's probably the right thing, to be honest. Pushed out to Sidharth at cover, and there's no run.
Talking about the series coming full circle, in the middle of the last over, they threw the ball to the umpire to get it checked, and the umpire immediately threw it back to them.
Flicked away out towards mid-wicket, straight to Gill, no run. It happened so quickly, I missed it.
Yeah, and there was so much action that we didn't get to put that in, but now it has happened twice.
Which umpire threw it back to them?
Hassan Raza.
Here's Jadeja again on the back foot route, punches to cover. I think I have a new favourite umpire.
Jarrod corrects me, it was Kumar.
Was it? Well, I still think that Hassan Raza is my new favourite umpire. That's driven down the ground up towards mid-off, and it's fielded by Mohammad Siraj. Again, it's an easy single. There's too many easy singles. Have we reached the point where India need to gamble a bit more? Force the batsman to go over the top, and they will. Brook will, anyway. And if he gets away with it and ends up 120 not out, well,
fair play.
It was destined, maybe. Here's Jadeja again on the back foot, chopped away. Too deep at backward point again, I think. Too many easy runs. I know that Brook and Root will be very happy to try and win this game with 2 or 3 singles and over. Brook won't.
But Jadeja really needs to slow one down and give it a proper rip.
Here's Jadeja, and it's flicked away behind square on the offside. Too easy. Shubman. Tighten things up.
Man is getting frustrated and trying to catch the attention of Gill. Talking about umpires, have you ever come across an umpire who, in the middle of a test match that he's standing, has gone onto Facebook and posted a clip of stump mic audio from that match on his Facebook? Kumar Dharmsana did it this morning. A clip of him and KL Rahul arguing and him schooling KL Rahul.
He posted it on his own social media.
Yes.
What, Facebook?
Yeah.
Did he really?
He's a real chill guy.
Is there an explanation? Does he say what they're arguing about?
Oh, there was some singular text which I could not read.
How extraordinary.
He's a very chill social media user. I don't think there's any other umpire on social media, but once in a while Kumar Sena will have one of the most badly framed selfies on his Twitter. like an uncle who's taking a selfie for the first time.
that is absolutely remarkable. During a test match, I'd be quite surprised if there weren't ICC regulations about umpires engaging with the media, certainly when they're on duty. Short from Krishna, pulled away by Root through mid-wicket. He's run the first very, very hard. He's running the second very hard as well, but then decides against a third, just happy to settle for 2. Seriously, engaging with social media during a
test match that is
standing
on
duty.
While on that, do you know of any umpire who has a perfume line?
No.
From Colombo, Sri Lanka, Kumar Dharmasena.
Perfume or aftershave, or is it unisex?
Both. Perfume and aftershave.
Wow, we learn something new every day. Here's Prasid Krishna again outside the off stump, left alone by Joe Root. 267 for 3.
But he's
Harry Brook 92, Joe Root 68.
Sorry, he's a very careful person with regards to whom he interacts with, because there was this one series I remember. Where India was just on the receiving end every day, and we were out for a dinner in Adelaide, sitting outside on the pavement eating, and Kumar was passing by, and I said, Kumar, why don't you help India out a little? And he ran away from me thinking I'm some dodgy bookmaker.
Pushed away defensively by Root as Krishna goes full and straight. And so he didn't recognise you. He didn't know. And
No.
he just
I mean,
turned on his heels and ran.
I did introduce myself, and that was my first big tour away. But still, he ran away. Even if I was an established journalist, he would have run away. He would not have entertained that.
Jarrod is just showing me the website of Kimber
And yeah, the perfume bottles are like an umpire-shaped perfume with a hat, umpire hat.
with which you presumably unscrew to access the cologne. Here is Krishna again, short, wide and cut along the ground. It's a strange looking shot from Joe Root. Late cut, he's hit it straight to second slip along the ground.
You know, I bet it comes with 2 rings. If it passes through one of them and not to the other, it means there's perfume inside it. If it does not pass through those 2 rings, you can get a new one.
Did you mention at all in your copy or on air when Kumar Dharmaseni in the first innings made the inside edge signal when he was?
I didn't notice that. No.
Yeah. Well, Akashdeep was the bowler. Here is Prasid Krishna bowling from the pavilion end, driven down the ground by Roots. A glorious shot. What a super straight drive. Now there's a chase on and a very, very valiant stop from Jadeja, I think it was, who flicked it back to Iswaran to complete the fielding. They've gone through for a couple, 2 more. Just instinctive, you know. It's there was a big it was England were bowling. Josh Tongue was bowling, and it could have been Akashdeep who was on strike, but. Anyway, they appealed for leg before wicket, and he just did a little flick with his fingers.
He forgot DRS for a moment.
Yeah, yes, exactly. It was.
He's human.
Extraordinary. I mean, you know, as you would do, and he just said no, not out. He hit it. Oh, that's uppercut from Joe Root. Leans back. Well, no, not an uppercut. A steer. Just leant back, steered that short ball over the top of the vacant gully area. And down to Mohammad Siraj on the 3rd man boundary for a single, and Root keeps the strike.
Again, aware to that field change. Earlier, India had a fly slip, so he had kept that shot away. But now that there was no fly slip, he was confident enough to play it above the slips. It's coming up to 100 required.
Coming down to 100 required. 104.
Oh, we will have No, we won't.
Thinking of what?
Of the first time ever that a test match, all 4 scores have gone up.
No, that can't happen though,
that
can
cannot
it?
happen, yeah.
396 India made.
Unless it's just 1-1 difference and then somebody hits a boundary. Like you score 270, you trail by 1 by 271, then you score 272, the target is 271, and then you go and hit a boundary.
Yeah. Right, here we go. We are sticking with spin from the Vauxhall end, which has been significantly less productive for the seam bowlers, and it's Washington Sundar in, and it's a reverse sweep straight away from Joe Root. He's hit it very nicely, just be a single down to long leg. Jaiswal's down there in the deep. He'll be desperately hoping that his 2nd century of the series doesn't go to waste. India have outscored England and with hundreds, and still with new ball wickets. You know, traditionally the key areas. I think England may have dropped more catches than India as well now. They pulled ahead there.
21-19.
Everything suggests that India should be winning this series, really, statistically. That's clipped away out towards square leg Jadeja fields, except the immeasurable qualification, which is big moments.
But India cannot complain about anything in this test. Luck has gone their way, catches have gone down, England are a bowler down.
Here is Washington Sundar again.
It's raining
Harry
again.
Brook defends, and there's no run.
It's a pretty heavy rain. Not rain, pretty heavy drizzle.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I agree with you. It's heavy drizzle rather than rain, but it's
also very
on
windy.
rain.
It's also very windy, and
actually it is rain now. I've just upgraded it. Here's Washington Sundar again, and they take a quick single as Harry Brook pushes it out towards cover point.
I'm sure the umpires have looked at the ground staff, and the ground staff have looked at the radar, and they're expecting it to blow away. Otherwise, if this was expected to settle in, they would have taken the teams off.
What's the shortest break I mean, it's such a massive palaver. Once the covers come on, players go off, the covers come on, it's minimum half an hour.
Yeah.
You know, and it could be dry for 25 of those 30 minutes. It's blown away again, has it?
It's still falling down.
Here's Washington Sundar again, and Joe Root pushes it out towards extra cover, straight to the fielder. Iswaran, no run. 272 for 3, 102 is the requirement. 93 to Harry Brook, 72 to Joe Root. This partnership absolutely devastating for India, but there is time to mount a comeback. There is time to get back into this game. One wicket so often in this test has led to 2. And well, they've still got Jacob Bethel and Jamie Smith to come, England, but they'll hope that these two can continue to do the bulk of the work as they have done so far. That one is chopped away by Root behind square on the offside, and there's a single. Root once again keeps the strike. It's completely inadvertent, I'm sure, but if you notice that Brook has only faced like 3 or 4 balls in the last 4 overs. You hear that there'll be conspiracy theorists who'll be saying that Root is trying to protect Brook from himself. Do you know what I mean?
Now we've got spin on both ends. You've got your wish manners.
I'm not sure I advocated it from both ends. I thought that perhaps, you know, a longer spell
from
of
one
spin
end,
from one end, yeah.
so that you can rotate your
Yeah.
fast bowlers from the other.
Yeah.
Poor Siraj, I think even he's running out of gas now. And I really do look back to that first spell where he went on for 2 extra overs.
Here's Jadeja from the far end, pushed away by Root, no run.
He did get a wicket, but I wonder if that extended spell has shortened his further spells.
Could well be. Could well be. And as you say, the second new ball's not going to be a factor. You're going to have to make the best of this one or try and get it changed.
Unless it's 7 down at the second new ball.
Here is Jadeja again, and that's driven as too many easy singles, Shubman Gill. This is another one down to long off. We've got long off and long on.
The big applause because the target has come down to 100. The requirement has come down to 100. Long on, long off, and deep square leg.
Sweeper on the cover boundaries, all right. You know, that's okay.
So there are... Okay, mid-on comes up.
Still conceding a single.
Yeah.
He's come in 20 yards. Still an easy single. Jadeja in again, bowls. Brook on the back foot. Punches it away, square of the wicket on the offside. And they take an easy single. Another cheer now for the fact that the target is down to 99. They're not going to be cheering for the next 99 runs, are they?
Maybe 90, 80, 70, 60. Not 10, not 20, but 70 seconds. Or was it 90 seconds?
Root 74, Harry Brook 94. And here's Jadeja in again, off the back foot. Root slap cuts this to Washington Sundar at backward point. I might be wrong, and certainly there is time for Harry Brook to prove me wrong once England are within maybe 50 or 40 or 50 runs for him to play some more attacking shots. But it does look like he's suffering from an attack of common sense, doesn't it?
That's all with brains.
Do you know what I mean? He's batting really properly at the moment. It's only Root that's reverse sweeping, and that is a proper shot for him. Short, that's a full toss, and it's pulled away handsomely for 4. That was a terrible ball from Jadeja, and I rather suspect, and I'm going to make the excuse for him anyway, even if I'm wrong, that it slipped. Wet ball.
Or maybe he tried to give it some air, and a combination of wet ball and air.
Yeah. I mean, he doesn't, you know, toss up too many above the eye line, does he? But that was an absolute gift. It was about waist height when it arrived at Joe Root.
And there are times when these can get caught in the deep. Not with this Indian team.
Well, there's only a deep backward square leg. Now, it's Joe Root who needs a drink, and it's Harry Brook as well, actually. There are 2 12th men on. Hassan Raza's bristling. He's like a Keystone Cop. He's strutting over and he's saying, hey, this isn't a drinks break.
Yeah.
Could have been that they asked permission. You can do that.
Now they're rushing off. Abhimanyu Iswaran is trying to drive the ball, which has been in the stands, has been through Kumar Dharmasena, who has checked it for any loss of shape or dryness.
Shubman Gill's taken it to
Raza.
Boss Raza. And he's now having a bit of a longer look at. They didn't have any joy at all with Kumar Dharmasena. They gave it to him to have a look at, and he threw it straight back. Hassan Raza has at least humoured them by having a 30-second look at the ball before giving it back. Yep, it's red, it's round, the stitching's all fine, off you go. There's no damage to it. But sometimes, often actually, when the ball is hit into the crowd, or umpires take it upon themselves to inspect it, see if it's damaged. That's chopped away by Brook. Straight back though, towards cover, Iswaran Fields. It's all gone a bit flat for India, and Shubman Gill, all eyes on you, sir. You're giving England too many easy runs, in my opinion. Have been doing for a long time now. Let's hope it's not too late for you to try and exert some pressure. Maiden overs, so that one is flicked away through square leg by Brook. And Washington Sunder's down on one knee, believing that he was incredibly unlucky because it did hit the inside half of the bat. Mohammad Siraj is throwing his arms around and cartwheeling his arms to limbering up for one final roll of the dice, you would suspect, as that's pushed away by Brook with the spin towards mid-wicket. I shouldn't think Siraj needs much limbering up.
Well, 24th day of the series.
He's crazy, isn't he? He's hardly got the energy to
limber
swivel
up.
yeah, it's exactly. Don't overdo it, Mohammed. You haven't got much energy left, I shouldn't have thought. That one is driven through extra cover sweetly by Harry Brook. He is oh my goodness me, that's terrible from Akashdeep. Completely covered. It was barely trickling to the boundary, and for some reason he tried to stop it with his left boot.
And then the right boot kicked it.
And then the right boot has kicked it onto the rope. That's a horrible, horrible moment. Awful.
And when he was retrieving it from outside the boundary, he dropped it again. If one piece of action sums it up for India today. They had a long off back. It was still placed wide of that long off, who caught up with it, then tried to stick one leg out because he's tired, and it bounced high enough for his other leg to kick it into the fence.
Oh my goodness, Washington Sundar in again, opens the face of the bat as Harry Brook runs it away, fine. There'll be two more, and Harry Brook has got his 100. Harry Brook reaches 3 figures amongst his many, many memorable centuries. This is one he'll never forget if it helps England to a series victory. He's counter-attacked. He's hit 2 sixes in his first 50 from just 39 balls, and now he's reached 100 from 91. An extraordinary counter-attacking century from England's number 5 maestro. He's taken them to 285 for 3. They can taste the victory against India. A series triumph awaits if Brook can see them home. But that 100 from 91 balls will live long in the memory.
Sensational belief in his own ability and courage and belief in the process, in the method that they follow on the seaming pitch to do it 107 for 3. Absolutely wonderful.
Ashwin in again, and Brook has steered it away behind square on the offside. Down to the fielder for another single at wide third man. 286 for 3. Brook 101.
Was that a little wishful manners when you said Ashwin in again? Are you wishing for Ashwin here?
I didn't, did I? Did I really?
It's been a long series, yes.
It has been a very long series. I think I should make myself scarce.
And me.
Did I say Ashwin? That's some kind of subconscious...
100%, yes.
That's subconscious there, isn't it? Washington is what I meant to say. Right. I think Jarrod is going to take us through till tea in the company of Jon Norman.
It could not look any flatter India at this stage. Ravi Jadeja was outrun in the field before. He looked exhausted, and when he bowled that full toss, it just looked like he had nothing left. And predictably, Mohammad Siraj, the last man left on the field with any energy, any enema, anything in him at all, is coming back on to bowl. Didn't he just bowl a gut-busting spell?
Did you just say enema?
Enema, yeah.
Why did you say enema?
I have no idea.
I thought I misheard you. Here he comes, Siraj, and first ball, Harry Brooks down the track. I think this, we might see someone pressing the fast forward button now. 287 for 3, England need 87, with Harry Brook past 100, he's 102, Joe Root 78. What have we got until tea? Is it 3:55? Producer Scott? He's not listening. 3:55, so 25 minutes to go. I'm not sure they're going to get 87 in that time, but
Depends how many balls they hit to Akashdeep.
well, I think Akashdeep needs to have a word with himself. I thought his body language when he was bowling was borderline pitiful. It's all well and good putting your arm around someone's shoulders and giving them a send-off when you take wickets, but when you're up against it, that's when your team needs you most. There's ironic cheers as he successfully collects the ball by his bootlaces at fine leg. Joe Root takes another single. He moves to 79. He's not smiling, is Akash. He's getting a lot. He's getting pelters. The universal language of irony. 288 for 3. What a stunning turnaround it's been. Again, England looked like they'd thrown it away in the afternoon on day 2. And now it's India's turn to wonder where it's all gone so horribly wrong. The post-mortem is 86 runs away for India. Surely there can't be another twist. Well, twist or stick. India have twisted and they've brought back Mohammad Siraj. He's coming in from the pavilion end, and this is pushed out to point, cover point for a single. And Harry Brook moves to 103. And if you think the cheers that greeted Harry Brook's century was something, well, I don't think you've heard anything yet, because if Joe Root does the same in a series where he's gone past Ricky Ponting and others, up to second in the list of all-time run scorers, and if he does do it, then England are almost there. It's been a terrific test match. Superb series. It's gone one way then the other. England chasing, score almost identical to the one they've been faced with here at the Oval, back at Leeds.
It's a broken bat. Actually, it might be a bat grip. Something going wrong with his grip.
Yeah, I think it's just changing his grip and getting a new grip.
Oh no, it's foot marks. It's foot marks. Siraj has just said there's something wrong there.
Oh, well,
Stamper's
it's
out.
both.
Well, the stamper is on the wicket.
The thumper. A little drinks break. High vis everywhere. And well, it's never good when you need a hat-trick to get back into a game, but that's kind of where we are. If you want an indication of how easy and smooth and almost, I don't know, dare I say, tedious it's been for the last hour, there's a young Indian fan in the stand where we're situated who's been asleep for the last 20 minutes or so. I'm not saying young, 2 or 3, he must be about 8 years old. He's got his India shirt on and he's given up. And I think India have too. What will the post-mortem... Are you on with me now, Jarrod? I'm not exactly sure. Yeah,
I am.
What will the report card say at the end of this?
It's a very good question, because they have had enough chances to win and draw this series, right? And they haven't done it. But it is a younger side. We've already heard stories about Ryan Tentiscata, former talkSPORT 2 Ryan Tentiscata, and Morne Morkel potentially already having lost their jobs. I think a lot of the blame will go on Gautam Gambhir, but there's going to be a fair bit also now on Shubman Gill, who's looked listless, I would say, in the field today.
He's looked like he's sulking,
but
giving up.
Yeah, they do look very tired. Jadeja looks tired, Akash looks tired, Jaiswal looks tired. There's a few players out there who just look like this was a much more cricket than they expected to play. There's been more than 7,000 runs in this series, the most ever in a 5-test series. There's been a lot of days, a lot of sessions, a lot of handshakes, a lot of hugs
A lot of injuries.
A lot of injuries.
A lot of long spells.
So I just feel that, yeah, there does look like an exhaustion. So I don't think we should judge India based on what we have seen now, because they have probably checked out of this. But we should be going back and going, well, how many times did they have a chance to win? And they never killed England off. And England is not a perfect cricket side, but if you don't kill them off, they just keep coming. And that's what we've seen again today.
Yeah, you know, the way that England have been batting against India today and at times throughout this series, apart from that, 10th wicket stand yesterday, never ever seen the Indian batters, or when Rishabh Pant was batting, as this is driven to cover point from the bat of Joe Root, no run. And the other thing, of course, is Kohli retired shortly before this series. Rohit Sharma gave up the captaincy and retired shortly before this series. Mohammad Shami was ruled out shortly before this series. Rishabh Pant was injured midway point of the series. In fact, he was injured twice. Jasprit Bumrah could only bowl 3 tests. That's 5 absolute. Ravichandran Ashwin retired about 6 months before the series. Siraj is in and driven, but via an outside edge down to the boundary for 4. It's been that kind of day for Mohammad Siraj. Again, still the leading wicket taker across both sides in the series, but it does feel like he's going to end up on the losing side. India, incredibly, are going to give up a plus 370 score, or 370 plus score, for the second time in the series and the third time in 3 years.
Good ball, it shaped away, it was on a good length, it drew him into the false shot, and none of it matters, Jeremy.
No, it's you feel a little sad for India in a way, but they just haven't quite been fit enough in the overs and the legs, I'm afraid. Their 3 seamers couldn't match the 3 seamers. I mean, Siraj has played every match, hasn't he? And yet he looks the strongest and the most likely and the most threatening.
Siraj again left alone this time by Root.
Krishna has tried. I think he's tried pretty hard.
There's the bare bones of a team there.
Oh yes. Akashdeep, I think, has been a little bit disappointing once he had that good test match, I think it is Edgbaston. He hasn't been able to complete overs at Lords.
Much more than that.
I think he's been a wee bit disappointing since then.
There is one other thing. They have lost.
Selections, I think, has been a bit of an issue for them, and how they put their side together. They basically selected Jadeja and Sundar every time, and that, and then they've picked Shardul at once, and they've picked Kamboj once, and so on. But they haven't quite been the right selections for either the surfaces that they were playing on. I mean, for this one, you don't need two spinners, do you? And you might regard them then as batsmen, and that has to be then factored into who they select.
Yeah, and that is the thing, isn't it? They've selected Jadeja and Washington, but also Karun Nair. They've been uber defensive. Another thing to factor in, of course, is they have lost all 5 tosses. This one was a big toss to lose.
Yep. And they've had a little mistake today, just one guy standing just on the rope.
Yes.
It's not a huge mistake, but it's costly. That could have been the difference today.
139 for 3 at that point. Harry Brook's gone on to make 100. But of course, England dropped loads as well, didn't they? And Jaiswal went on to make 100. This is just guided to second slip.
You're
so,
right.
it happens on both sides.
Yeah, Jarrod's mentioned that.
There is one other thing as well. In the history of Test cricket, forget pre-war, how many times in a series involving India, Australia and England has a new captain been selected? So his first tour as captain has been against one of the big countries. Deep, this is drilled through extra cover, over pitch and smashed by Harry Brook. Siraj puts in the dive, can't come close. 297 for 3. Brook moves to 107. So it has happened before. Gilchrist stepped in for Ponting. No, who?
He captained in India, yeah, but he wasn't the captain at the start of the series, was he?
And it wasn't quite the same. He was just, in terms of a permanent skipper, how often has it been? When Graham Smith was made captain of South Africa, you can involve them in this conversation as well. was his first tour to England back in 2003, was it?
Was that when he got all the double hundreds?
Yeah, when Nasser Hussain forgot his name. Here's deep, pulled through mid-wicket. Stand and deliver stuff from Harry Brook. Just waits for the ball to come to him and then slaps it to the boundary. The 300 up for England. The target is within sight, 73 runs away. Maybe they will do it before tea.
So we've been talking about this for the last couple of test matches, how India have all these guys around the boundary whose job it is to get the ball and throw it back in for India. Most of the time the Indian fielders still run and chase the ball to the boundary. That has stopped today. Today it's just can you throw the ball back to me, please?
Here's deep down the track. Harry Brook, the ball has skied up in the air and the catch has been taken. And Akashdeep gives him a mouthful. Harry Brook loses his bat. He has to walk off from the field. His innings has come to an end.
He's only just picked his bat up now.
He's picked his bat up now. I thought there was a little bit of a discussion between the umpire, Hassan Raza, and the bowler there, just to say, hang on, you might have overstepped. Not the case. Brook has been dismissed. One shot too many, but is it too late for India? Either way, the crowd here, Indian and England cricket fans, get to their feet. Brook walks off with 111 to his name. Another wonderful chapter in his short but high-octane career to date. And with 20 minutes to go until the tea break, Jamie Smith, the new batter. Is there time? Could there possibly be another twist in this game, or has it just come? It's Jacob Bethel actually coming in. Of course, he's down to come in at 6 ahead of Jamie Smith at 7. Could there be another twist? Surely there's going to have to be another twist.
Well, Siraj who took the catch, yeah?
Yeah.
It's a long time between the drop, or not the drop, John, what do you want to call it?
Well, it
the
wasn't
foot,
the
foot on the toe balloon?
Just not out.
The not out.
The not out.
The 6.
The 6. The catch that wasn't.
He's still...
That's what we should call it.
I haven't seen Akash look this energised.
But that's the problem with Akash.
I thought he was done.
Yeah, he's only energised because he's got a wicket.
Yeah.
He trundled in. He's just been hit for 2 boundaries. Now he's got his shoulders back. It's not good enough. Mohammad Siraj was in a position where he's having to energise the team while at the top of his mark. That's not good enough.
No, they've looked a very fatigued side, haven't they, for the last 45 minutes to an hour.
It's been way too easy for England.
From the moment when Krishna was asked to bowl that short stuff in a small spell, you felt that was getting towards the end of all the ideas that India had. They tried spin after that, and they just wanted 1 wicket from that spin.
Round the wicket to Jacob Bethel, the new bat, the left-hander, angling in on the pads. He defends from the crease. And the Indian fans who have been here across all 4 days are suddenly in voice. They know if India are going to get back into this game, this series, it's got to be now. It has got to be now.
Well, you know, really, if you look at the makeup of that Siraj, Krishna, deep, who would you suggest as the third bowler there from what we've been seeing? Would it be deep?
Well, I think another way of phrasing it is, who will India persevere with after this series? Is deep again, left alone by Bethel.
But if he's third, he's bowled the least number of overs of those 3 bowlers, and number 3 normally is the guy who bowls the most overs, doesn't he? He was the one who's the reliable, who's fit, who's ready to go and bowl 3-4 spells. Whenever you're in trouble, you go back to that guy, and he gets you through a day, and he hasn't been able to do that. There's really, fitness is an issue for him. I don't know whether it's because of the injury that he's had. We can't say for that. All we can report to you is his legs have been absolutely gone. And that's why he's lost his pace. If you haven't got pace to hit the track hard, and that comes from your legs, If you haven't got that, then you don't get the snap, you don't get the movement, you don't get anything. So that's an issue for him. It's something for him to fix if he and really remember, so that next time he gets into these situations, it doesn't feel like this.
Brilliant stuff. Jeremy Coney has been with us for 3 of the 5 test matches here. Joe Root facing up then. Siraj is in and he's driving square of the wicket. And that moves to 84. 302 for 4. England needs 72 and India needs 6 wickets.
The other thing I've felt, watching it, is that the men spread around that you spoke about, Jarrod. I think at some point when you get in a chase like this, it's like a one-day game. You cannot allow the opposition to run their way to victory by picking up 1s and 2s consistently, especially when you have an expert at it like Joe Root. You can't do that, and so you've got to bring men in, and if they hit you through for a boundary, so be it. And if you lose, so be it. But you can't allow them to just run their way and not even have the thought of putting pressure on the batsman.
I think Brook had at one stage 36 singles out of 82 balls.
More singles today, I think, than the whole game.
Bethel playing in just his 4th test match for England, and he comes forward and pushes us out to cover. I mean, it's still gloomy, it's not quite as dark as it was at times, but you don't want to be batting in this. The floodlights are on, you just come out, you've only got 10 minutes till tea.
Would you say that this is an opportunity, perhaps at the very last moment, which probably won't happen? Why have you got a deep point to Bethel? You know, he should be up here looking to catch, or you bring him into some catching position, or you run saving so you don't get Root on strike. Surely.
Siraj into the left-hander, goes for the Yorker. Defended.
He's onto that now, to be fair to Bethel. He knew it was coming, and he knew it was coming early. Well done. Yeah, I mean, if Bethel wants a slash run through backward point, and I've got 2 slips and 2 gullies, or 3 slips and a gully, you're going to lose, you're going to lose. I'm kind of with you. Also, that even when they had the fielders up, Jeremy, it wasn't as if they were up to stop the singles. They were just sort of there. Shubman Gill's really shown a lack of verve. Not enema, verve.
Stop saying
Yes, it's
enema.
nothing to do that with that, Jarrod.
Siraj, this is pushed to mid-wicket, and Bethel will get off the mark. 2 balls left in the over.
Perhaps anime, to be animated.
No, I thought there was a word I was looking for. I don't know what it is.
Well, we know the one you selected isn't right.
What was the context? Because we sat down and all we heard was you saying Siraj has had an enema.
I said he actually had a lack of enema.
Or a lack of enema, which
It's
is
been a long-
better.
What has he been taking lots of small steps around the place?
I meant the magic spark had gone. As though there was nothing left.
Here is Siraj. Ooh! Root steps forward and doesn't offer a shot. And Siraj just has a friendly word. And that came back a bit, but not enough. 303 for 4. England needs 71 runs to win. To cap off what will be their most impressive series win to date in the Bazball era. And India still needs 6 wickets. If they can nip one out before tea, especially if it's Joe Root, then maybe.
Yeah, that looks like to me, they're 63, they're in the 64th or something like that.
Yeah.
But it doesn't look to me as if they're going to have the time to get to another new ball.
No, Siraj last ball of the over and it's driven through extra cover. Chases on by the fielder. It's good running actually. Sparing dive and he doesn't get up. 4 more runs. 67 needed. Root moves to 88. Another priceless cameo from the former England Test skipper. 307 for 4. Remember when England didn't try and chase down 240 against New Zealand at Lord's from about the
Yes,
same
I do.
amount of overs as they've batted.
Yes, that was pretty timid, wasn't it?
It was.
So they've changed a great deal since then.
Was that the same year that their third leading scorer was extras?
Really?
Was that 2021? Was
Um,
that 2020? I can't remember what year that was.
Akash deep is the top edge, and it's just going to drop over the shoulder of the bowler. And Akash Deep has almost fallen over trying to get back to catch the ball, and I think if he hadn't fallen over, he might have got there.
Just a pull shot from wide on the wicket that, I don't know if it hit the chalky end, but it felt like it was off the toe, and it just looped up, and it could have gone absolutely anywhere, and somehow it's managed to go just over the stumps, and Akash has turned and fallen. It's landed on the crease. It's landed on the crease. It couldn't have found a gap any better, but also Akash falling, I don't think he would have got back anyway,
No,
but falling
he
over
wouldn't.
certainly made it worse.
And now he's flexing his shoulder again, is Akash. In again, and this is tucked away, but no single there.
Who's that at mid-off, Jarrod? Because look where he...
It's
Jadeja.
Yeah, you would have thought he might have had a crack, right? Yeah, I suppose he was waiting. Once he saw the bowler turn, he thought that's his catch.
There's just no way you would have got there.
No.
Is there? But Jadeja looks absolutely physically spent. I mean, when he came on the bowl before and he was bowling full tosses, he got outrun by Eastford. I don't know the last time I've seen Jadeja be outrun by anyone.
Well, he has batted a lot, hasn't he? Scored over 500 runs in the series. Here is Deep again with Bethel. Oh, I'm just going to give that to the batter. I think he's just about played inside the line there. Good lift and carry from Akash Deep.
You're probably right, but where was this Akash Deep when they needed him before, right? As you said, suddenly he's completely come to life and he's getting all sorts of things out of the pitch. I think Jacob Bethel was playing at that for a little while and realised how far he was from the ball and then pulled his bat in the line. I'm not sure he could... It's a minefield.
Well, what it is, though, is it's still doing a little bit, isn't it? A little bit of bounce and variation, a little bit of seam. It's still there.
5 minutes till tea. Deep is in, and Bethel eases forward and pushes this out to mid-off.
But you've got to run in and you've got to put it, or be a wholehearted bowler. You can't just run in and get through overs. There is a big difference between those two things. And when you think about the number of days that these teams have played, this is the chance, this is the time. And Akash Deep, you're the man at the moment. They've chosen. You've got to give it everything you have.
2 balls left in the over as Deep continuing round the wicket, and Bethel getting in line and playing defensively back to the bowler. No run. Floodlight still on here. It's got a bit gloomier again. Camera's just picked up Harry Brook, whose series is done. 111. Is it going to be a match-winning innings? Is he going to be player of the match?
I can't even tell you a single thing that's happened in this match. I'm so engrossed in
The now.
the present.
Last ball of the over. Akash Deep is in, and Bethel again props forward. And this is fielded at short mid-wicket. End of the over. Indian fans around us trying to help their team. 1 over left in the session.
We really haven't heard from the fans much either, have we? And if this was Virat Kohli, he would have run out to the crowd and he would have got them up. And realistically, we just haven't seen that.
It's funny, isn't it, that Virat Kohli, I've mentioned him on numerous occasions when the body language has been poor and the game's drifted and India seemed devoid of answers, and you felt Virat Kohli in this situation. But of course, he hasn't actually been captain of the Test side for a while. It's like we've kind of forgotten Rohit
No, but
Sharma.
even not as a captain.
Even when he wasn't captain, he would still turn to
Yeah,
the crowd quite a
that's
bit.
true.
He was very good at that.
No, you're right. You're right. He still would have been doing it, even though he wasn't the captain. Here is Siraj. It's pitched up and driven by Root. no run, fielded at mid-off. This will probably be the last over of the session. If India can strike, then this place will go off.
And someone should come onto the field. One of these men that they've got to field for them on the boundary, Jeremy, they should come onto the field, pick up Mohammad Siraj, take him all the way on their shoulders to the change room and bring him back in 20 minutes time and go, have another go, champ.
Siraj is just slowing things down a touch.
Just to give his energy a boost, Jeremy.
Two slips in place. There's a gully as well as Siraj comes in. Oh, that keeps so low! It's been trapped in front. Has he been hit outside the line? Is there an inside edge?
I think
what
outside
are
off.
India going to do here? It's Joe Root. It's the last over before tea. Shubman Gill doesn't think...
Reviewed.
They've reviewed. Shubman Gill doesn't fancy this, but he's gone upstairs because he has to.
He got a good stride, and I thought
He did.
Rude, and that usually takes him outside off.
It felt also like Siraj was saying that's close to the bat. We've got the worst angle on this, don't we? Because for the right-handers. Let's have a look at this first replay.
Well, it's nipped back in.
It's not going to
No,
be
it's
hitting.
outside the line.
You're right, Jeremy, outside the line. Wasn't far from the bat. I don't think he's hit it, but his bat might have hit his pad, which is what Siraj is talking about. It's a good shout, but... And it certainly hit the pad first, but it's not going to be out.
No, the Indian fielders are already going back to their mark. Shubman Gill knew it. I think it might have been an umpire's call review. We're looking upstairs and he's hitting the batter outside the line of off stump. So India lose the review and Joe Root stays where he is.
Yep, just needed a little bit more nip, but then it might come and hit the bat.
Still, India clinging on. They've got one fingernail in this game, and if Siraj can get rid of Root, it'll be two, as he goes a touch straighter, and this is clipped away for two. Through square leg, where it's fielded, 309 for 4.
Big strong arm from Akashdeep. Akashdeep there. He underarmed that ball to Jaiswal as he fielded it. He's done about 4 underarms. The thing is, he keeps clutching his left shoulder, and yet he's not even using his right shoulder. And look, he's saving everything he can for the bowling. After tea.
3 balls remaining in this session. India taking a wicket late. And Siraj is in, and this is just guided down. And it'll be 4 more. The way of Joe Root, who moves to 94. Only 2 men in the gully, and has gone to the left of Sidharth.
Jadeja has actually stopped moving in the field. He looked at the guy on the boundary there and went, "That's your job, mate. That's what we pay you for."
61 needed. 2 balls remaining in the session. Suddenly feels like it's got even darker. See the shadows from the lights, the floodlights, and it's just started to rain as well.
Quite heavy at the moment.
This could be the last ball of the session. And it's driven back past Siraj. As straight as you like from Root, who moves to 98. They've got to keep him out the front. An umbrella's just popped up, a green umbrella. Someone's told them to put it down. Don't let the umpires know. They're going to stay out for 1 more maybe. Joe Root, 98 not out. What drama here at the Oval. That wasn't a million miles away from Siraj's left hand. It was in the air, but you can feel the rain in the air. You can see it. It's very dark here. Laptops are being pulled back out of the water that's coming down from the sky. My phone has just been handed to me. My notebooks are getting soggy. And Joe Root is 98 not out. England 317 for 4. Mohammad Siraj, who's bowled without any
There is
luck all day.
There's no way we'd be playing in this rain with this light if it wasn't right before tea. It's a chance for India to steal a wicket here.
With Route 98. And Siraj is in, and it's pushed up to mid-on. And just for a second, Root sets off for a single, but Bethel had the non-strikers then sent back, and that is the end of the session. A session that has been completely dominated by England, despite that late wicket of Harry Brook for 111. India now still needs 6 wickets, but England 57 runs away from winning the test and taking the series 3-1. Joe Root walks off the field with 98 to his name, Jacob Bethel alongside him. And India, despite that late breakthrough, look forlorn, frustrated, and wondering just how they've got themselves into this position. Join us in 20 minutes time for the conclusion of the 5th test, live from the Oval, where England at tea trail by 56. They need 57 to win the game. They're 317 for 4. Well, welcome back to the Oval for the final session of the Test match and the series. Joe Root makes his way to the crease, 98 not out. Alongside him, Jacob Bethel, who survived a nervy moment or two towards the back end of an afternoon session that was dominated by England. They started the session needing 210 runs and now find themselves 57 needed. 7 wickets in hand at the start of the session, 6 wickets remaining at the end. Harry Brook going past 100, the lone success for India, who have been greeted with a powerful rendition of Jerusalem within the ground and overhead. Beautiful sunny conditions. The floodlights are still on and it's still very, very grey in the distance. But for now, no rain and sun. And over the course of the next hour or so, we will find out who will be the inaugural winners of the Anderson Tendulkar Trophy. India, of course, won the series 3-1 the last time these two sides met. But for now, it's about the here and the now, and Akashdeep is in and driving Bethel. But no real time, he's fielded at mid-off. A session that we commentated on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. If you've been part of the journey over the last 5 tests, plus the one-off test against Zimbabwe, of course, well, thanks for all your comments and the feedback and hitting that subscribe button and watching the videos that we've been putting up at close of play. And we will be back. As Deep is in, this is driven by Jacob Bethel, where it's fielded by Mohammad Siraj at mid-on. Mohammad Siraj, who is the leading wicket taker across both sides for the series. One of only 2 bowlers to have played in all 5 tests. Chris Wokes, of course, wasn't able to bowl for much of the first innings and none of the second after picking up that shoulder injury. But for all the success, will he be remembered for stepping on the boundary instead of completing a catch that would have seen Harry Brook dismissed for just 19. As it was, he did take the catch to dismiss Harry Brook in the following session, but not before Brook had reached 111, a series-defining partnership with Joe Root, who's still there. 98 not out at the non-striker's end, just leaning on his bat as Jacob Bethel gets ready to face the 4th delivery of the evening session, bowled by Akashdeep, who's back and pushing, but there won't be a run there. Jarrod, here we go again for one final time.
Do India have any anima left in them?
Yes. Have you settled on that being the word that you were trying to use?
It is, because I knew exactly what I was taking it from. It's from the film Grosse Pointe Blank, when they're talking about his dream about being the mechanical battery bunny. That's it. All sorted now?
Yeah, I suppose. Doesn't take away from what was a genuinely amusing moment on air, which we don't need to revisit.
What's going on here? Is he saying the ball's out of shape, Jadeja? Oh, why not? One more time.
Yeah.
Let's play the hits, everyone.
Yeah, remember when it was 1-1 and all to play for and we were still in this series?
He's still looking at the ball, Jadeja, but Hassan said, mate, it looks fine. Went straight through the rings.
Akash deep in again, and this is cut. Ooh, just in front of backward point where it's fielded. No run. Anime. That's
Anima.
Anima. Spell it.
A-N-I-M-A.
Anima, not anime.
Alan, it's a
That's
great
what,
quote.
That's what Jeremy Coney was saying.
Yeah, he was
anima.
right. He was right.
So that wasn't the word.
That I said.
Yeah.
I said.
Anima. Well, you meant anima. He's saying you meant anime.
No.
That's different.
No, he said anima.
You sure?
Yeah, he then said anime later.
Oh, he said both, did he? Mystery thickens as Bethel defends on off stump. We're underway in the evening session, and it means that Joe Root will face Mohammed Siraj. You imagine if he's been king-chaired back down onto the field. Do you call it that when two people pick you up? Well, you may not call it that in Australia, actually, because why would you? Well, no, actually, you do have the monarchy there. Our monarchy.
Kind of.
Bit weird.
It's around. Didn't a Queensland politician the other day refuse to pledge allegiance to the king, I believe?
Shouldn't it be called Kingsland now?
Sure. I don't think it's named after that queen, though. It would have been after Queen Victoria, I would have thought.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I don't know.
No, I don't know either. Not really the people to ask when it comes
We
to
may
such
not be the
things, are we?
experts on this. We are the experts on Mohammed Siraj being tired.
And
700 runs he's gone for in this series. It's not the most ever by a seamer.
really, what is the most?
Craig McDermott went for over 900 in a 6-test series once. Yeah, it's actually, there's quite a few guys who are higher than Siraj. Clary Gribbett went for more than 1,000. But he bowled like about 40% of Australia's overs. He was like Murali, he would just bowl. He had so much anima, he could just continue to bowl from one end.
Okay, here we are then. Mohammed Siraj with ball in hand, running in from the pavilion end with Joe Root 98 not out, and first ball it's just pushed out to the offside for a single. And the crowd get ready, really, don't they?
Your laptop? There's your laptop, John. Do you want me to unplug it?
Yeah.
I think people should come behind the scenes with us.
Well, they do when we can visualise what we're doing. You can see me and you grappling at the back. You can see Steve Harmison doing unmentionable things whilst on commentary. You can see Sam Ellard shouting to the listeners of talkSPORT. You can see an Ed Sheeran lookalike being studiously ignored by Neil Manthorp
For half an hour.
for half an hour. I didn't realise that he was appearing on screen. The manager's still ignoring him. Siraj is in as an edge, but it dropped short of KL Rahul at second slip. Wrings his hand. If I have one everlasting memory of this series, it'll be of a fielder shaking their hands, their fingers in pain.
There's been a lot of that, hasn't there? Or a batter.
Oh yeah, just anyone. I mean, it's just
People
happened a
with
lot.
fingers.
Both sides, fielders, bowlers, batters. England need 56 runs to win this Test match. And India needs 6 wickets. Driving and fielded by Akashdeep, who of course drops it, and it picks it up.
Kind of pretends he hasn't
He
dropped
did.
it,
He-
and then
he
he
can't-
did it on purpose.
He kind of pretended that he dropped it so that he and Bethel could have a bit of back and forth about whether the batter was going to run or not, but no one in the world was invested in that. And then he realised, so he gave it a shine, and it'll be back in the hand of Mohammed Siraj very soon.
I'll tell you two things. He probably shined the wrong side, and now he's been moved in the field from point to mid-off. They're like, how did you get there? Eastwarren, who's almost been the one fielder theory today. He's been everywhere.
Here is Siraj, and this is pushed out to cover by Jacob Bethel. I'm getting a bit of Paul Collingwood 2005 vibes from Bethel's inclusion in the side this late in proceedings.
How many matches did Collingwood play? Just one? Yeah.
And I think he scored 7. Don't think he took a wicket. Don't think he even bowled, actually.
Just Bethel's bowling looked so mechanical yesterday. Just, I was talking to an English cricketer during the break, and he said, yeah, he just looked like he hadn't bowled in a while, and he was nervous about the fact he hadn't bowled in a game in a while.
May not have bowled at all if Chris Vokes hadn't picked up that injury. Batting now, though, round the wicket. Siraj, just jabs the bat down on the ball. Played that very late, did Bethel. A wicket here, and it's on again, you know. Not quite on, but certainly would be invested and intrigued.
It does have to be Root quite soon, though, doesn't it?
Oh, well, yeah. Yeah, it does.
I mean, Siraj has got Anima again.
At least if you get rid of, you can target one end, right? I mean, Jamie Smith's still to come in. I mean, it's not like he hasn't scored a lot of runs in this series, but they need a spark, they need inspiration, they need wickets. And Siraj is in, and an attempted cut shot from Jacob Bethel. No huge foot movement, and he's faced most of the delivery since tea. Yet to score. Joe Root's 99 and about to face. Yeah, he scored 7 and 10 against Australia.
Is that his first ever test?
It was his 3rd test. He played 2 years previously in Sri Lanka.
So you know, he played club cricket in Melbourne and made just a ton of runs. And it was the first time I ever remember an overseas player that I think Bill Laurie might have come out and said, we're not going to pick him, stop talking about him, because he's not Victorian. And he made so many runs that there was like, he was getting weekly updates. And he wasn't famous, like no one knew who he was, of course. It was just that, I think he played for Richmond. But yeah, made a boatload, and realistically that summer probably should have played for Victoria, because I think we had we had an issue with our batting. I would have said that, let's go back and check. Might have been, certainly before, it was a long time before he was a test player.
One of the toughest competitors or teammates Steve Harmison has ever had. He was saying the other day, oh mate, Akash Deep, what are you like? This is horrendous. Fired down the leg side, first ball, sails away to the boundary, and he has temerity to look round and say, well, I should have had a fielder there.
Well, he did have a leg slip in, and he wasn't far from bowling it to him. Do you want some good news if you're Indian? It did swing.
And look, Joe Root. Joe Root looks like he's 16 when he smiles like that, doesn't he? Extraordinary. I'm not sure we're going to see much of Akash Deep, but I did say that about Via Mulder, and he nearly broke Brian Lara's record about 3 tests after. Well, I knew we'd see him again, but I wasn't sure he's going to continue batting at 3.
He still might not, to be fair, with Via Mulder, depending on their batting order. They've changed the plan. We're not going to bowl in-swingers anymore because we don't trust you.
Here is Deep again. He's had a test match to forget. And Joe Root is down the track and clips it through square leg. The Union flag is hoisted into the air in the stands. The crowd get to their feet, and for the 39th time in test matches, Joe Root soaks it in the applause as he reaches 3 figures. He reaches into his pocket and he pulls out a headband. Graham Thorpe, the Surrey and England legend, a man who played 100 tests, who played such a part in Joe Root's career. A friend, a coach, and Joe Root, the legend that he is, has just taken his helmet off and just played his own respects to a man that we all came together to remember a couple of days ago here, and who will never be forgotten.
Was it under 15s match where Graham Thorpe first saw him and said, this kid's incredible. Spotted him before anyone else.
There's your image. Driven by Root. There's your image for the Wisden Almanac. I'm calling it.
Graham Gooch, was he batting coach or assistant coach when Root was captain as well, wasn't he? Certainly one of those. I can't remember exactly which title he had. Not that long ago.
Yeah, it's quite a moment. Camera picks up Ben Stokes on the balcony, and I think had a discussion. Did we have the discussion, Jarrod? I can't remember, but about whether Ben Stokes will continue after the Ashes. And it's more runs to the leg side. Another wayward delivery from Akashdeep. Another run from the bat of Joe Root. 326 for 4. England need 48, and India needs 6 wickets. It's looking desperate now. But yeah, I mean, just the fact that Joe Root. Can you think of many other captains that have stuck around and provided, you know, so much support as Joe Root has to the man that's essentially taken his job?
No, it's really interesting, isn't it, the way he accepted that he wasn't doing a great job, that he backed Ben Stokes, he's continued to play. We see some captains kind of lose their role definition after they lose the job, and they can't see themselves ever not being captain.
Deep continuing, and it's Bethel who again comes forward and tries to drive, but doesn't quite get to the pitch of the ball, and it's pushed back to the bowler. Another Test century for Joe Root. Incredible numbers, 157 matches coming into this Test match. Over 13,000 runs, an average over 50. And that's a pretty smart conversion rate as well. 66 50s and 39 Test centuries now. As these down the track is Jacob Bethel, and this is gloriously played square of the wicket on the offside. He'll pick up 4. It's over from Akashdeep. Seems to have been going on for about a day.
He certainly feels that way, I think, at times.
Still got a ball left, and that target now down to 44. I wonder if Gautam Gambhir is going to speak after this one. He was very punchy after the draw at Old Trafford. Well, it's always punchy, but he was very forthright, very direct, kind of guy that doesn't let an interviewer finish his or her question before he starts answering. Round the wicket, continuing. Akashdeep, full delivery, and it's pushed up to mid-off by Bethel, who's 5 not out. Joe Root is 102. England 330 for 4. 44 runs away from another remarkable run chase victory.
Yeah, it's just the way they make these things feel so easy. A lot of it, as Jeremy was saying before, it's about the singles and the way they rotate strike. And we saw one Harry Brook moment, maybe. I don't think we saw anything outside of a 3-over period where Harry Brook went nuts, and to be honest, that's where England could have lost the game rather than won the game. The rest of the time they've really batted more like it's an ODI again. They just turn it into something they understand.
Right, Siraj time again. There's 2 slips in place. Fielded down on the boundary at 3rd. There's cover point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square leg, and fine leg. And Mohammad Siraj. Most of the time when a bowler realises that something's not quite with his run up, or something happens that means he has to stop running, usually stops running by the time he reaches the wicket, maybe the non-striking batter, sometimes a couple of paces past. But Mohammad Siraj gave up that by the point he reached the umpire, he knew he wasn't going to deliver it, but still managed to come within 6 feet of Joe Root, who drives, but it's fielded at mid-off, no run.
This is now the equal most hundreds ever in a Test series, and it is the second most runs ever in a Test series. The only one that has more runs than this is 93 Ashes, which was 6 Tests, and that's only a handful more runs by the end of this chase if it is successful. Not a handful, actually. I don't think it's 30 or 40, but
that was the year. That was the year when that was over here, right?
Yep.
Yeah, that was the year when everyone was scoring bucket loads of runs. It was a really dry summer. Oh, he's struck on the pad. Has he been caught in his follow through? Well, the catch has been taken, but there was no bat on the ball, and the ball hit the pads too far down the leg side, and Siraj and Joe Root have a little laugh, and Siraj starts to walk his way back to the top of his mark.
Yeah, it was a weird one because it hit the pads and it went up a long way. It's very rare you see a bowler do that without any bat involved. And he did well to catch it in the end.
Well, he did. I was expecting the ball to be...
It wouldn't have been out if they'd reviewed it.
Didn't stop them before tee, did it?
No, they had more anima then.
Yeah, stop it now. Siraj again, driven, and it's fielded just about at cover points. And another run to the score. 43 needed. 331 for 4.
That really shouldn't be a run. That was hit straight to Washington Thunder. It was hit to his left. He just had to pick that up, and he was a chance of a run out, and instead he just fumbled it. He fell over before with another one.
The other thing with England's run chases is that, I mean, what, they've been 4 down in all of them, is that right? 5.
They're not particularly close, are they?
No. Bethel waits and plays, pushes up to cover, no run.
England are now a better one-day side in Test cricket than they are in actual one-day cricket.
Well, they've got the same coach now, so all he has to do is just select exactly the same players for both, and hey presto. Well, we're going past 5 o'clock again, but day 4 rather than day 5. I almost feel cheated. Here's Siraj again, and Jacob Bethel blocks it out again. 5 from 27 for England's number 3 in New Zealand.
It's interesting. Carroll is really trying to get Shubman Gill to do something here. I'm not sure what it is, but he's suggested something every ball of this over. Don't know if it's a field, don't know if it's a bowling change, new strategy, whatever it may be, but Shubman Gill looks just uninterested, lack of dynamism. At times today he's felt like a hologram.
I think he's almost resembled somebody in shock. Siraj again. Sure, this is a play and a miss. Cutter from Siraj, who's beaten the bat again. Bethel's not looking at him.
What are
Just
his
remarking his guard.
What's his figures? 1 for 85. No, that's Akash. 2 for 93 of 23. He has bowled an awful lot better than that.
Oh, he's bowled better than that most of the series, isn't he? That spell against Root, for me, is where this match possibly was defined. The fact that Root managed to survive it. It's not often you see Root given such a testing examination. Seen it against Australia a couple of times. Pat Cummins, Josh Hazlewood. But that's Cummins is more into the body. It's the outside edge which has often been Root's problem, isn't it? The propensity to try and drop the ball down and through backward point, pushing at it on a length, but that spell from Siraj I thought was terrific. It's pushed it straight to mid-wicket. Bethel is called through quickly, shy at the stumps, and no one's backing up close to the wicket. There's a fielder out in the boundary, and there's that no overthrows. 3-3-2 for 4. England 42 away.
Yeah. Again, they're just kind of hitting the ball directly to fielders and running. There's so little energy left in India at the moment. A wicket here, John. Gets on the left. Bethel pushes it, edge to second slip.
He's not going very quickly, is he, Bethel? I still think they're just going to take a wicket. Oh, he nearly gets one as well. Ball that lifts. Bethel has a little play, a little fidget. Doesn't need to go near that ball.
That's exactly the ball I think I just described as well.
I should say as well, it is Krishna bowling.
Yeah.
That's why something's happening.
That's a good ball there.
It was a good ball.
I think just keep it there for a couple of minutes and see what Bethel does. Siraj is sort of honing in on the top of off stump with Bethel, but I think Krishna, just go back to his length. Sometimes he gets a little bit too fancy. Just bowl your best ball.
Krishna in again, and this is placed to square leg. No run. I mean, you can only imagine, you know, the tension that will be on this game if that, you know, England was still 140 away, with Bethel 5 from 30, and seemingly finding it very difficult to rotate the strike and make his mark on the game. Talking about wickets here or there. An aeroplane rolls over in the sky, and Krishna is in. Oh, he's bowled him! Krishna's flattened middle stump. Jacob Bethel, well, the pressure was getting to him. He's taken 2 steps down the track. He's just tried to flat bat this through extra cover. He's got a thick inside edge. The ball's flown back onto the stumps, made a right old mess of middle, and India have struck again. 3-3-2 for 5. England need 42. India need 5 wickets. A wicket here, Jarrod.
Yep.
It wasn't second slip.
It wasn't second slip. He missed the one I thought he was going to edge, and instead it just got to him, didn't it? The pressure got to him.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about that. You know, we've been really negative on India, and they have absolutely deserved it at times. But Bethel got stuck. The pressure got to him. He did not look like, what did R. Ashwin call him the other day, the next world superstar in cricket. He looked like a young player who hasn't played a lot of cricket, who was in a really tough situation. And Prashant Krishna and Siraj bowled very well to him. And suddenly he decided to play what was a terrible shot.
But when is a terrible shot, Jarrod?
Only I had covered that, but I never will. Jamie Smith comes out. You know, this is. It's still very, very hard for India from here. But 42 runs. Where are we on the ball? So the secondary ball's not going to be a factor.
No.
India,
10 overs away.
Yeah, England can take that away with a couple of hits. Root looks fine. It says no problem at Root's end.
It's this 1 wicket. I think Jamie Smith is a fine batter. He can score very quickly. He's already hit runs in the series. He's a pretty phlegmatic, laid-back kind of guy. So I don't think he's going to let the pressure get to him in the same way. He's not going to get stuck in the same way Bethel did. You can see him getting off the mark with a boundary. But, and this is the big but, if India can take a wicket here, irrespective of whether it's Root, and obviously they want Root more than they want Smith, that opens up one end.
Yeah.
Tongue, Overton, and an injured Wokes.
So Wokes will definitely bat now, but he's not going to make any runs, you would think.
No. Game's alive, you know. And it's gloomy here. Floodlights aren't on. And Krishna is in. Oh, there's an inside edge. He does go for the big shot.
Not sure I play that first ball as the gloom comes in, Jamie. I'm not sure that's right on the top of my list.
But that's the shot. That's the thing with him, isn't it? He did try and get off the mark with the 4.
Yep.
He's going to approach this very differently to Bethel, and that in itself could provide. Oh, he's nearly clean bowled him, let alone inside edging onto the stumps.
87 miles per hour. Pressure Krishna hasn't been at this speed for a while.
Here he is, being cheered on by the Indian fans. He's in, and he has beaten Smith with an absolute jaffa. Smith remarks his guard. 3. Well, I'm not sure it was a brilliant ball that dismissed Bethel, but those 2 first balls, those 2 balls to Jamie Smith could have got rid of England's wicket-keeper.
No, that was a fantastic over. You know, that's gone over the top of off stump. That's beaten his outside edge. It could have been bowled. It could have been caught behind, caught in the cordon. Smith had no idea. He's moving his feet around. He didn't look like he picked the first ball up that he almost was bowled with as well.
It's dark here. It is properly dark.
It is dark, but there is some light for India.
You've waited a long time.
Someone turned the lights on.
Joe Root facing, Siraj is in, and he's hit him on the pads. He's gone out for a leg before, and Dharmasena looks like he's going to stick his arm up, but doesn't. And Siraj immediately looks at Jarrod and says, probably too high.
What? But that's what Dharmasena said. He put his hand to say, I don't think he's supposed to say that. He's not supposed to tell them why it's not out.
He did the same in the first innings when India were bowling. Oh. Could you imagine if it's smashing all 3?
Probably hitting the top of off bail, is it?
Well, then he gives it out.
No, I'm just saying.
They're not reviewing anyway. They've taken the advice of the umpire. Indian fans suddenly believe the floodlights aren't on. It is dark. And Siraj is running in. And this is pushed out towards that backward point by Joe Root. And
England fans are clapping. I'm not sure I want Jamie Smith facing Siraj right now.
No, I totally agree. Not sure Jamie Smith wants Jamie Smith facing Siraj right now.
Jeez, if he gets the same balls, if he gets the same 2 balls from Pressure Krishna, I think he's gone. 41 with 5 wickets remaining. One final twist.
Come on, the series deserves another twist. Or 5. I'm Anima now.
Just saying, could be a tie. Which of course India still lose the series on.
Oh yeah, that's true. Haven't had word on that LBW shout. But it's Smith facing, yet to get off the mark. 3-3-3 for 5. Siraj is in. And this is nicely played by Smith. He's going to take a run. Mid-on can't quite get across quick enough. 40 needed. 5 wickets in hand. And Smith has a grimace on his face. But he's still alive, he's still out there, he's off the mark.
No, that was good batting. And well done by... Who was that? Was that Akash? Akash at mid-on saved that? Yeah, it was. We've been harsh on him, but he definitely threw
comes
himself
to the
around
party. Hit the top of the pads, according to ESPN Quick Info, that LBW decision. Siraj, he is steaming in, and he's lucky to get away with a misdirected ball down the leg side, which Jarrod has to almost run to stop. Dives across, and the drum beats are halted momentarily.
Both fan bases are alive here.
This is a cracking.
If you're an
atmosphere.
English fan, don't listen, but we definitely need Joe Root out here, because this crowd is going to pop with Joe Root out.
334 for 5. Joe Root, 105 not out, his 39th Test century. He's facing Mohammad Siraj, who strikes him on the pad again. They go up for leg before. Siraj wasn't really feeling that one. It was kind of a double appeal. They're not going to review. Siraj, on another day, gets Joe Root's wicket maybe 5 or 6 times today. Either beating past the outside edge, bowled via a deflection, LBW.
Just managing to get his leg outside every time. And Siraj isn't getting enough seam to just hit him on the line. And when he has, it's often been high. It's just been one of those things where it just hasn't got the angle or the length right at the same time.
Siraj again, the game's alive. And it's Smith facing now. He's struck him on the pad. They go up for another leg before decision. But the umpire's not moving, and Siraj, well, he's going to continue the discussion here, but the body language suggests he's just finished the over. Wow, what brilliance from Siraj. Cricket is a wonderful sport, you know. You can support your team, but at the same time enjoy the achievements and the game of the opposition. And Mohammad Siraj has made a lot of friends over the course of the last 5 test matches, and he's bowled better when he's been allowed to be the main man.
Lovely cheer from the crowd after a great over there as well. That they just know.
But unlike earlier on in the day, it does feel like they've got something to offer at the other end as well.
Yeah, it's been putting the two ends together, right? That's been the difference. So Prasidh Krishna just needs to hit his spot. Now Siraj is gesturing to the crowd. This is what we've been looking for.
This is what we've been waiting for. Shubman Gill, he should have done this about 2 hours ago. And the counter cheers for Joe Root, who's facing. And Prasidh Krishna is in with a length delivery, defended back to the bowler. This is brilliant. This is what you want. 2 sets of fans, good-natured contest on the field and off it. England need 39 runs to win.
It looked incredibly easy before, but we said once the new batter came in, it is not as easy to pick up as Brook and Root were making out. And Bethel struggled. Smith's only faced a couple of balls.
It's Root at the crease though. Oh, he's trapped on the pads. Krishna goes up. Does the finger? No! Umpire Raza does not stick his finger up. The players, have they crossed? They have crossed.
They got a leg by.
For a leg by.
How was that not out?
Well,
did he hit it?
I don't know. I'm too far away.
No one in India. Oh, they've reviewed. No one in India even wanted to come in then and have the conversation. It looked very, very adjacent. He fell over a little bit. Joe Root lost his balance. I'm not sure he got outside the line of off stump there. Is height an issue?
Manners is saying he hit it.
Manners gave it out.
Here we go. It's up on the big screen here. Well, the crowd won't tell you. Oh, that looks...
It's leg stump-ish, but I tell you what, it is definitely hitting the stumps. How much of it is hitting the stumps, I don't know.
He hasn't touched it. Flat line. What a huge moment this is in the Test match. It's been given out not out on field by umpire Raza. He's hit in line. He was doing too much, I think. I think it's doing too much.
Hawkeye's crashed. Missing. Well, no one had that.
Missing leg stump. India lose a review.
Even Hassan Raza's like, are we sure?
Without wanting to appear wise after the event, India didn't look as convinced as all that. I think it almost was. There's been 2 or 3 of those in the last over.
He's just given it as a leg by
now.
He
gave it as a leg by before, didn't he? Oof. It's actually a very good call from the umpire. This is when you really have to...
That was a good delivery.
Towards the back end of a Test match, the umpires are going to be asked a lot here, and he's made the right call. Krishna again. Oh, he's squared up. Oh, it's popped out to a backward point. Hit on the pad again. Yeah, leg by is called. Suddenly England can't get the bat on the ball. Another run though, 37 needed.
This is incredible cricket. He was nowhere near that, Smith. It's too high for an LBW probably, but it was straight again, and his bat was in a different plane of existence. It was all over the shot. So much pressure.
Pressure on everyone, and I tell you what, Prachi Krishna is rising to the occasion. 2 wickets in the innings, and he's in again. Bowling to Joe Root. Steps forward and punches this up to mid-on.
20 minutes ago, Joe Root is getting inside the line of those, flicking them to square leg, jogging down for a single and laughing to himself. Suddenly, he's got the straightest bat ever. His elbow's up and he's hitting it to mid-on. There's no thought of a run. Things have changed so dramatically, and you can hear it with the crowd.
Two balls left in the over. Joe Root facing. Krishna is in. Full ball. And dug out by Joe Root.
That's another good delivery, and I tell you what, we've seen Joe Root take about 3 Yorkers out today. That's the first one where it was like, oh, that almost got through. He fell over again a little bit, but he did well to keep his bat there. This is a great spell by Prachi Krishna.
This is fantastic, and India keeping the field up as well. There's a fielder down at fine leg and at deep square leg. There's one at deep backward point. But I think they just need to prevent Root from taking the single here. Krishna, can he write his name in folklore? He's in. Oh, he's got him! He's got him! Prachi Krishna has dismissed Joe Root, who's been caught behind for 105. He's gone and chased the last ball of the over. And this place has erupted.
Oh, it was a chase. It wasn't even Prachi Krishna's best ball of the over. It was wide. It was a little bit short. And Joe Root has just been stuck on the crease. And so he poked at that. Incredible innings coming to an end. But Prachi Krishna has just ripped the top back off this game. And it is back on again. This is what the match needed. It is not what England needed, though. 337 for 6, and that ball was moving as well. Like that wasn't a straight delivery. He had heat on it. Everything was going on, and wow, we've got the close one here, John.
Unbelievable. We said it, didn't we? We said it. It had to have another twist. It had to take another turn, and indeed it has. Brook out for 111 before tea. Joe Root out just after 105. Bethel flattening his own middle stump by an inside edge. And now Jamie Overton makes his way to the crease. It's practically night time here, and he's on a pair.
Someone's got to turn these lights on as well. It is dark. They've now got 2 new batters at the crease. We have said it's when Brook and Root were here, the light was bad, but they were used to it. It's coming out batting against this. You've got Siraj at one end breathing fire, just unwilling to give up. Prachi Krishna's just bowled 2 fantastic overs. This is tough. 2 players with not a lot of experience in the middle at the moment. I can tell you one thing, John. I think Chris Woakes is padding up.
I'll tell you something as well. Nobody is leaving. Have you ever been at this ground past 5 o'clock and seen less empty seats than what you can see now? Nobody's going anywhere. India fans are on their feet. Mohammad Siraj is in, and he's targeting that big front pad of Jamie Smith, who suddenly is a senior partner in all this, and he's got 1.
1 of 6 deliveries. Played and missed at one. He's dragged one almost back onto his stumps. Played a good on drive at one stage. He's having to watch it. That wasn't as wide as I thought, actually, from Prachi Krishna. I think Root just thought, well, all I need to do is steer this down. But he just stayed leg side of the ball. He didn't kind of move into it the way he has been for other ones. He's moving the field around now. Jadeja's coming up to mid-on. That's where the ball keeps going. Jadeja hasn't moved this quickly all day.
What a game. What a game. I hope you're enjoying it wherever you are in the world. It's Mohammad Siraj running in from the pavilion and Jamie Smith facing. And he gets the line just wrong here. Smith wants 2. Oh, he's sending Overton back.
It's good effort from Prachi Krishna here because he was slow to the ball.
There was. I thought there was 2 there.
But
and
he
also
realised,
came off the pad, so it didn't go to him fast.
Yeah, but he realised that Overton was the end to go to. If he went to the keeper's end, they might have just been able to steal it back. But once Smith saw that Prasid Krishna was going to the bowler's end, he realised Overton wasn't going to get back. It was a terrible throw in the end, so they would have got two, but wow.
Did anybody ask for a run out? India need 4 wickets, England need 36 runs. Jamie Overton about to face his first delivery on a pair. Siraj is in and he just gets this wrong. It's down the leg side. Jarrod has done very well to get across.
He has been targeting the pads all day. He's bowled 2 down the leg side, so he is tired, but he's not showing it. He's still got energy going back. You know, he's excited by what's going on at the moment, so it's sort of driving him through. Blood's pumping hard. His beans are going, as Gareth Batty would say.
My beans are going. Here is Siraj. Oh, and he strikes Overton on the pad, who gets a big step forward. Fielders converge. The body language is back for India. They were on the plane home for much of the afternoon session, but suddenly they realise they've left their passports back at the cricket ground. They're here now, and they suddenly believe. 1 wicket here, Jarrod. Dare I say it, they become favourites, especially if it's Smith.
I think they were 14 or 15 to 1 just before the root wicket, and they were more than 20 to 1 earlier. They're not far off favourites now. Market is suddenly saying, wait a minute, what's going on here? Overton almost ran himself out there too. He got confused after that leg by.
Siraj again, he's been cheered on by the crowd. Oh, there's an it's not actually the inside edge, but he comes forward and
it wasn't where he was trying to hit it. I tell you what.
And the ball squirts out to mid-on.
He was trying to hit that through mid-off and cover, maybe straight if we're being slightly more optimistic for him, and that went to short mid-wicket. It is not what he was trying to do there. Siraj is trying to squeeze one through.
I don't know, you know, I wouldn't. Surprise bouncer?
I just think if he gets, knee roll, off stump.
Here we go, final ball of the over. Siraj is in, and he's attempting to drive again, is Jamie Overton.
That one goes out on mid-wicket. The lights are on. I think if I'm Overton and I'm Smith, I would have asked for them a little bit earlier than that. But it is dark at the moment. Not as dark if you're an Indian fan as before. Prasid Krishna coming in. It's now, for the first time in a very long time, India are attacking from both ends. And that has changed everything. 2 new batters at the crease as well. 36 to get, 4 wickets in hand. As John said, 1 more here. Doesn't really matter which one of these guys goes. Suddenly India are favourites. More than 20 to 1 they were earlier.
This is incredible. This is why we love this game. This is why we're addicted. Why we're hyper-focused. Krishna comes in and oh, there could be a run out of the non-striker's end.
Overton's done that 3 times now. He just sets off. He's not the smallest unit in the world. It's like watching a semi-trailer try and do a U-turn.
338 for 6. Jeremy Coney's back with us. Jarrod Kimber's sticking around. 36 needed. I came on commentary duty at 4:30 and said, I'll just take it to 30, but producer Scott came up with the idea, take it to 30 and then Manners can come in. 45 minutes later, and England still need 36. It's Jamie Smith at the crease. Krishna is in. Oh, that is a shot of a man who's been at the crease for about 2 hours, not one with a test match and series to win. It's a back foot drive on the up against a moving ball with the floodlights on, pitch darkness, a man with a dislocated shoulder to come in, and it doesn't go too far from the outside edge of the bat. Prasid Krishna said, you're going to write yourself into folklore. With a wicket of Joe Root has turned this game. Can he finish it off? Pitched up and driven by Jamie Smith. in a spot the ball competition, if you took a picture of that,
Yeah.
that you would never know that the ball was fielded at short mid-wicket.
Big inside edge, looking for a big shot.
He's trying to hit it to us, wasn't he? Straight
Yeah.
down at long off.
It's amazing how the ball has started to move with more in the legs of the bowlers. Once you get that and you hit the pitch a bit harder, as Prasid is now, you start doing something, and that's what's created some of this.
New balls back in the game again as well if they don't score some runs in a minute.
I don't know if they're going to take it though. Pitched up, and this time Jamie Smith does manage to drive. England score a run. The currency of the run has changed in the half an hour since tea.
That's relief, that's what that is.
35 needed. 4 wickets in hand, England.
We've now got, Cameron Ponsonby's just shown me, a crowd of people up on the roof of the Archbishop Tennyson School.
Oh yeah.
Someone's told
Like
them.
someone's found those students and taken them up.
Jamie Overton, still yet to get off the mark, was pinned LBW in front of the stumps for a 3-ball duck in first innings. He's facing in the gloom. Krishna, he's targeting the pads. They are going in and asking questions of Jamie Overton's technical ability, his ticker, ability to deal with this pressure. This is unlike anything he's ever experienced as a cricketer.
Jamie Overton can hit, can't he? We all know that. We've seen it many times. I don't think he can really quite do that here in this situation. I really don't, with 1 wicket remaining. I think he's just got to bat.
Well, after what happened with Brook and Bethel, surely
Yes,
there's a...
exactly.
You don't want to add your name to that list, do you?
Krishna again,
No.
and Jamie Overton. It's just seen something behind the bowler's arm.
Was that Neil Manthorp?
Or is it?
Siraj is down on the ground, just
Tell you what,
stretching. He wants more overs.
Keep an eye on the scoreboard, the big screen here. Someone's shouting out, insulting talkSPORT. Oh, has he done it again?
Where is it? Must be up on the next level, is it? I don't see anyone here. Either that or Jamie Overton seeing ghosts.
I've got to have a horrible feeling it was Manners walking back. Here is Krishna, and it's a good fielding stop at square leg. How many balls left in the over? That was the over.
No, I don't think it was Manners. I think it's something happening upstairs. But either way, I do think there is an element of Overton
Manners
seeing
is in.
everything. Oh no, Manners is here. He didn't walk anywhere. He's ducked down.
Another tight over though, wasn't it? And that's exactly what's required. Keep building this pressure, building the pressure. The longer that they can keep, the England batsmen down at their ends, the more balls you bowl at them, the bit more you just keep going and you keep going. And this sort of atmosphere, and suddenly the 2 wickets that have been claimed, this is a different game. Something happened over tea. We've suddenly seen wickets, and then this team has changed. It's a different side we're watching at the moment out on the field.
Mohammad Siraj continuing from the pavilion end to the crease now and bowls to Jamie Smith, pushes out on the onside, and there's no run. 339 for 6. It's painstaking going now with Jamie Smith at the crease, and Jacob Bethel began this mini collapse, if it is a mini collapse. 31 balls for his 5 runs. Got completely bogged down, never got going. Went on the charge to Prasid Krishna, was bowled off the bottom edge, and now Jamie Smith's got all the work to do as the last senior player, and he has a slash at this one outside the off stump. Swung away from Mohammad Siraj, who's bowling beautifully at the moment. They do seem to have undergone an injection of energy.
Yeah, there has been a transition, all right. Well, that comes with wickets, doesn't it? And the game closing down and getting closer. But the legs, as I say, suddenly there's this new fire in the legs of the bowlers, and they're hitting the track harder. It's starting to move it off the seam in particular. So if they get their lengths right and keep bowling straight, don't bowl wide as the last one from Siraj. There's no third man. That'll go through to a boundary for 4. Got to be careful of that.
No tonic like hope.
It's the hope that kills you.
Yeah.
Here's Mohammad Siraj again up to the crease now. Bowls, and Jamie Smith drives again and misses. Oh, it's all very, very, very tense. It's the last roll of the dice for India, you fancy, but they have got such adrenaline at the moment, Sid Monga, that you know the momentum is with them, but they've got to make it count. If you look at the scoreboard, 339 for 6, 7 really, with Chris Woakes missing.
Yeah, before the adrenaline falls down again. But Chris Woakes is not missing. I think we saw him in his whites.
Yeah, he will bat if there's like a few needed.
I mean, if he has a batter with him, you never know.
Here is Siraj again, bowls to Jamie Smith, banged in short. He's just got to weather the storm, Jamie Smith. Jacob Bethel tried to batter the storm away and paid the price. And Jamie Smith is on his home ground. He just needs to weather the storm. Siraj can't bowl. Well, he can actually. He probably can bowl to the end of the innings.
Funny you spoke about hope kills, because while this was happening, I was listening to Bob Dylan's Last Thoughts on Woody Guthrie. And there's a passage in that letter. You need something special to give you hope, but hope's just a word that maybe you said or maybe you heard on some windy corner around a wide-angled curve. Siraj runs in.
Jamie Smith punches it to cover, and it's fielded by Jaiswal.
But that's what you need, man, and you need it bad. And your trouble is you know it too good, because you look and you start getting the chills.
Have you got the chills?
Not me, them. I'm just excited, calling a thrilling finish.
And it has been a fitting climax.
We could get another new ball here if they want it. They might get an opportunity. We're getting close. 4 overs away after this.
Imagine it's back in play. We never thought the new ball would be in play.
And who would take it? These two guys will have to keep going.
Yeah, don't take them off.
Here is Siraj again, bowls Jamie Smith on, leaping onto the back foot, punches it up towards mid-on, and fielded by Jadeja. There is no run. That was a very, very fine over from Mohammad Siraj, and England remain 339 for 6. They are crawling towards the line. Can they get over it?
Don't let them cool down at all. They have to stay warm. They have to keep bowling. We have seen Akashdeep. He's struggling with a niggle. He does not have that same pace and the action on the ball. These two guys have to finish it if India have to win or lose. I think these two bowlers have to end the match.
It's been their best two seamers. They've been the best two seamers, so it makes sense to use them. Very difficult for them both, because they are certainly, particularly Siraj, played in every match, bowled his heart out today, held the thing together, and now there's a little bit of a chance he might just do something special for his side. He was down exercising and stretching in the last over.
Here is Prasidh Krishna again, short and chopped away by Overton, standing tall at the crease but not moving his feet neither forward nor back. Jaiswal fields at cover. Another dot ball.
Jamie Smith 2 of 17, who would have thought? Has he ever played so slowly? Overton 0 of 7. Partnership 2 runs in quite a few balls.
Yeah, 2 in 7 balls he's faced, hasn't he? We've said often in the past, Jamie Smith seems like he's got ice in his veins, and he's a man for the big occasion, doesn't feel the pressure. It's all nonsense. Here is Krishna again, bowls in the block hole, and there's a drive, appeal for a catch behind, looked like a bump ball, didn't feel right.
This cannot be out because it has hit the toe of the bat and gone straight into the ground.
Absolutely, the ball actually pitched after the batsman, in my opinion.
Jadeja is imploring the umpires.
They have gone for the review.
I don't understand that.
Umpire review or a player? Was it a?
It's a player review.
But it looked like Siraj was calling for it rather than Shubman Gill. I don't quite. Oh, no. It is an umpire review. It is
Okay.
it is an umpire review.
So they have implored the umpires enough to get an umpire review.
Yeah, and that's okay. They're just checking it. I mean, you know, if you were the umpire out there, you'd like, I'm 99 point whatever % certain that it's hit the bat, and then the ground. But you know what? What harm does it do to check?
And any break is good for India because it gives the England batters more time to think about what the magnitude of what is going on. Has he? Surely we need ultra edge on this.
Has it pitched and then coming up and he's nicked it?
Well, I think he's missed it altogether. But we need ultra edge for this.
Well, I'm not so sure. Here we go. We've got ultra edge. That's exactly what we've got. And the ball pitches. Does it hit the bat? It does hit the bat, but it doesn't look right. It's quite difficult to be certain. I'm thinking that the bottom of the bat has hit the ball as it's passing. In other words, so the ball is still in contact with the ground, in which case it can't be out.
It's a bump ball. It's been given not out. Or maybe not, because the bowlers were going back to their mark, and then there's been a pause. Because the ball, at the first scratch, the ball is not yet pitched.
Yeah, it's all very confusing, and I think the umpires are just saying, you know what, let's just not rush things. You know, let's get absolutely right. The series could be decided by the outcome of this, and Kimber Dharmasena is maybe there could be a loss of radio communication, because Dharmasena is now looking towards the third umpire's box and making hand signals, gesticulating. Was it a bump ball? He's saying, like, did it hit the ground? They're trying.
It has hit the ground after passing the bat. So I don't see how that can be out.
Unless we're playing bump ball. One hand, one bounce. No, it can't be. No, you're right. I mean, the ball has definitely hit the ground after it's hit the bat, and it has hit the toe end of the bat.
It has
right?
gone past the bat and it's on the ground. So even if he has hit it, let's move on.
That's quite clear. The image we've got side on at the moment appears to be quite
The fourth
clear.
umpire is running with the decision, I think. Onto the ground with the decision.
I think they've lost radio communication, haven't they?
Or may as well call pigeons. There have been pigeons on this field.
Not out. Not out. There we go. Okay, look, it could easily have been, you know, batteries gone flat in the walkie-talkie, and they just wanted to make absolutely certain.
Because nobody expected the match to last this long. Not at tea.
Are you suggesting they forgot to go and get the batteries from the dairy?
Yeah, but maybe.
Okay,
Maybe they started packing up so that they could make it out of London tonight.
A D-rig. Oh my goodness!
Oh,
off
we're
again.
going
off
up
for
for
light.
rain.
Light or rain.
Bad light.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Will we be coming back tomorrow?
Well, there's a lot of bright sky around, and I think it might be a temporary hiatus, but what drama. Off for bad light with 35 runs to win. England 339 for 6. Do you know what? I think that I think that both sides wouldn't mind this. Ordinarily, you'd say the batting side would want to stay out there, but the bowlers are absolutely on top. India will benefit because the two bowlers will have a rub down and maybe even pop in the ice bath. But England, at the moment, look like they could lose a wicket at any time. So I don't think they'll mind going off.
But will they find that momentum and that length again?
Well, that's the issue.
Yeah.
For the bowlers,
Yeah.
that might be hard to recapture. But at the same time, you also might find that England will say, hey, listen, we've got to play a shot. We haven't scored virtually. You were telling us they'd only scored 2 in so many years. Okay, it's not that many balls, but Smith hasn't been able to get it away either. 2 from 17. So neither of the batsmen really at the crease have been able to score anything at all. They've been kind of leg buys that have been getting and inching the score forward. So maybe there'll be a thought in the England camp, we need to play the odd shot, fellows.
And I think it needs to be Jamie Overton. Really, he's a good hitter.
And yes, true. It has to be Overton because you have the specialist batter staying till the end. It's a low-cost wicket if he gets out. But I was just looking at the watch. If it is 6 p.m., we cannot then come back if the light improves.
Why is that?
Those are the regulations. Those are the playing conditions.
They are the playing conditions. You knew that.
That seems a little on the peculiar
And
side.
our
to me.
producer Scott just threw his head down
We can't come back if the light improves after 6 o'clock.
after scheduled close of play. So whether it is 6:30 or 6, because we are making up for lost overs on the
Yeah, so
last
the
few days.
scheduled close was 6:42 or something.
6:30.
No, it was changed. It was changed. We had a message through from the communications department.
Okay. Yeah. So if it
Manners
is
is coming back strongly here.
yeah, Manners has got it right. After calling
Yeah,
Washington Ashwin,
At
Manners is playing all his shots. 6:42 is the scheduled close play.
Yeah, 6:42.
But I don't know if that 6 p.m. regulation stays. Only those 4 chaps, and it's their job. Thankfully it's not my job. They will know what to do. They will do what's
Well,
right.
we'll just have to stay on air and discuss my subconscious attachment to R. Ashwin.
Hey, but if we do not finish it today, they get a heavy roller tomorrow, and the ball stops doing as much as it's doing today.
Yeah, but only for 3 overs, because we've got a new one due in 3 overs time.
But the roller still remains. The impact of the roller still remains, doesn't it?
I guess so, yeah.
Well, no, not if it's a new ball. There's something it can do something before it pitches, can't it?
Very, very true. The covers have been brought on. I haven't felt any drizzle, any rain. I can't see any. It must be very fine, more of a mist if there is any moisture in the air. But
I'm sure it's darkness.
It's
don't you,
raining.
Neil?
It is mizzling.
is it?
There's a bit of a mizzle. That's why
But
they
I
brought
think
the
they
covers
went
on.
off a light though, didn't they?
Yeah, they went off a light, but then there's a mizzle, which is why the covers have come on. And I don't know. There's so many equations going. Fantasy. It's like so many fascinating equations going around in my mind, and I'm sure in the minds of both the teams right now. I wonder who's the coolest. And the light is getting better. To our right.
Some of our colleagues in the press box have just wasted a bit of money. A couple were booking their train tickets.
Oh, they will have to rewrite those paragraphs.
Coming
Yes.
up, booking. What did I say when it was 80% England's chances? Back when we were on together.
You said it's good time to put a bet on India. And
There you go.
Did I not agree with you?
You agreed. Although we do not condone betting, so please, ethically we do not condone betting.
Although billions of people around the world
I'm not listening to you.
partake.
I can't control them, but ethically we don't.
What a fabulous little passage of play, though, wasn't it? After tea.
Test cricket at its best.
Who would have delivered the chest-beating, table-thumping speech at tea time?
There would have been no speeches. There would have been nothing. Only these 3 fast bowlers trying to do something. There's nobody there who's giving you all those movie speeches here.
Bumrah.
Bumrah is not here. Bumrah has been released.
Is he gone?
Yeah.
I thought he'd stay for the party.
Which party? There's no party. He might still be in London because his partner is still part of the broadcast team who is still working upstairs. So he might have moved in with her into her Airbnb, but he's not with the team because he has been released. BCCI gets to save on 5 days of accommodation of Jasprit Bumrah. But I'm sure that's not the reason. I'm sure Jasprit Bumrah, it's humane to give him time off and not be part of the same stress every day again and again.
Which I agree with that, and that's been the modus operandi for injured players for much of the last 50 years. Which is why I find it really interesting that Ben Stokes always stays around when he's injured, and he was absolutely categorical that not only would he be around, he would be front and centre, and in every team meeting and delivering the talks and the speeches, and which is interesting. It's an unusual. They often a captain prefers to say no. If I'm not playing, I'm not going to influence the team, and I will undermine whoever takes over the captaincy.
So that's the other side of things. I was about to say Bumrah and Stokes. The difference is that Stokes is the full-time captain, but then you end up kind of overshadowing and undermining Ollie Pope. All kinds of fascinating things. Then there was a time when Virat Kohli got injured. There was a time when Virat Kohli got injured for the decider of a very tense, hard-fought Border Gavaskar Trophy between India and Australia. Ajinkya Rahane came in. Kohli stepped away. He was not with the team. Ajinkya Rahane selected his team. For the first time in the series, India went with 5 batters. He played Kuldeep Yadav. Kuldeep Yadav ended up taking 5 wickets on day 1 after India lost the toss. India won that series because of that selection, and India won that series because Rahane was allowed to be the captain and not undermined or overshadowed by Kohli. And especially Ben Stokes, who we know, he says between test matches, I may as well not be with my family because I have nothing left to give to my family.
I find it fascinating. I mean, Ollie Pope's gone out of his way to say how much he wants Stokes around, and you know, maybe it's a credit to the family atmosphere that Stokes has created, the brotherhood, and they want their mentor and their leader with them at all times. But generally, in the past, Jeremy, yeah, I'd be very interested in your thoughts on this, because certainly in your era, if you were captain, you wouldn't. I presume you would never have considered sticking around and making.
I wouldn't have been there.
But Jeremy, just sorry to interrupt you, just to inform our listeners, the rain has got slightly heavier. On to you, Jeremy. Now.
No, gosh, your eyes are better than mine, Sid. Oh, you got your binoculars.
I'll tell you, you use the SSC stand, the dark
Yes,
patch
yes.
next to the SSC stand for background, and you'll see if there's any rain.
Probably enough to keep them off, but not enough to take them off if they were still playing. But there is a small cover over the square now. But
anyway,
back
to Jeremy,
absent captains or injured captains.
Yeah, we would generally take the view that you would just be a hindrance, you would be in the way. And if someone else was made captain, then the captain who was there previously and is not part of the team or the squad, you would pull away. That was the general thing in New Zealand anyway.
Yeah, I mean, it's the general thing that I think it's been prevalent throughout anywhere in any country. I mean, I remember Mahela Jayawardene and Kumar Sangakkara at various times in their captaincy tenures being injured and leaving. You know, it's like the playing 11 or the test squad is no place for an injured player. So, you know, go away, get yourself better, and come back when you're right. And I'm not in any way being critical. It's just unusual that it works with Ben Stokes.
Yeah, it may be just the atmosphere and the way that he has played such an important role. Of course, your coach would always be there. He would remain, obviously. And so the McCullum factor, if you want to call it that, would still be available to the captain and to the team, even though the captain himself might not be there.
Just to interject again, you must have heard a few more boos going around because even the run-ups are being covered now.
Yes, we thought that is strengthening your eyesight.
Well, even Jeremy and my aging eyes are now able to see the drizzle.
We can.
Oh, we might just have 25 days of cricket.
We could be coming back, ladies and gentlemen. Just a reminder that England need 35 more to win. They're currently 339 for 6. They've lost both Centurions. Harry Brook was incredible today with his 111 from 98 balls. And Joe Root 105 from 152 balls. But they're both gone. Jamie Smith and Jamie Overton are at the crease, or were at the crease. And just when producer Scott was thinking, we are going to have one early night and late lie-in, the realization that he may have to once again do his commute to Guildford and back. He's been getting home at 10 o'clock at night and leaving at 7 a.m. through both London Test matches, and the realization that he's going to have to do it again. I think it just hitting home. 35 runs to win. We had a situation actually here with South Africa and England when the Test match finished. It was the Test match when Her Majesty the Queen passed away, and that was over on the 5th day in 30 minutes. On the 5th day, England needed 90 odd, and they smashed it, absolutely smashed it. Zach Crawley made a very, very quick 50.
It's almost pouring now.
It is heavy rain. You know what? It is heavy rain. It's 5:45.
I think it might be stumps.
I think it will be stumps, but
what a break in that.
It
It's
really
absolutely
is.
bucketing down out of nowhere.
How extraordinary.
Like an RKO out of nowhere.
All
Our
the
wrestling
covers are-
fans will know what RKO out of nowhere is.
Jeremy and I wouldn't.
No, it's for the younger fans.
Okay, well, just a very quick summary then
I
of
had-
what's happened before we do following on. Yes, Sid?
I had feedback yesterday for having referenced The Sopranos in a piece, and I had feedback that, listen, I enjoy your pop culture references, but can you make them more contemporary? So this is me trying to be more contemporary.
I thought The Sopranos is pretty modern. It's not like you're talking about the Monkees or the Bee Gees. No.
The generations move on. We have already moved from Gen Z to Gen X, or some new generation. Gen Z is passé.
It is absolutely pouring down.
Out of nowhere. Absolutely out of nowhere.
I think that is almost certainly stump. In fact, that is, isn't it? That's it.
Well, looks like it at the moment.
6:42.
So it's
Scheduled close of play. That's an hour's time. They're not going to get this ready in an
So
hour.
it's a night off. Night off for the bowlers.
Is that the
If
last
that's the
stroke
case.
is that the last stroke of bad luck for India? Because the roller will make this pitch calmer tomorrow morning.
It normally does a little. It seemed to do that a bit today.
Having said that, I just checked. This final session, where India have looked the most threatening, has had the least amount of seam movement for India in all the 4 sessions that India have bowled in this second innings.
But they got some bounce.
Yes.
And if you think of Root's dismissal, it bounced just a little. He tried to fiddle it down to third man. It was outside his eyes, and it was a loose-ish. I don't like to say loose and associate that with Joe Root, but it was a good catch from Jarrod. And, one you'd expect the keeper to take, but nevertheless good power from the legs to get him across to the catch. So it was two-handed, not one-handed. And so that and then, of course, the tightness of the bowling really affected Bethel, didn't it? And he'd got some runs from charging and a drive to get off the mark, and then he tried it again and got an under edge onto his stumps. So suddenly the pressure in the game and the temperature of the game was raised significantly, and India were the ones driving it instead for the rest of the day, since really, I suppose, Brook came together with Root. Since then it's been England, but that, since this last part has been very much India in the driver's seat, and well done to them, because they were down and out, it seemed to me, for some period of time while Brook and Root were batting. I don't know what you guys think of that, whether you think that's true.
I just wanted to ask you, as a test player who has been there, we have not been, the role that pressure would have played in Joe Root's dismissal, because suddenly India were in the game, the magnitude of what was happening was dawning upon him, and India were almost possessed and going for his front pad, or as David Warner called it, the surfboard.
The surfboard, yes.
And then there's one straighter ball, which he's still in his mind, he's watching out for the incoming delivery, and he just ends up playing at something he does not want to.
Yeah, it's a mistake that's been very costly, but it's not a huge mistake, if you know what I mean. You've been batting all the time. He's so good with his hands that he can fiddle sometimes something that isn't quite perfect. He'll get it away down in between second slip and gully, and he might even pick up a boundary down that way. So that's, I think, what he was trying to do, but it bounced a little bit more, and that was full marks then to Krishna. Prasid Krishna, he got that little bit of extra bounce, that energy that he had at the time, and they claimed the wicket. And what a big wicket it was. And from then on, my word, India have been in the battle.
Scored 4 runs, and 2 runs in 4 overs since Joe Root was dismissed. Jamie Smith has clawed his way to 2 not out. Jamie Everton hasn't scored from the 8 balls that he's faced. And I don't know whether it's a kind of catatonic paralysis of the pressure getting to them, or whether they're just calmly riding out the storm.
It didn't look calm. It did
not
look anything close to calm.
Well, as Jeremy said, they at some point the two of them are going to look at each other and go, like, we actually need to do something here.
They do. You can't keep, because that just keeps the bowlers at that high level of energy. even though, you know, you're burning up, but you find more energy and you find more, because you're in the contest. And they've been out of it, as I say, for most of the day.
I can't help but feel that this break has done a world of good for England more than India, because India had all the momentum, all the energy, all the adrenaline going their way. India's bowlers were not feeling tired at all, because they had hope. And now if England will have a regroup, England will England's batting coach will tell them how to deal with this pressure. He is Marcus Trescothick, who has dealt with many pressure situations in his time as a test cricketer. They will come better equipped tomorrow morning, if it is tomorrow morning. And by the way, the whole square has been covered now. And
you would concede the possibility, though, that it might work in India's favour. You know, new ball in 3.5 overs time.
Fresher legs.
Fresher legs, good night's sleep, decent breakfast. I mean, they might not sleep very well.
Yeah, I doubt even we are sleeping well tonight.
Oh, I don't know about that. I think we'll get by.
Scott shouts from the corner, I am.
Okay, I'm just going to sum up very quickly the day's play, and then we'll have to come back with hopefully some more live cricket, but much more likely the following on podcast. England resumed, as you will remember, at 50 for 1, having lost Crawley yesterday evening. Ben Ducket was caught at slip for 54 from 83 balls. Prasid Krishna, the successful bowler. Ollie Pope, LBW to the brilliant Mohammad Siraj for 27. But then a partnership of 195 between Joe Root and Harry Brook put England firmly in control. And they went from 106 for 3 to 301 for 3 before Brook mistimed an extra cover drive and slashed Akashdeep to Mohammad Siraj at cover. His 10th test century, 111 from just 98 balls. Absolutely brilliant, incredible counter-attacking. 50 from 39 balls, 100 from 91, 14 fours and 2 sixes. And then Joe Root caught behind, looking to run one down to third man by Dhruv Jurel off Prasid Krishna for 105. That was his 39th test century. Jacob Bethel got horribly bogged down, tried to hit his way out of trouble. 5 from 31 balls, dragged the bottom edge onto his stumps from Prasid Krishna. It was 3-3-2 for 5 and 3-3-7 for 6. Now 3-3-9 for 6. 35 runs required for victory. Jamie Smith and Jamie Overton at the crease on 2 and 0 not out respectively. And it looks like we will be going to the 5th morning. That's all probably for the moment. It is drizzling once again. Hope you've enjoyed today's entertainment. It has been breathtaking stuff. We'll be back either with more live cricket commentary. If you don't hear from us inside the next 30 minutes, then you can take it that the game for today has been called, and we'll be back with live ball-by-ball commentary just before 11 o'clock tomorrow morning.